Chapter 24. The first time I met Justin, I was working at a friend's clothing boutique. I helped with customers on the weekend while tending to my fledgling jewelry business on the side. In return, my friend paid me next to nothing, but agreed to display some of my pieces. I heard the jangle of the front door opening, looked up from a rack of scarves I was rearranging, and Justin walked in. I can tell you everything about those first 15 minutes of our relationship. I remember his brown hair, longer then, darker, the way it fell to the side of his forehead almost boyishly. I remember the size of him, the sheer physical presence of his broad shoulders, the way he seemed to literally block the sun. He wore blue jeans, but not the designer kind. Real, honest-to-God, broken-in, cling-to-his-long-legs jeans, as well as an olive green LL Bean barn coat and scuffed-up work boots. Then, his smile. Quick, instantaneous. He looked at me, he broke into a huge grin, and he declared, "Thank heavens, I'm saved." And just like that, I was lost. I wanted to run my fingers through that hair. I wanted to feel the hard wall of his chest. I wanted the scent of him in my nostrils. I wanted to hear the rumble of that deep voice in my ear over and over again. He had needed a present that day for a female friend. I, of course, sold him one of my original necklaces, with my phone number on the tag. Which led to our first date, where I can tell you exactly how his face looked. A little more sheepish now, almost shy as he offered up a single yellow rose, then held out his hand to boost me into his old Range Rover. Please excuse the mud, the scattering of pencil bits, and oh yeah, the rolls of building plans. He was in the construction business, he said. Hazards of the trade. I remember the look in his eyes the first time we made love. Not that evening, though I would have. Not until date number 4. And his blue eyes were so intent, so focused on my face, every sigh coming out of my mouth, every undulating move of my body. I felt as if he were trying to memorize me. This is Libby. This is what Libby likes. Later, he confessed that he'd been nervous, and that made me laugh so hard he swore he'd never tell me a secret again. Except he did. He told me he loved me before I ever confessed that I loved him. He told me I'd be his wife one day, before I knew it myself. Then, that Thursday night, when he returned home from a particularly long and grueling business trip, and I greeted him with a bouquet of pink and blue balloons, and the news I was pregnant, the total sea change of expressions across his face, from weary exhaustion to squinty-eyed confusion to slow-dawning joy, followed by complete and utter adoration. He dropped his bag. He swooped me up, and the balloons broke free, escaping out the open door as we laughed, then cried, and I can taste to this day the salt on his cheeks. The memories of a marriage. The faces of my husband. So many moments when I saw him so clearly, so many moments when I know he saw me. Is that what you lose over time? Not so much a loss of affection as a slow clouding of your own sight? We became less and less focal points for each other, and more like pieces of furniture to maneuver around in the course of everyday life. I know there were times in the past few months when I sat across from my husband as high as a kite and willed him to look at me. Then, when he continued to calmly shovel dinner into his mouth, I poured myself another glass of wine in order to fill the void. It's hard to realize you're invisible in your own life. But maybe the blindness was mutual. Because, if not for 3 texts sent to my cell phone, I never would have guessed Justin was having an affair. Meaning that somewhere along the lines, My own husband had also become unnoticed by me. But I was seeing him now. I traced the swelling of his right eye, the 5 lacerations on his cheek, the lower lip that still welled with a single drop of blood, the ugly evidence of more bruises around his neck and shoulders. His brown hair, silvered now with age, felt damp, as if the pain of the beating had made him sweat. And he smelled rank and terrible. Or maybe that was me. The dehumanization process, meant to break us, to turn us into animals. But I wasn't going to let it. I refused to let our kidnappers win. I was looking at my husband. I was seeing him again. A good man who'd taken a beating to protect his wife and daughter. A brave man who had to be in agonizing pain, but didn't utter a single complaint as Ashlyn and I slowly roused him to standing, then eased him into the lower bunk. My husband. I sent my daughter to bed. She'd had enough for one night and needed the rest. Then, though my hands still shook uncontrollably, and I had to pause on occasion to recover my breath, I slowly and gently washed the worst of the blood from Justin's face. He sighed. I kissed the corner of his mouth. He sighed again. I'm sorry. It's okay. I wish. Shh. Rest now. I got him to quiet down. Then I fell asleep, still sitting up on the edge of the bunk, holding my husband's hand. They didn't come for us first thing in the morning. Maybe they decided they'd tortured us enough the night before. Or, more likely, they were catching up on their own rest. Our narrow window lightened with daylight. I awoke with a crick in my neck from sitting with my back against a metal bunk post. I felt weak, but less achy. More like a middle-aged woman badly in need of water, food, and a good night's sleep. The pills, I figured. Whatever Radar had provided was masking the worst of my withdrawal, temporarily reducing my symptoms. I didn't know what that might be. Not Vicodin, because that always provided a lovely glow, a softening of life's hard edges. I felt none of that. No melting wonderland, just fewer tremors, less nausea and despair. I should ask Radar about the medication, but I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Right now, this moment, I was doing better. Given our current situation, I had a feeling that was as good as it was going to get. I used the toilet while my family slept, then refilled the water jug from the sink, which, given the barely there trickle, was an accomplishment. This must be what inmates did with their time in prison. Stood around waiting to get enough water out of the faucet to wet a finger, rinse their mouths, wash their faces. I took tiny sips out of the jug, working on hydration, while I peered out the window in the cell door, eyeing the cavernous, overlit expanse of the day room, wondering where our attackers might be lurking next. To the far left end of the day room was a bank of showers, broad, white-tiled stalls, 6 down, 6 up. On the left end of the stacked rows loomed one particularly large stall with metal support bars bolted to each wall. Handicap accessible. Things you don't think about. That not all members of the prison population are big, tough guys. Some are injured, or aging, or otherwise impaired. I wouldn't want to be them in here. I couldn't even stand it being me. Of course, none of the stalls offered frosted glass doors, or even cheap vinyl shower curtains, just wide-open exposure. Apparently, showering in prison was a full Monty affair. I still eyed the stalls with longing. My hair hung down in lank clumps. I'd sweated through my orange jumpsuit, could feel the salt ryming my skin. I tried to figure out if I could partially disrobe, try to use the slow dribble of sink water to at least rinse off my torso. but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I remained too afraid of alien beetles who might burst through the cell door at any time, not to mention the look that would come into Mick's crazy blue eyes if he could catch me partially unclothed. Prison had eyes, Justin had said. Even now, they were watching us. Watching me. I sipped more water, turned away from the cell door, and discovered Justin, now awake on the lower bunk, staring at me. "Ashlyn," he croaked. Asleep. I brought over the jug of water, helped hold up his head while he took the first few sips. He winced the moment I touched him, but didn't comment. "They didn't come back?" I didn't know what he meant, eyeing him in confusion. "After they got me, they didn't come for you?" "No," I assured him. "I hoped not. As long as they were beating me, I knew they couldn't be hurting you. But then Z, he disappeared. I didn't know what that meant." "We didn't see him." "Okay." "Justin, why? If this is about money..." I gestured to his horribly swollen and distorted features. "Why?" "I don't know. They kept telling me to stop." "Stop what?" Justin grimaced, sipped more water. "Then they'd say they were the ones asking the questions, and hit me again." I frowned, considering the matter. Have you been doing something you shouldn't?" My husband smiled, but it was a sad expression on his battered face. "You mean, other than cheating on my wife?" I flushed, looked away. "I ended the relationship, Libby, as you requested, 6 months ago. I never should have started it in the first place." "Maybe something else, maybe related to work?" But Justin wouldn't be put off. "I'm sorry. You know that, right?" I didn't answer, just looked away. "But you're still not happy," he said, and again the expression on his face. "I'm trying," I said at last. "I looked forward to our date night." "Me too." But I still wouldn't meet his gaze, couldn't meet his gaze. I wasn't prepared for this conversation. It was easier for me to view my husband as the bad guy. He had lied. He had cheated. If I kept that perspective, then the total collapse of my life didn't have to be my fault. I didn't have to consider my own secrets, my own betrayals, my own dishonesty. If I didn't forgive, then I didn't have to repent. "Is there something else I can do?" Justin asked now. I smiled, faintly. "Break us out of prison?" He seemed to take my request seriously. "Libby, honey, I built this place. Take it from me, there's no breaking out. That was part of my job, my crew's job. The walls are tunnel-proof, the floors are dig-proof, the windows shatter-proof, not to mention the 7 electronically controlled locks between us and freedom. Even the medical ward, the kitchen, the common areas, they're constructed to the same standards, just stocked with different equipment. As long as one of our kidnappers stays in the control room, which seems to be their standard operating procedure, that team member has eyes on us at all times, and could shut down our escape efforts at a moment's notice." "What if we could overpower them?" "Who? How? You already took on Mick, but to what end? I got tased, Ashlyn got tased, and you ended up with a concussion. Even if we took out both of our escorts, got really lucky and somehow subdued Mick and Z, radar could still simply tap the control system's touchscreen and instantaneously lock down the entire facility. We'd be trapped in whichever room, corridor, or prison cell we'd started in, waiting for Z or Mick to regain consciousness. and exact revenge, I added softly.
Exactly.
What if we could lure Radar out of the control room? I suggested. Or, better yet, if this control room is so powerful, instead of trying to get out of the prison, let's try to get into the control room. Then we could use the control panel to trap Z and his crew in a day room or a sally port, whatever. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Then we could trip the alarm system, I added with growing excitement. Local law enforcement would have to investigate sirens, right? Mothballed prison or not. They'll arrive, save us, arrest our kidnappers, done. Justin didn't immediately dismiss my idea.
Don't break out, break in, he mused.
He nodded shortly, then winced at the pain.
Possible. The control room is operated via a touchscreen. If you can figure out an iPad, you should be able to run the system. Also, the control room was built to serve as a mini safe room within the prison, a place the correction officers could use to make a last stand. The ballistic-rated glass installed there is 4 times stronger than the glass used in the cells, meaning it would take a full hour for Z or his crew to break their way through. That should buy us enough time to sound the alarm and wait for the cavalry.
So now we just have to figure out how to get their designated person out of the control room, I said. I had moved closer to my husband on the bunk bed. Both of our voices had picked up. This was probably the longest we'd spoken to each other in months. It brought back memories of other times when our marriage was still young, and we'd spent hours discussing everything from the best preschool for Ashlyn to a particular issue Justin was having with a bid, or who to invite to our upcoming dinner party. We'd been a good team back then. At least, I'd thought of us that way. We should threaten Z or Mick, I decided. Not just overpower them, but look like we're ready to deliver a mortal strike. Radar will have to leave the control room in order to assist. Justin didn't look convinced.
Threaten them with what?
A shiv? Only thing I could think of, as we were in prison.
Made from? We don't have a plastic comb, toothbrush, or ballpoint pen. Furthermore, Z and Mick are following prison protocol, not carrying any lethal weapons that could be captured and used against them.
Z has stuff in his belt. All those compartments. There are things there.
Not big enough to be a knife or gun.
Something? Justin smiled.
Fair enough. But even considering their tasers, how do we make our play? Manage to disarm and somehow overpower both Z and Mick? I haven't looked in a mirror just yet, but somehow I don't think I'm as fit-looking today as I was yesterday.
Which, combined with my own physical limitations. Fire, I tried next. We start a fire. In the kitchen, I guess. Oil on the stove, maybe something that appears accidental, except we panic, and instead of dousing it in flour, fan it with a towel. They'd all have to work together to put out a fire.
The entire facility is equipped with a fire suppression system, Justin said. Single tap on the control room systems menu and goodbye fire. Hello, wet us.
Then what? I asked in frustration. There has to be a way out. There's always a way. Ransom, my daughter said. Justin and I both startled, glancing up. We hadn't realized Ashlyn was awake. Now, almost as a reflex, we blushed guiltily. I waited for my husband to soothe. He surprised me, then, by stating calmly,
I don't think that's what they want, honey. They seem to be after something else. I'm not sure what.
I know, Ashlyn said bluntly. I heard that much. But did you tell them about the insurance? My daughter had a look on her face that gave me a sense of déjà vu. Then I got it. She looked like Justin. She looked exactly like my husband when he was working through a major build crisis, determined to make this latest $200 million facility submit to his will.
Yes, but the policy is only $4 million. Our hosts... He used the term dryly, are a team of 3. I don't think a little over $1 million apiece is adequate incentive for them.
We can pay more, I spoke up quickly, from our funds.
Honey. Justin paused. The silence dragged out. We don't currently have those kinds of financial resources.
Excuse me?
I haven't been taking a salary, Libby, for the past 16 months. There's been a couple of major bids we haven't gotten. Cash flow's tight. I've been leaving the money in the company so we can make payroll.
I didn't speak right away. Not that Justin's words scared me. We'd done this before. Justin considered his employees family, too, and he often put their payroll requirements above his own. No, what silenced me was that he hadn't said anything before now. 16 months. A year and a quarter. I guess that's how long we'd really been drifting apart. We have resources, I said at last. Antiques, jewelry, cars, 2 homes. We could liquidate.
I believe ransom is a cash biz.
Maybe the company could pay out from the cash reserves. It'd be a hit, sure, but so would your death, right? I mean...
Justin gave me a look. Then, in the next instant, his expression changed. My death, he murmured.
Ashlyn and I studied him uncertainly.
What? Libby, you're right. My death. That would do it.
Justin, I ventured, we're not going to kill you for ransom funds. No killing, no dying. Ashlyn and I, we forbid it.
You don't have to. You don't have to do anything at all. It's kind of funny, really. Justin's swollen lip twisted. Z, Mick, they've already done the hard part. Fuck 'em. We're going to ransom our own damn selves. And I know exactly how we can do it.
Chapter 25. Chris Lopez lived in South Boston, and not the recently gentrified up-and-coming part of Southie, but the hardcore, dilapidated triple-deckers with rotting-out front porches and cheap vinyl siding. Walking distance to several neighborhood pubs, of course, but still. Tessa drove over with Wyatt in her car. The other New Hampshire cop, Kevin, had stayed behind to contact various emergency rooms and methadone clinics in northern New Hampshire for possible Libby Denby sightings. Tessa found it unnerving to drive with a guy in the passenger's seat. Wasn't sure why. A Lexus SUV had plenty of interior space, and true to her initial assessment, Wyatt wasn't exactly prone to blather. He sat, reasonably relaxed, resting against the passenger side door, leaving the middle console as neutral territory. She had to make a couple of quick driving moves, merging here, tucking in there. He whistled once in appreciation as she veered deftly around a particularly aggressive driver. But Wyatt didn't comment, or appear unduly tense. God bless the mountains, he muttered once, which she took to explain his feelings on Boston drivers. She'd selected for her vehicle's GPS the British butler's voice. Jeeves, she called him. She'd picked the accent to amuse Sophie, who would then attempt to mimic it, but also because it seemed less grating to be told to make the next available legal U-turn in the Queen's English. Wyatt had broken into a grin at the first voice command, so apparently he was a man with a sense of humor. She could appreciate that. He was also freshly showered and in a clean uniform, a man who planned ahead. She liked that, too. Okay, so Chris Lopez. They parked in front of a local bar, then walked to the corner and inspected the crumbling white triple-decker that served as Chris Lopez's legal address. Fixer-upper, Wyatt stated. Not a question. Bet he picks on it when he's around. Man's got skills and connections. Might even funnel some extra supplies from job sites.
Build a little personal equity from corporate overages. Tessa nodded. Not a bad bet. Place looked quiet at the moment. Lights off. They'd kept the Denby crew up late last night, answering questions at headquarters. Even then, she wouldn't be surprised if the build team had grabbed a few beers afterward, sharing suspicions, fears, guilt over the fate of their missing boss. Would it be work as usual on Monday, she wondered, flying out to whatever job site? Or would the guys hang closer to home, desperate for word? The FBI hadn't issued any travel restrictions with regards to Denby's core management team. Maybe, after talking to Lopez, that would change. Wyatt approached first, testing out the sagging front steps with his heavier weight, gesturing at several spots to avoid. They weren't approaching with strict caution, and yet Tessa was aware that both of them had fallen silent. Wyatt in the forward position, herself automatically a couple of steps back, where she could help cover him, even as his larger mass shielded her approach. Sophie had climbed into her bed at 4 this morning. Not said a word, just snuggled up close. Then, when Tessa's alarm had gone off at 6.
Mrs. Ennis says you're helping a family.
Tessa, halfway across the room, focused on getting ready. Yes.
What's wrong with them?
They got a little lost. Her daughter sitting up in bed.
Someone took them.
We don't know for sure. Sophie repeating firmly.
Someone took them. Do they have a little girl?
They have a big girl. Teenager.
Does she know how to fight?
I'm told the whole family knows how to fight.
Good. They'll be someplace dark. That's what kidnappers do. They take you and lock you up someplace all alone and very dark. You should search those places first.
Tessa, turning away from her dresser to meet her 8-year-old daughter's gaze as somberly as her daughter met hers. The therapist had advised a straightforward approach to dealing with Sophie's trauma. Acknowledge the incident, encourage communication, and promote empowerment. No dismissing of fears or placating of nerves. Sophie had learned the hard way that adults couldn't always protect her. There was nothing Tessa could do or say about that now. What else would you recommend? Tessa asked her daughter.
You should check the windows for a sign. Maybe the word help. You can write on dirty windows, you know. Just lick your finger and use your spit to draw each letter. Except you have to keep licking your finger, and after a while your finger doesn't taste so good.
Got it.
They might need food. You should bring snacks. Kidnappers don't like to feed kids. Especially bad kids. And when you're scared, it's hard to be good.
A small ache tearing into Tessa's heart. Trying hard not to think too much about what her daughter must have endured 2 years ago. Keeping her own voice steady and resolute. What kind of snacks should I bring?
Chocolate chip cookies.
Okay. I'll stock my car with blankets and chocolate chip cookies. Maybe a thermos of hot chocolate?
Yes!
Thank you, Sophie. That's very helpful.
Are you going to shoot someone, Mommy?
I'm not planning on it.
But you're going to bring your gun.
Yes.
Good, Mommy. I think you should.
Now, Tessa couldn't help but think that Chris Lopez's triple-decker appeared cold and dark, and the lower windows were very dirty, the kind that would make a finger taste particularly awful when smearing out a message for help. Tessa placed her right hand inside her open coat, on the butt of her gun. She turned her body slightly sideways, to make it less of a target. Then, she nodded once to Wyatt, who raised his left hand and knocked. A black lab opened the door. Older dog,
with a graying muzzle that stood out in sharp contrast to his sleek black coat. He released the rope that had been tied around the door handle, then sat, staring patiently at Tessa and Wyatt, while thumping his tail in welcome.
"Hello?" Tessa called out. "Say, good dog," a man's voice called from upstairs.
Chris Lopez. "Good dog," Tessa muttered. The black lab thumped his tail a couple more beats.
"Good dog, Zeus,"
the voice called from upstairs. Tessa still had her hand on the butt of her gun, slowly scanning the shadowed interior for signs of other life. "Good dog, Zeus," she repeated. The dog yawned. Apparently her voice wasn't too convincing.
"Chris Lopez?" she called out.
"It's Tessa Leone, North Ledge Investigations. Got a couple of questions for you." A few seconds later, the staircase creaked, then shuddered as Lopez went rat-a-tat down the upper half. When he rounded the lower landing and spotted Wyatt as well, his steps slowed. He was holding a rag, wiping what appeared to be white clay from his fingers and forearms. Now, he gripped the rag tightly, coming to a halt 2 steps from the bottom.
"Do you have news?"
He spoke the words tightly, as if already anticipating that any word that took 2 investigators to deliver wouldn't be good. "No, just more questions. May we come in?"
"Yeah, I guess. I mean, sure. Couldn't sleep, so just, been grouting the upstairs bath. Give me a sec. I'll wash up in the kitchen."
He gestured toward the back of the house, and Tessa and Wyatt followed him through the entry, past the staircase to the rear-facing kitchen. Zeus, the elderly guard dog, plodded along beside them, apparently content to join the party. The kitchen turned out to be gutted, stripped down to the subfloor with a lone refrigerator, jury-rigged sink, and several sawhorses topped with plywood serving as counters. In the corner sat an old blue card table, big enough for 4. Chris nodded toward it, so Tessa and Wyatt each grabbed a metal folding chair and took a seat.
"Sorry for the mess,"
Lopez said as he banged on the faucets, started scrubbing the grout from his hands.
"I bought the place 2 years ago. Figured I'd have it fully functional in 8 months. You'd think, as a construction professional, I'd know better."
"Doing the work yourself?" Wyatt spoke up.
"Exactly. Licensed? Course not. But I got buddies who are. They already helped update plumbing and electrical. Now I'm mostly down to finish work. In theory, I can manage that." "You like carpentry?" "Most days. More than it likes me."
Zeus circled the table. Handsome dog, with broad head, silky ears. He stopped in front of Tessa, cocking an eyebrow in clear expectation. Tessa's husband, Brian, had had a beloved German shepherd. Her own experience with dogs was limited, making her uncertain. "What does he want?"
"What does any man want? Your undying devotion and a decent back scratch."
Tessa held out a hand. The dog moved until his head was underneath. She took that as a hint and rubbed between his ears. The old dog closed his eyes and sighed contentedly. "You can have a dog, even with your travel schedule?" she asked Lopez. He stopped scrubbing and moved on to rinsing.
"For starters, Zeus is hardly a dog. He considers himself human, plain and simple. 2, he lives with my neighbors, but they work most weekends. So, if I'm around, Zeus hangs with me. We hammer things, sand floors, belch, guy time."
"And he can open doors?" Wyatt, with a touch of awe.
"When he's not fetching beer. Hey, these are valuable life skills."
Lopez banged off the faucet, grabbed a roll of paper towels to dry his hands, and crossed back to them. Zeus opened one eye at his approach, then resumed sighing blissfully beneath Tessa's touch.
Yeah, Lopez muttered. "So much for the code of brotherhood." Keep that up and I'll have no choice but to rat you out, buddy. Mention to the pretty girl that sure, you can open doors, but walk over a metal sidewalk grate? Cross a suspension bridge? Turns out Mr. Handsome is afraid of heights, which I learned the hard way, having to carry him down the Lion's Head Trail on Mount Washington as he trembled like a baby. Hiking up? All good, but then turning, looking down? Black labs can turn green. Don't let anyone tell you differently.
Zeus didn't seem to care that his deepest, darkest secret had just been revealed. He placed his head on Tessa's lap and sighed again.
You're a hiker? Wyatt asked again. When I can. Gotta say, this project's keeping me busy. White Mountains? Yep. Favorite trails?
Lopez rattled off several. By the sound of it, he knew his way around the presidential range. Interesting, given the location of Justin Denby's jacket in northern New Hampshire. But if Chris Lopez was damning himself, he didn't seem aware of it.
So,
Lopez said shortly,
I'm kind of thinking you didn't come all the way here to ask me about hiking. Nope, Wyatt agreed. What can I do for you?
Tessa decided they might as well get straight to it. Tell us about Catherine Chapman. The effect was immediate.
Ah, shit. Do you mean my stupid niece, or my boss's even stupider ex-girlfriend?
Chris's sister had asked him for a favor. Could he find a job for her daughter Kate at Denby Construction? Unfortunately, given that business was slow, there was a temporary hiring freeze. But then Chris heard that the building's travel agency had an opening for a receptionist. Perfect. He got his niece an interview, and a couple of weeks later, Kate was employed and Chris's sister was happy.
All I wanted,
Lopez emphasized slowly, his dark eyes still snapping,
was to get my niece a job. So I got her a job. Not in my company, but in my building. End of story.
Except, of course, it wasn't. Chris became suspicious in January. Over the holidays, it became clear that Kate had a new boyfriend. She kept sneaking off to check her phone, blushed when anyone asked about her job. Hell, was so obvious about trying not to be obvious that even Chris had teased her a couple of times. Then, just 2 weeks later, Lopez had walked into the travel agency to arrange for a couple of plane tickets and saw them. His boss, Justin Denby, leaning over Kate's desk, and Justin had this smile, and Kate had this look on her face, half dazed, half dazzled, and just like that, Chris knew.
Not the first time, he said bitterly. Justin? Shit, you gave me a hard time. He shot Tessa a look. But I just talk a good game. Hell, I travel 340 days a year and spend the majority of my waking hours with a bunch of hairy-backed guys who are barely evolved enough to walk upright. I only wish I could find a good woman who'd want me. But Justin? What can I tell you? That apple didn't fall far from his old man's tree. Justin liked women. Women liked him. But my niece? I mean, my 20-year-old niece?
Lopez sounded extremely offended. No, he had not confronted Justin. What could he say? Instead, he'd cornered Kate, trying to get her to listen to reason. Justin was married. Justin was never leaving his wife. This whole thing would only end in heartbreak. Kate hadn't cared. She was special. She was the one. She just knew it. Which, slowly but surely, started to piss Lopez off. You gotta understand, he said. My niece. She may not have a brain in her head, but she's sweet. She's trusting. She's not looking at Justin the same way he's looking at her. He's twice her age and 20 times more experienced. For him, having his cake and eating it too is more than a lifestyle choice. It's gene pool, like a fucking family legacy. This caught Tessa's attention. You mean Justin cheated on his wife the way Justin's father used to cheat on his mother? Yeah.
And being the other woman was no great shakes in Dale's world either. Just ask Anita Bennett.
What?
Tessa stared at Chris Lopez. She noticed that beside her, Wyatt appeared faintly smug. Anita's youngest kid, Lopez extrapolated. You know, the son who doesn't look anything like Anita's husband but could be Justin's younger brother. The boy who 5 years back was the recipient of Denby's first and only full-ride college scholarship. Come on, you haven't figured that out yet? I thought everyone in the company knew. Tessa composed herself quickly. Of course. Anita Bennett and Justin's father, just as Wyatt had predicted. He kicked her lightly under the table. She kicked him back. But the thing is, Lopez was saying, Justin's mother was known for being a drunk. Maybe she drove the old man to it. Not my place to judge. But Libby? She's beautiful. She's talented. She's gracious. You know how many nights I've been to their house? I don't know. Because it's been that many. The entire team can be fresh off planes, still coated in mud and reeking of 5 days on a job site, and Libby will welcome us through her doors. How are you? Nice to see you. How's the build? How's the family? How's the kids? Hey, who needs a beer? Or boys, are we drinking wine tonight? That's Libby. He doesn't fucking deserve her. Tessa had stopped petting the dog. She was too busy staring at Lopez, who was obviously madly in love with his boss's wife. Well, well, well. Is that why you decided to text her? She asked quietly. You thought she deserved to know the truth? Yeah. I just couldn't take it anymore. It was only a matter of time before Justin broke Kate's heart. Figured it was only fair to mess with him first. Did it work? Libby booted his sorry ass, Lopez said, but he didn't sound convinced. His gaze dropped. He scuffed his foot against the subflooring. Justin never found out I dropped the dime, he said. Best I can tell, he thought Libby had finally gotten suspicious, checked his cell. He and Kate had been texting. Stupid thing to do, and he knew it. There was a big scene. Yelling, screaming, drama. He got to move to the basement. He told you that? Wyatt pressed quietly. Well, Libby told you that. He did. Libby didn't know I was even part of this. I bought a track phone to text her. Hell, just because I was ruining their marriage didn't mean I wanted to be part of it. His lips twisted dryly. But Justin talked to you about the home situation, Wyatt said. Yeah, to the whole team. It was clear something had happened. Justin showed up the Monday afterward, totally off his game. I mean, it's funny. When it comes to women, he's always been so slick. I guess I didn't even take his marriage that seriously. But when the shit hit the fan, the dude actually appeared remorseful. Claimed he'd been a total idiot, no better than his old man, but now he'd seen the light and would do anything to get his wife back. Did he? Tessa asked. He dumped my niece, Lopez said flatly, like a hot potato. And trust me, that I got to hear about. She called me 5, 6, 7 times a day, crying hysterically, demanding to know what she should do, how to win him back. Christ, I had to start turning off my cell just to go to work. I'm lucky she didn't rat me out. How do you know she didn't? Wyatt again. Justin would have confronted me. He's not a beat-around-the-bush sort of guy. He's got a problem with you, you know it. No stabbing in the back, just a direct hit, full on to the jugular. Did Kate get him back? Or did the relationship truly end? Tessa asked, because based on her conversation with Catherine Chapman, she wasn't convinced the girl was totally forthcoming. Some things, at least, had remained unsaid. Best I know. Over and done with. Bet she must have had some opinions about the wife, Wyatt commented. Not easy to lose your first big love like that. Oh, leave Katie out of this. She's just a stupid kid. Trust me, she wised up soon enough. Probably tried a couple of foolish stunts to get Justin's attention, and when he knocked her back down, took the hint. It was June when this whole thing blew up, and trust me, my sister can tell you, Katie spent most of the month sobbing in her room. But by July, not so much so. And August? She'll have a new boyfriend soon enough. She's a pretty girl, and getting smarter all the time.
You think she ever went after Libby? Tessa asked.
Not that I ever heard.
And Libby, did she track down Kate?
Not that I ever heard. What about a divorce lawyer? Wyatt spoke up. Did things get that far? For either him or her?
Chris Lopez looked up at them. He suddenly smirked.
You don't know, do you?
They didn't answer. He leaned forward, crossed his arms on the table.
I can't tell you if Libby actually called a lawyer, but I can tell you what would happen if she did.
Enlighten us, Tessa said.
Prenup. Justin's bragged about it several times. A simple one-page document that Libby readily signed. In it, she renounced all claim to any share of Denby Construction, in return for being entitled to 50% of any and all personal assets accrued during her marriage. Sounds reasonable enough, right? Company was Justin's to begin with, inherited straight from his father. Except, then you get to the fine print, which is...
He paused a beat, eyed them expectantly. Tessa got it first. It gave her claim to the crime scene after all. There are no personal assets, she murmured. He runs everything through the company.
Ding, ding, ding. Give the woman a prize. The Boston townhouse, the cottage on the Cape, the cars, the furniture, all held by Denby Construction. Even Justin's year-end bonus he graciously declines, leaving it in the corporation as cash reserves. If Libby left Justin, she would be entitled to half of exactly zero. I'm telling you, this is Justin's thing. Mr. Benevolent Dictator. Promises his wife he'll always love her. Here's a $5 million townhouse. Promises his employees he'll always take care of us. I'm not even going to take my bonus, but leave it in the company. But really, he's only looking out for himself. As both my niece and Libby got to find out the hard way.
Tessa and Wyatt danced around with Lopez for another 30 minutes. What had he been doing on Friday night?
Local bar. Circulate my photo, at least half a dozen regulars will confirm I was there.
Last time he saw Libby and/or Ashlyn Denby.
I'm telling you, you're barking up the wrong tree. Just because I got a beef with how my boss handles women doesn't mean I'd harm a hair on his head.
But he had access to the security code for the Denby's residence.
Sure. All of us on the build team know it. Justin isn't the most organized guy in the world, and sometimes he'd have us pick up a few last-minute things. If Libby was around, she'd feed you a cookie. I'm telling you, Justin deserves to be knocked down a peg or two. But not his family.
And Ashlyn?
Lopez's face had turned red. I'm not talking about her. I can't even think about her. Assaulted in her own home. You want to save the legal system some dough? When you find out who did this, just say the word, and me and the guys will take care of the rest.
Using the skills he'd learned as an Army Ranger?
Probably had some contacts, too. The kinds of guys who'd know how to quietly break into a house and quickly subdue a grown man and his wife and daughter. I'm 15 years out. The guys I know are either picking sand from their teeth, having been called up from the reserves, or are finally being cut loose because they now dive for cover every time a car backfires. The first group of guys is deployed too far away. The second group is too drunk. You want to make some headway? Go hound Anita Bennett. Now there's a woman who has reason to eliminate the entire family, starting with the fact that it would make her own child the sole surviving Denby male. Don't royals do that sort of thing all the time? Why not big business? Hell, we're talking $100 million corporation. Some imperial inheritances have got to be smaller than that.
We'll take that under advisement, Tessa assured him. She glanced over at Wyatt, who'd returned to perusing the evidence log. When he didn't offer up any more questions, she pushed back her chair. They'd learned as much as they were going to learn, she judged, at least until they had time to research the pieces of Lopez's latest story and push back harder. For now, however, probably best to hit the road. The old black lab had curled up at her feet. Now, he stood to his feet with a giant yawn. She gave him a final pat on the head, feeling an unexpected pang. She liked his company. Thought Sophie would like his company. Something to consider, getting a dog. Then, maybe, both she and her daughter would finally sleep through the night. Lopez escorted her and Wyatt back to the front door. The conversation had clearly agitated him. Tessa just couldn't decide whether he was frustrated they didn't magically accept his claims of innocence, or nervous that they were still poking around. Wyatt had been right about two things. Anita Bennett had been involved with Justin's father, and, yes, the whole crew seemed to be a bunch of liars. Wyatt waited until they were around the corner to start speaking. Tessa had assumed his first words would be, "I told you so," so he startled her by declaring, "I think you're onto something." "Me? You're the one who caught Anita's personal relationship with Denby Sr." "Which is interesting if the rumors about her youngest son are true. But you got me thinking about Justin's affair. After all, the Anita Bennett-Dale Denby thing is at least 20 years old, whereas the biggest recent stressor for Justin and Libby has been his involvement with Catherine Chapman." "Which Libby found out about 6 months ago," Tessa countered.
"Because one of Justin's own guys decided to rat him out," Wyatt filled in.
"Except, it doesn't sound like the marriage is necessarily over. We're hearing more stories of date night than divorce lawyers."
"Maybe Libby isn't as naive as Lopez thinks. Maybe she looked up the prenup, did a little digging, and realized just how financially devastating divorce would be."
"So she arranged for them all to be kidnapped?" Tessa wasn't following.
"I'm not saying the affair led directly to the kidnapping. I'm wondering if the fallout from the affair didn't put things in play for Friday night."
"Such as?" They'd arrived at her car.
"Well, we got Lopez, Justin's second-in-command, looking at his boss with fresh, angry eyes. Combine that with maybe disgruntlement over the direction things are going at the company level, and—"
"Then there's Anita Bennett," Tessa picked up. "She was once the other woman, even, possibly, had a son. Got her nowhere. Now Justin is engaging in similar behavior, perhaps aggravating old wounds, new prejudices. Then we got Libby, doping herself up with Vicodin to cover her pain,
and maybe engaging in other new behaviors as well."
Wyatt slid into the passenger seat, holding up the evidence log.
"While you and Lopez wrapped up your tango, I finished reviewing the inventory list for the trash recovered from the Denby's brownstone. Garage bin. Item 36 down. Best guess, based on trash pickup, is that the contents are no more than 2 days old."
Wyatt pointed. Tessa peeked. "A pregnancy test? A positive home pregnancy test?"
"Yup. Question is, does Justin Denby know he's a father again? Or is he?"
Chapter 26. Is my husband a chauvinistic pig? I suppose, if you look at our marriage, he appears sexist, and yet he is the father of an amazing 15-year-old girl, who he personally taught to cluster 6 to center mass time and time again. Let alone from the day of her birth, he's actively spoken of Ashlyn's future as head of the family firm. No need to try for a son. For Justin, from the moment he held his daughter in his arms, she was absolutely, positively perfect. I always preferred to think of us as co-workers whose areas of expertise happen to fall along traditional lines. My husband works. He loves his job. He's at his best when wrestling with a multi-million-dollar contract issue. And I love my job, which includes creating our house, raising our child, and crafting a lifestyle that reflects who we are as a family. I've never thought of my role as lesser. I've never thought of Justin as the one in command. At least not until 6 months ago. But even then, I didn't view myself as the weak half of the marriage. I simply viewed myself as a failure. Because if part of my job was to meet the needs of the family, how well could I be doing, considering my husband had taken up with another woman? Of course, I understand deep down inside that from the beginning, one of the things Justin had most loved about me was my independence. And 18 years later, there wasn't much of that left. There's a breed of men out there, who are attracted to strong women. They just don't know what to do once they win us over. So that's how I view my husband, the strong man, driven to pursue a strong woman, then, mostly at a loss forever after. If that's patronizing, well, then maybe that makes me the chauvinistic one. Because given the family history, I can't say I was totally surprised that my husband cheated on me. I was mostly ashamed for not figuring it out sooner. And hurt, because I had wanted us to be different. I had imagined myself to be special enough, attractive enough, smart enough to forever hold Justin's interest. Love is risk. I took it, and I got burned. But someday, my daughter will take the same risk, and I don't have the heart to tell her to take the easy road. Because there's a breed of women out there who are attracted to alpha males. We just don't always know what to do with them once we have them. Justin was convinced he knew how to handle Z. Let him do the talking, and we'd be ransomed out of our prison cell by the end of the day, which meant the first thing Ashlyn and I had to do was talk him down. We'd tried fighting fire with fire. We'd made a stand. We'd even attempted rebellion. To date, it had gotten us tased and battered. If Z and his crew were former military, then warfare was their specialty. We needed a different approach, one outside the alpha dog's normal realm of experience. I had a few ideas on the subject, which Ashlyn seconded. Given Justin's current condition, we slowly but surely wore him down. One of us he might have dismissed. 2 of us, he eventually gave way. My idea, our plan. We would execute as a team. Our first family project in 6 months. And we would win. I was convinced of it. There was finally enough at stake. The hardest part was waiting. We sat, Ashlyn on the top bunk, Justin and I below. First rule of psychological warfare: he or she who initiates the discussion has by definition given up ground. We couldn't afford to give up ground. So, we practiced patience. My tremors were returning. My headache, the deep, dragging exhaustion, punctuated by moments of excruciatingly painful cramping. The pills, whatever Radar had given me in the middle of the night, seemed to be waning, placing me once more on the withdrawal express. I could confess to Justin, tell him once and for all what I'd spent the past few months doing, just how great a spouse and parent I'd turned out to be. But again, she who initiates the discussion has by definition given up ground. So I held my tongue. We had no sense of time anymore. Daylight outside,
constant fluorescent lighting inside. Morning, mid-morning. Eventually, we heard footsteps. Steady, not rushing. But I found myself holding my breath, hands already forming into fists. On the top bunk, I saw Ashlyn ease into the farthest corner of the bunk, assuming the crouch position. The steel door swung open. Z stood there, radar beside him.
"Breakfast,"
Z stated crisply. And in that one word, I knew we could win. Per protocol, Justin left the cell first, hands secured at his waist. Z stood with him while Radar came in to fetch me. Radar kept his back to the door, blocking the window, and I realized the security camera, as he slid 2 round white pills into the palm of my hand. No words were exchanged. I had a brief image of the flat white tablets, numbers stamped in the back. Then I dry swallowed both pills without question. A millisecond in time. Then he had the restraints secured around my wrists, and I joined my husband in the day room. Radar followed with Ashlyn, and we fell in line. Z leading Justin by the arm, Radar escorting me and Ashlyn 6 paces behind. We offered no resistance, behaving as 3 dutiful hostages who'd just spent a long night learning their lesson. Our captors were freshly showered, their hair still damp, Z in a crisp new outfit of 100% commando black, Radar in a fresh pair of baggy jeans and a new dark blue flannel shirt. I tried not to hate them, but given my own rank smell, it was difficult. In the kitchen, our wrist restraints were removed, and we were once more tasked with cooking. I conducted a quick inspection of the pantry and walk-in refrigerator. No additional supplies. Then again, when would they have had the time to restock? The lack of refurbishment reassured me, however, spoke of a set timeline. Z and his crew didn't plan to spend eternity here, just long enough. I pulled butter, bacon and eggs from the cavernous refrigerator, then an assortment of dry goods from the walk-in pantry. I'd have to do the recipe off the top of my head, but after all these years, that wasn't a problem. I put Justin in charge of crisping bacon and scrambling eggs. Ashlyn already knew her assignment. She was to set a table, use whatever she could find, but somehow create the impression of a real, honest-to-goodness kitchen table, while I made homemade cinnamon rolls. Z disappeared, leaving Radar alone. Our youngest captor took a seat by one of the stainless steel counters, paying more attention to Justin, who stood, with half his face battered and one eye swollen shut, over a sizzling frying pan. I prepared the dough, then sprinkled flour onto the stainless steel prep surface and started rolling out. Once I'd created a large, thin rectangle, I spread butter across the entire surface, followed by liberal handfuls of white sugar, brown sugar, and cinnamon. I rolled it up into one long cinnamon-dusted snake, then sliced it into inch-thick sections. The ends appeared ragged and ugly. Without saying a word, I trimmed off both, handing one doughy piece to Ashlyn, her favorite part of the cinnamon roll-making process. The second, I handed to Radar. He didn't even acknowledge me, but he picked up the bite of dough and popped it in his mouth, just like that. Some negotiations are not a matter of heavy battery, but slow advancement. Gains made so subtly, your opponent doesn't realize you've even moved until they're forced to watch the victory dance. I made 24 rolls. Given that men of Z and Nick's size ate at a certain volume, let alone if one homemade cinnamon bun was a treat, then 3 to 4 was an act of gluttony, destined to be followed by a state of satiated lethargy, if not an outright sugar coma. This kind of yeastless roll, thin and flaky versus thick and doughy, was Ashlyn's favorite. I'd evolved the recipe 12 years ago, when my 3-year-old hadn't the patience to wait hours for homemade baked goods. Turned out, basically using pie dough halved the prep time, while still yielding plenty of cinnamony delight. Our family recipe, now being shared with our family kidnappers. While the commercial kitchen filled with the warm scent of baking cinnamon and caramelizing sugar, I inspected Ashlyn's table. My daughter has always been creative, and her latest efforts didn't disappoint. She'd taken over one of the rolling stainless steel prep tables. Given that the overall color scheme in prison had a tendency to be stark white, she'd placed 6 red cafeteria trays to serve as institutional placemats. Each red tray was topped with a plain white plastic dinner plate. Then she'd taken smaller salad plates, centered each on a dinner plate, and written, in brightly colored condiments, the individual's name. Z's single initial was particularly impressive, standing out in bright red ketchup script. For radar, she'd used yellow mustard. Mick got green pickle relish, and for a moment, my child and I shared a smile. Ashlyn loathed relish, always had, always would. In the middle of the table, Ashlyn had filled a glass bowl with multicolored layers of dried lentils, topped with an artful arrangement of 3 eggs, a wire whisk, and a single piece of cooked bacon, stolen from her father's pan. Add in the collection of plastic cups, silverware, and rolled-up paper napkins, and the overall effect was rustic and charming. A piece of home. The oven timer chimed. The cinnamon rolls were ready. Justin plated the eggs and bacon. We positioned the platters on the table. And just like that, showtime. Z appeared 5 minutes later. His own power play, I would guess, as he entered the kitchen in slow, measured strides, his face perfectly expressionless, even as the wafting scents of fresh-baked buns and crisp-cooked bacon must have hit him like a wall. Radar was already at the table, perched on the edge of a metal stool. He had a slightly glazed-over look on his face and was staring at the cinnamon rolls as if they were the last drop of water in a desert. But he remained still, hands at his side. Z took in the table, still advancing steadily. Now, his gaze flickered to me, where I stood next to my waiting stool, as did Justin and Ashlyn. He smiled, and I could tell he saw right through me, understood completely every step I'd just taken, and why. Z dished up first. 2 rolls, half a plate of eggs, half a dozen pieces of bacon. He passed each platter to Radar, who filled his plate, then dished up a plate for Mick, presumably working the control room, before returning the remaining food to the middle of the table. I hadn't been around last night, but Justin and Ashlyn seemed to be waiting for something.
Eat,
Z ordered at last, and they each took a seat. A reminder of who was in charge. I wasn't concerned. Second bite of the cinnamon roll, Z's eyes fluttered down, the quick rush of buttery pastry and gooey cinnamon sugar hitting his bloodstream, intoxicating his senses. I wondered what he was remembering right now. A mother, a grandmother, even just a moment in time when Z had felt warm, safe, and loved. The true power of comfort food. It didn't just fill one's belly. It evoked a mood. And now, my food was triggering Z's memory, forming an association between my handmade rolls and his own sense of well-being that would be difficult to break. Hence, the past 18 years I'd spent making homemade treats for Justin and his build crew, because nothing earned undying devotion faster than freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. Then, even the toughest of the tough turned instantaneously into a little boy, savoring a childhood treat while gazing upon the provider of that treat with fresh adoration. I could use some adoration right about now. My family was already eating. I picked at my own food, avoiding the greasy bacon, nibbling on a single roll. I should eat to build my strength, but I didn't completely trust my stomach yet. Not to mention, Z and his crew had commandeered the majority of the food. I didn't want to take even more away from my daughter and husband. You're going to ask for something, Z said, after the second cinnamon bun, while reaching for a third. You anticipate my mind will be so muddled by your homemade rolls, my senses so overwhelmed by this lovely display of domesticity, that I will say yes.
We're not going to ask for something. We're going to give you something.
You have nothing to give, and you're wrong about the rolls. Cooking as good as this. Now I have even less incentive to let you go.
His gaze flickered to my husband, and there was a look on his face I didn't understand. You've invested a lot of time in this operation, I stated evenly. Time, money, resources. I'm sure you and your team don't want to walk away empty-handed.
Not about money. Didn't I already say that?
Z glanced at Justin, my husband's battered face, swollen eye. Mom, Ashlyn nudged me, voice low. For the moment, I ignored her. Z pulled his attention away from Justin long enough to eye me skeptically.
Besides, hasn't your husband told you everything yet? That business isn't going so well? That he no longer takes a salary? That, in fact, you don't have money to offer?
My face didn't change expression. I had just learned these things, of course, but it surprised me that Z knew such details as well.
Did he tell you about all the pressure he's under? Z continued in a bored voice. Use that as his excuse for all of his extracurriculars? Poor Justin, just trying to feel like a big man.
Justin flinched. I could feel his leg tensing up next to mine, preparing to stand. And do what? Pound the table? Take on the bigger guy with the cobra tattoo? Mom, Ashlyn again, voice still low. She'd pushed away her red tray, her shoulders hunched, as if with trepidation. $9 million, I said, ignoring both my family members. For the first time, I could tell that I'd caught Z off guard. His face froze, the green cobra tattoo staring at me with twin beady eyes. Radar was less circumspect. He did a short double-take, jaw hanging open, before quickly composing himself. We start today, I continued calmly, and it can be wired to the account of your choice by 3 p.m. tomorrow. We do the work. You get the money. But the demand has to be delivered today, and you have to let us go. Price of ransom. The victims must be recovered safe and sound. Z frowned at me, which, in fact, made the cobra's fanged mouth move in unsettling ways around his left eye. $9 million, I repeated. Guaranteed payday. You'll leave this prison rich men. Not bad for a few days' work. Z didn't immediately say no. Almost absently, he pulled apart his third roll, biting into one half, flaky pastry catching around the corner of his hard-set mouth.
How?
He asked. Insurance policy. On Justin, but also Ashlyn and me.
Company policy?
Yes. Perk of being an owner. Justin might not currently draw a salary, but he still gets great benefits.
They'll pay?
That's why you carry insurance. Another bite. Z chewed. Z swallowed.
Cash?
He asked abruptly. Wired to the fund of your choice.
I will not go on camera.
We have it all worked out.
One wrong word.
It's in our best interests to have this all go as planned.
$9 million,
he repeated. A concession of sorts. 3 apiece. Or, more likely, 5 for you, 2 for each of your men. Radar didn't look concerned by this split. Z actually smiled. And once again, the cobra tattoo seemed to twist and shudder around his perfectly shaved head.
The background report,
he declared dryly.
had not indicated that you would be a problem.
Would you like another cinnamon bun? Z smiled again. Then his gaze switched to my husband, and the sudden coldness in his eyes made me start. He despised my husband. I could see it, clearly, in the directness of his gaze. Hatred, at a level that was beyond professional, had to be personal. And for just 1 second, I hesitated. Maybe ransom was a bad idea. The exchange of money for hostages was inherently complicated. So many things could go wrong. A simple misstep could lead quickly and catastrophically to further violence, even death. Especially when dealing with a man who'd covered his head in a giant fanged viper.
Radar!
Ashlyn's voice from beside me. My daughter no longer reaching toward me, but across the table toward the youngest commando. Radar? Why would my daughter ask for... I turned quickly, grabbing for Ashlyn's arm but missing, as without another word she slid off the back of her stool and dropped limply to the floor. Blood. So much blood, pooling on the lower half of her orange jumpsuit.
Ashlyn!
Justin, already on his feet, then immediately drawing up short.
What the?
Ashlyn, staring up at me, eyes so much like my own, now filled with regret.
I'm sorry, Mom.
And in that moment, I understood. The men were scurrying around, Radar pushing back his stool, Z announcing in an authoritative voice for Justin to come with him, for Radar to tend to us. I ignored them all. I focused on my daughter, who'd tried to warn me yesterday that we didn't talk to her anymore. Not just moments in a marriage, I realized now, but moments in an entire family, when you stopped seeing one another, when you shared space, but no longer yourselves with one another. I did my best to see her now, to gaze into her eyes, to comfort her with my own presence. As I knelt on the floor and held my daughter's hand while she miscarried. Chapter 27. Wyatt got the call just as he and Tessa were leaving Chris Lopez's neighborhood. Nicole, or should he say Special Agent Adams, sounding crisp and cool as always, reporting that contact had been made. Justin Denby himself, shortly after 10 this morning, had appeared in a video presenting the ransom demands. Tessa knew how to drive. Her years as a state trooper, or just a lifetime living in Boston. Wyatt couldn't begin to hazard which, but half a dozen white-knuckle moments later, they were careening down the alley that ran behind the Denbys' townhouse, where, sure enough, the FBI's huge mobile command center squatted like a fat linebacker in the middle of an old lady's tea parlor. Inside, they found Nicole's partner, Special Agent Hawks, manning a laptop at a small table, flat-screen monitor mounted above. Nicole paced in the limited space behind him, obviously agitated. As Tessa and Wyatt walked in, she gestured to the oversized monitor with a jerk of her chin. Nicole had her arms crossed over her chest, one finger tapping her elbow restlessly. She wasn't just agitated, Wyatt realized. The FBI agent was upset. He and Tessa exchanged a glance. He gestured for her to take the remaining seat across from Hawks, while he stood next to Nicole. With all of them in viewing position, Hawks hit the play button on his keyboard, and the rest of the story emerged. The ransom demand had been delivered via a video message. It featured a single close-up shot of Justin Denby, his face a black and blue battered mess, staring into the video camera with one good eye as he slowly listed the kidnapper's demands. $9 million, to be wired directly into a single account by 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday, at which time the entire Denby family would be safely released. Failure to meet the demands would result in further harm to the Denby family. More details to follow. At the end of the 20-second clip, Justin held up the front page of the morning paper, a brief close-up of the Sunday edition's date. Then the screen went blank.
Union leader, Wyatt identified the Manchester-based newspaper. Means they're still in New Hampshire.
But no word on the rest of the family? Tessa asked. She was leaning toward the computer screen, as if that might help. Justin Denby contacted his insurance company via telephone.
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Heartbeat, chasing the thrill on every street. Temptation's close, you can feel it now. Every moment's fast, we don't slow down. Fingers brushing, my pulse is wild. A wicked grin, we're running wild. Under the stars, we take the fall. When you're in Miami, you risk it all. Oh, midnight in Miami, can you feel the heat? Running through the danger, dancing in the street. Oh, midnight in Miami, where shadows play. In the neon haze. In the neon haze. Here where lines blur and rules don't count. We're rebels tonight.
Phone at 10:23 this morning, Nicole provided, fingers still tapping. He demanded to speak to a manager, saying that he and his family had been abducted. He was afraid for his life and evoking the special circumstances clause in the kidnapping policy. Essentially, in the event that the policyholder faces credible risk of imminent death, the company will pay out half of the value of the life insurance policy as additional ransom. Given that a dead Justin Denby would cost the company $10 million in life insurance, it's in the company's own best interest to pay up more now in order to save later. Wyatt turned that around in his head.
So, instead of paying out just the $4 million in ransom insurance, the company will pay that, plus an extra $5 million from the life insurance policy?
Precisely. $9 million in ransom versus $10 million in death benefits, Tessa murmured. Once again, the captors seem to know a great deal about the Denbys' personal affairs, including just how high they can go with their ransom demand before capping out.
Our theory has always been that the kidnappers are professionals,
Hawks spoke up, re-cueing the video.
Given that, it makes sense they do their homework before embarking on this enterprise.
Enterprise. It sounded so clinical, even businesslike, Wyatt thought. Until you looked at Justin's battered face. The man had been worked over good, a ring of crusty blood still plastered to the hairline at his left temple, his lower lip cut and puffy, his right eye entirely swollen shut, not to mention a massive bruise on his other cheek, plus half a dozen larger and smaller lacerations combining to form one grotesquely misshapen mess. Yet, the man had stared into the camera directly and spoken in a firm voice. Still holding up, then. Maybe because the kidnappers were picking on him and not his wife and daughter? Meaning Justin's own demeanor was a sort of proof of life for the rest of his family?
We think she's pregnant.
He hadn't meant to blurt it out like that, but it happened. Staring at Justin's battered face, wondering if the guy even knew what all was going on within his own family. What? Nicole, clearly surprised.
The evidence log. Last page. Contents from the garbage in the garage trash bin.
When did you get a copy of the evidence log? Wyatt shrugged, looked her in the eye.
When didn't you read it?
Nicole scowled, clearly taking his point. In her defense, it was a 30-page document, and given everything she had to review as the lead agent. But still.
One of those stick things from a home pregnancy test,
he continued now, aware of Tessa and Special Agent Hawks watching him.
Marked positive.
You think Libby's pregnant? But if it came from the trash, it could have been anyone's. Wyatt arched a brow.
You mean, like the 60-year-old housekeeper's?
The FBI agent kept her chin up. Or the daughters. She's 15, that's old enough.
True. Any talk of a boyfriend? Or sleeping around?
Not yet, but that's not going to be the first piece of knowledge shared by her closest friends. Frankly, interviewing teenage girls is tougher than approaching mafia henchmen. They'll either close ranks or feed you so much gossip you don't know what to believe. It's going to take us at least a couple more agents, not to mention several more days to sort all those stories out.
In the meantime,
Wyatt stated evenly,
what was good for the gander may have proved good for the goose. Justin cheated on his wife. She cheated back.
Ending up pregnant? She still sounded dubious.
As well as addicted to Vicodin. Don't pity those kidnappers.
Nicole sighed, abruptly rubbed her forehead. Meaning we possibly have 4 hostages. God, what a mess. Well then, all the more reason to make this ransom exchange happen. Shall we? And she gestured once more to the monitor. Justin's initial phone call was short, Nicole explained now. Unfortunately, as we hadn't anticipated a call directly to the insurance company, we didn't have a phone tap in place. As a matter of protocol, however, the call was recorded. Our audio experts are working on it now, hoping to enhance the background noises in order to assist our efforts. Moving forward, of course, we'll establish a designated line at the insurance company, as well as get one of our agents in place. Next time around, a professional negotiator should be able to drag out the conversation, allowing us the opportunity to trace it. Why did he call first? Tessa asked. Why call, then send a video?
Proof of life, Hawks provided. He needed to determine the insurance company's requirement for credible risk of imminent death. You know, what kind of evidence would he need to deliver to support a $9 million ransom demand?
Tessa shuddered slightly. Wyatt agreed.
How does a question like that not lead to chopped-off body parts?
He murmured to no one in particular. Nicole nodded shortly. The customer service manager was obviously shaken by the call, but she held up well. She said they would need visual confirmation that Justin and his family were alive. Justin asked if emailing a video would suffice. She agreed, but said they'd need evidence the video was real-time, not something that had been previously recorded. They agreed that Denby would hold up today's newspaper, SOP for these kinds of situations. Also, the manager gave Justin a code word to use at the beginning and end of the video. Jazz, which apparently is the name of her cockatoo. That way she'd know the footage had been filmed after he'd spoken to her. At the end of the call, you can hear Justin mutter that his face should take care of the rest. We presume that means he felt the image of his bruises, lacerations, etc. should suffice for evidence of credible risk.
Where's the call center? Wyatt asked.
Chicago.
And he emailed the video there?
Directly to the manager's corporate Addy, which she provided. How long did it take? Tessa asked. Between the initial phone call and arrival of the video.
Approximately 40 minutes, Hawks supplied.
He tapped the keyboard and an email appeared on the monitor before them. He scrolled to the end where a long string of technical fine print appeared.
See this? This is the kind of data that's present on all emails, including time and date sent. More relevantly, it also includes the various servers used to route the email from origin computer A to destination computer Z.
You mean you can trace the email? Wyatt asked with fresh interest. He wasn't a computer guy. Liked numbers, fine. A good white-collar crime always being a fun puzzle to solve. But technology? Computers? Definitely more Kevin's domain. Hawks's turn to grimace.
In this case, probably not. Look, this line here is the X-originating IP. In other words, the IP address of the computer that sent the email. We'd love a name, of course. Evil Kidnapper's Computer from Boston. What we got, however, is a string of numbers that will only become relevant later, should we recover a computer to match up. Now, if you move to the next line, the received lines, You'll see each server that the email passed through on its journey from the kidnapper's computer to the life insurance company's desktop. Sometimes these servers are identified by a name, indicating the email passed through a major corporate server on its way around the world, say Hotmail or Verizon. In this case, however, you'll see the receiving IPs have domain names such as Fake It Make It, Hot X, Prescript Meds, interspersed with lines of complete gobbledygook.
Hawks paused, looked up at them.
My best guess? The sender turned this email into spam. Some of these funny-sounding domain names, that's what they are. Massive servers that sit around the globe and spit out emails for Viagra, Canadian drugs, etc. These servers survive by being hard to trace. Our sender took advantage of that, meaning at least one of our unsubs has significant computer expertise. Maybe even runs spam as a side business, that sort of thing. Now, we got people, Hawks provided with a shrug. They'll analyze, dissect, attempt to unravel, but...
He shrugged again, and Wyatt got the message. Tracing the email would be a long shot. The video itself looks homemade, Tessa observed, moving along. Single focus, up close and personal. We're thinking a cell phone, Nicole stated. Something with average resolution, but not a quality video camera. As for the narrow focus, 2 considerations. 1, Justin was counting on his injuries to motivate the insurance company to pay out an additional $5 million, meaning he needs the primary shot to center on that damage. 2nd, the narrow frame also obscures the background, limiting the amount of information we can glean on their current location.
Professionals,
Wyatt sighed.
We do have one hint.
Hawks tapped the arrow on the screen, and they watched the video play yet again, everyone staring intently at the battered face of Justin Denby as he stared back at them. The shot was neck to forehead, no excess space below, above, or around. Just a gray-toned wash of Denby's battered features that darkened slightly at the edges.
No flash, Hawks said. In a focus this tight, flash would wash out the subject's face, render most of his nose, cheeks, stark white. However, no halos around his head either, meaning the light didn't come from behind him. Best guess? The room was sufficiently lit by overhead lights, allowing for even illumination of Denby's features. Rules out some of the northern campgrounds, Wyatt mused, mental gears churning. A lot of them cut the power for the winter, meaning if the kidnappers were staying there, they'd have to rely on flashlights, candlelight, whatever. Not to mention those old cabins. Not many windows for natural lighting. I'm thinking the place has modern lighting, Hawks said. And if not a landline, would have to have reliable access to a cell signal, given the length of the first call. Rules out some of your mountain parks as well. Good point.
I want to see the wife and daughter, Tessa murmured. I don't like that we're not seeing Libby and Ashlyn.
Don't think they want all 3 members of the family together, Wyatt said. 3 together is harder to control. Not to mention, filming gets more complicated. But I think Libby and Ashlyn are doing okay. That's why Justin sounds better than he looks. He might have gotten the shit beat out of him, but his family is untouched. Otherwise, he'd sound more stressed, rattled.
Wyatt turned to Nicole.
Is the insurance company going to pay?
Going through the chain of command now. But either way, they've promised to cooperate with us. We got people traveling to the offices as we speak. Give us another 20 minutes, we'll have a tapped line, not to mention several agents in place. Justin has to make contact again. Not enough information has been provided to complete the transaction, so there'll be another call. And this time, we'll be ready. Chapter 28. We made it down to medical. Radar's boyish face set in an impassive expression as he helped get Ashlyn situated on the steel-bolted bed. Not much to do, according to him. Miscarriage was a natural event, the body's way of coping. Best he could offer was Tylenol for the pain and water to counter the blood loss. Later, I should watch Ashlyn for signs of fever, which could indicate an infection, in which case she would require immediate medical attention. Radar didn't expand upon that statement. Such as, would Z permit one of his $9 million hostages to visit an ER? I had a feeling our ransom demand was about to come back to bite us, especially the way Z had looked at Justin. Had we really managed to negotiate a deal with Mr. Big Bad Commando, or had we somehow just played right into his hands? Radar left, and I went to work removing Ashlyn's blood-soaked jumpsuit, carefully covering her with a towel as I went. A camera was mounted in the corner of the room, and I couldn't bear the thought of Mick sitting in the control center, getting off on my daughter's pain. I wondered if I could reach up, smear water or maybe Vaseline across the tiny electronic eye. But I figured Z would never tolerate such a blatant act of insubordination. He'd materialize, there would be consequences, and looking at my daughter, myself, Justin, how much more abuse could we take? I washed Ashlyn's underwear the best I could in the sink, noticing some tissue, trying not to think about it. Our captors had not considered new undergarments, so I redressed Ashlyn in her still damp panties, now lined with feminine hygiene pads set out by Radar. He'd muttered under his breath that they made handy field dressings, hence his stash. Clean towels above, blood-soaked towels below. Again, best not to think of it. I forced myself to sit, stroking Ashlyn's arm. Her eyelids had stopped fluttering. She appeared to be drifting into sleep, the body doing its best to heal, as Radar had predicted. Radar finally returned. In hindsight, I realized he'd probably been gone a good 30 to 40 minutes. Ironically, the longest time Ashlyn or I had been left unsupervised, let alone unshackled. Just hours ago, we would have run for it. But now... Z seemed to know so much about us, including how completely we would implode. Had he counted on it to make us easy marks? Known that eventually we would hinder ourselves? Ashlyn and I didn't even require management anymore. We'd hamstrung ourselves with our own secrets. How accommodating of us.
Methadone, Radar murmured. One word. He spoke with his back to the camera. I thought about it, and then I understood. I bent over my daughter, my lank hair obscuring my own lips, so I appeared to be comforting Ashlyn. They could see us, but not hear us, meaning that appearances were everything. Those are the pills you gave me? I've heard of it.
It's a synthetic opioid. Helps with withdrawal from other narcotics, such as Vicodin. He turned toward a metal supply case, opening drawers as if searching for something. But it's also addictive. Eventually, you'll have to wean off it. He was trying to advise me. For life after this, assuming the ransom was a success. How many pills should I take? I've been giving you 10-milligram diskettes. First dose was 4 tablets. You seemed to struggle again this morning, so I gave you 2 more. It's not an exact science. A real clinic would spend the first few days of detox figuring out the appropriate dosage for your situation. I'm just winging it. I don't feel... They're not the same as Vicodin. No high, he said bluntly, still rearranging drawers. Methadone manages the worst of the withdrawal symptoms, as you're still on a narcotic, and the pills last longer. You should be able to take 1 dose a day in order to mitigate the depression, nausea, headaches, but like I said, you're swapping one problem for another. Goodbye Vicodin addiction, hello methadone addiction. You'll need to see a real doctor in order to manage the rest of your withdrawal, assuming you want to.
You seem to know a lot about painkiller addiction, I said at last. He shrugged. Drug abuse du jour. You're a good doctor, Radar. I appreciate your help, for me and my daughter. He didn't say anything, appeared uncomfortable. I couldn't help myself. Why do you do this? Work with Z and Mick. You seem to have real skills, real talent. You could get a job in a hospital. Don't. Single word, filled with more menace than I'd anticipated. I drew up short, hesitant, then resumed holding my daughter's hand. The atmosphere in the tiny room now felt tense. Strange, really. Radar was a captor and we were captives. How else should it feel? Except, of the 3 commandos, I trusted Radar the most. He was the caretaker, smuggling me methadone that clearly Z knew nothing about. And he was good with Ashlyn, competent, even compassionate in his administrations. Then again, what had Z said about him? Radar would sell out his own mother if the price was right. Yet, this young man, kid really, knew things about Ashlyn and me that Justin didn't even know. And not only had Radar kept my secret, he seemed to be trying to help me, to prepare me for life beyond these prison walls. I tried to picture my old life, or maybe the new life that would begin sometime after 3 p.m. tomorrow, wearing my own clothes, sleeping in a room with the lights off, returning to my family and friends, one of whom had most likely set us up, meaning none of whom I'd be able to trust. And suddenly, unexpectedly, my eyes filled with tears. I ducked my head, not wanting Radar, let alone Mick in the control room, to see me cry. Oh my God. Where were we going from here? We didn't need Z and his prison cells and orange jumpsuits to break us. We'd done it to ourselves, ensconced in our luxurious Boston townhouse, going through the everyday motions of our extremely privileged lives. Once a real family, now 3 mere clichés. The pill-popping wife, the unfaithful husband, the pregnant teenage daughter. Justin seemed fixated on our rescue as some sort of magical switch. Our kidnappers would deliver us in return for the insurance money, and that would be that. We'd click our heels 3 times, whisper there's no place like home, and instantly wake up in our own beds. Justin would go back to work, Ashlyn would go back to school, and I'd visit a methadone clinic and get my addiction under control? Or say fuck it and rush back to my lovely orange bottle of pills first chance I got? I didn't know. I honestly didn't know, and for a moment, the thought of going home, of returning to our real lives with all the unsolved problems, it terrified me. At least in here we knew who the enemy was, whereas once we were home... Beside me, Ashlyn suddenly jerked awake. Her hazel eyes flew open, panic written all over her face. Mom! It's okay. I'm here. Shh. Oh, Mom! I could tell the second she finished coming round, as her hands dropped down automatically, cupping her tender stomach. She gazed at me a long time, her expression still young, but already older than I wanted it to be. I know, honey, I murmured. I know. Don't tell Dad, she whispered, the words nearly automatic. I had to smile, but it was a sad expression on my lips. He'll always love you, sweetie. No, he won't. He has standards, she said, and her tone was clearly bitter. I didn't know what to say about that, so I resumed my bedside vigil. A daughter who had kept her mother's secret, and now a mother charged with keeping her daughter's secret. I'll, grab a new jumpsuit, Radar muttered, clearly uncomfortable. He exited, leaving us once more unsupervised and unshackled, merely trapped in our own self-induced misery. I brushed the tears from my daughter's cheek, and we waited, together, for the worst of our pain to ease. We couldn't hide in medical forever. Z must have demanded an update. Upon hearing that Ashlyn was stable enough, it was back to the family cell for us. Radar walked on one side of Ashlyn, I took the other. She moved gingerly, but didn't require much support. To be 15 again, so young and fixable. Her footsteps slowed as we entered the cavernous day room. I didn't blame her. Justin had never been one to run from a fight. Sure enough, the cell door barely clanking shut behind us.
I want to know his name.
Justin rose to standing in the middle of the tiny space, arms crossed over his chest, voice stern and cold, not asking, but demanding. Ashlyn, pulling her arm away from me, bringing up her chin.
Maybe his last name is Chapman, as in your girlfriend's younger brother. He'd be about my age, right?
My eyes widening, just as my husband paled. Justin whirled on me.
How dare you tell her?
I didn't. I did!
Ashlyn in full glory now, arms flung out, thin body nearly levitating with hostility.
I checked your phone, Dad. I read your emails. Quite a little exchange you had with a girl young enough to be my sister. Wonder what her father would think. Maybe she's not supposed to sleep around either. Maybe she was also supposed to wait for a boy who would honor her and love her and respect her. You know, all that crap you used to feed me before running out the door to cheat on your family. Hypocrite! Fucking liar!
Ashlyn! Myself, stepping quickly between my daughter and my husband, as if that might keep Ashlyn safe. Justin's face, already terribly misshapen, had taken on the color of eggplant. Steam should be pouring out of his ears. Certainly every blood vessel in his body appeared ready to burst.
Don't you ever speak to me like that, young lady.
Or what?
Stop!
My voice came out too shaky. I cleared my throat, forced myself to sound more forceful.
Both of you, take a second.
Ashlyn, turning on me now.
Why? You afraid I'm going to tell him about your drug problem?
What?
I wanted to laugh. I understood it would be wildly inappropriate, but the sheer rage on my daughter's face, followed by the sheer bewilderment on Justin's. I wanted to giggle. Except I was pretty sure the first hiccuping laugh would lead straight to tears. Ashlyn, still on a rampage.
Jesus Christ, Dad! She's been stoned out of her mind for months now. The glazed-over eyes, the way you ask her a question and it takes a full minute before she answers. I mean, come on, Dad! It took me 2 weeks to figure out she was abusing prescription painkillers. I'm a kid. What the hell is your excuse?
Justin, officially too stupefied to speak. Me, a hand now clasped over my mouth because, heaven help me, any second now I was going to burst into hysterics.
I mean, really? You're out all the time with your new girl, Mom's doped out of her skull. Of course I decided to have a little fun. Even took a tumble in your bed. Not like you two are using it.
Justin lunged. I got my arms around his waist, not that it really mattered. He weighed twice as much as me, and, even bruised and battered, moved like a freight train. He roared something, maybe that he would kill him, the mythical boy, and Ashlyn screamed something, maybe that she hated him, her own father. He was swatting at her, trying to get at our child, our own baby, who just hours before had been pregnant with a baby of her own, and I felt this incredible pressure build behind my eyeballs, a pain beyond any pill's ability to deaden, a hopelessness beyond any wonder drug's ability to lift. Then I was in the fray, digging in my heels, shoving back at my husband, heaving as I screamed at the top of my lungs, "You stupid idiot! I didn't want your money! I didn't want your house! I didn't want your precious business!
I just wanted you to love me, you stupid, stupid asshole! Why couldn't you just love me?
Our legs tangled up. Justin went down hard, hands over his swollen face. I fell to my knees beside him, pounding his shoulder, sobbing hysterically, while Ashlyn wept next to the bunk beds.
And it wasn't just her, was it? There were other women, too. Lots of others. Jesus Christ, you are just like your father. And now I'm just like my mother, except popping pills instead of cigarettes. And we were both supposed to be better than this. What happened? God, Justin, what happened to us? How did we become exactly the people we never wanted to be?
I couldn't stop hitting him. My rage was a feral beast, finally off its leash. I hated my husband, I hated my life, but mostly I hated us, the ways we'd both failed, proving ourselves human, when so long ago we'd been sure we'd rise above all that. Mortals were fallible. We'd been in love. At the last second, I saw my husband's shoulders shake. I saw the tears on his cheeks, the defeated bow of his head. I couldn't take it anymore. I threw my arms around him. I held him close, promising forgiveness I wasn't sure I had in my heart to give, but for now, this moment, if he would just be all right, if we could just pretend to be a family. Ashlyn joined us on the floor, her arms around both of us, damp cheek pressed against my neck. "I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm sorry, sorry." Justin moaned. We cried harder.
"Ah, for the love of God."
Z stood in the open doorway, staring at us as if arriving at the scene of a car accident.
"You people."
He couldn't complete the sentence. And I agreed with him. We defied description. What kind of family behaved like this? What kind of people loved one another and hurt each other anyway?
3 p.m. tomorrow. Not soon enough.
Z stopped shaking his head, stabbing a finger at me instead.
"You, off him."
Another finger pointed at my daughter.
"You too. Stand and present."
Ashlyn and I climbed shakily to our feet. Z stared at us harder. We threw our shoulders back, assuming the posture of good soldiers. He grunted his approval. Then, his gaze went to Justin, now uncurling on the floor.
"Whatever happened, I'm sure you deserved it. Ladies, with me."
We started walking forward just as Justin rose unsteadily to his feet.
"Wait."
Ashlyn continued marching, but I stopped. I couldn't help myself. I'd loved this man so much of my life. The afternoons at the firing range, our first home, the birth of our daughter, the way I used to wake up and find him watching me so intently. All those moments when I know I had really, truly seen him. All those moments when I know he must have really, truly seen me.
"I didn't realize," Justin murmured, "what was going on with Ashlyn. With you. I didn't realize. And Ashlyn's right. I should have. A good man. An attentive father. I fucked up, Libby. That's on me. When we get home, if you want a divorce, I'll do whatever you want. I'll even rip up the prenup. House, company, whatever you'd like. I won't fight you. In fact, you can have it all. It's the least you deserve, and shame on me for not realizing that sooner. But I wish I would miss our family, Libby. I would miss us."
I waited for him to say more, but he swallowed instead, choked up. I thought of all the things I could offer in reply. Forgiveness, acknowledgement of my own crimes, or, more importantly, that I missed us too. Had for months, and no pill in the world had been able to fill that void. All the nights I had wandered down to the darkened basement, my hand pressed against that closed bedroom door, willing my husband to feel my presence, to open his door to me. I said, "How many other women, Justin?" "You're the only one I've ever loved," he said. Which told me enough. I turned away from my husband and walked toward my captor instead. Chapter 29. While the Boston cops and FBI went to work on strategizing possible ransom scenarios, Tessa and Wyatt decided to follow up with Anita Bennett. In her house, surrounded by pictures of her family, hopefully, including her youngest son, who may or may not be Justin Denby's half-brother. Being the local, Tessa drove. Wyatt resumed his easy sprawl in the passenger's seat, except this time he was scowling. "You don't look happy," Tessa ventured at last, threading her way from Starrow Drive to Route 2 toward Lexington, Massachusetts. "I'm disgruntled." "Personally or professionally?" "Professionally. I don't have a personal life to get disgruntled about." "Really?" "I like carpentry, making things with my hands. Other than that, I work a lot. No wife, no kids, no girlfriend." "Okay." He turned, regarding her steadily. "You? How does the life of a corporate investigator compare with your days as a state trooper?" "Better hours, better pay," she said. "But do you love it?" It took her a bit to answer. "I like it," she said at last. "For my daughter's sake, that's enough." She could feel him watching her from the passenger's seat, not speaking, not scrutinizing, just being. She found herself saying, "You haven't asked me about my husband." "Your business, not mine." 2 years ago, she heard herself continue, "Brian was shot dead, and my daughter went missing. I confessed to shooting him, but was also charged with killing my own kid." "Your daughter's alive. You said so." "I found her. Some of my methods didn't necessarily color inside the legal lines. I won't ever be welcomed in law enforcement again. But I have my daughter back, and that's what matters most." "You know," he drawled slowly, "now that you mention it, that case rings a bell." She stiffened, steeling herself for the inevitable comments on her shooting skills, or even a crack on how her husband must have deserved it. Instead, he asked, "How's your daughter holding up?" "She told me to look for the Denby family in cold, dark places. Also, to bring cookies and carry my gun." "Smart kid." She found herself nodding, and thinking that she liked Wyatt Foster. Liked him a lot. "You ever been married?" she asked. "Yep. Total train wreck. But I've got nothing against domestic life. And between you, me, and the lamppost, I like kids. It's one of those things guys can't really say, though. Comes out sounding creepy. Which, given how much I respect your skills, is not the impression I'm trying to make." "I don't date much. This must be what happened when you went too long without adult company," she decided. First attentive listener, and it was like she had diarrhea of the mouth. She continued, "My focus is my daughter, creating a safe, stable home environment for her. She deserves that much." "Ah, hence the scraped back hair." "That's the second comment I've received in 2 days. What is it about my hair?" "You're too young to look that old," Wyatt said matter-of-factly. "Besides, it doesn't work for me. I see something pulled back that tight. Mostly, I get curious how it might look down. You know, preferably after a nice dinner, followed by a couple glasses of wine, that sort of thing." Tessa was no longer watching the road. She was staring at the man sitting in her passenger's seat, and she was pretty sure she was blushing. Blushing, for heaven's sake. "But I imagine you don't date on the job," he continued now, voice still perfectly even. "Exactly," she managed, and returned her eyes to the road.
They fell back into silence. "So," she drawled after another few minutes, "you're disgruntled."
Yes. The kidnappers are exposing themselves. They're making phone calls, buying local newspapers, and most likely getting supplies to treat a woman in the midst of pretty serious withdrawal. And yet, we still can't get a beat on them. It's pissing me off.
"We don't have a description," Tessa pointed out. "It's hard to make headway without a tangible description of the suspects to circulate. I mean, what can local law enforcement do right now? Ask local gas stations if any strangers bought a newspaper today? At this rate, we should feel disgruntled. We're still skirting the perimeters of the crime. We haven't reached the heart of the matter."
"I called my office," Wyatt said. "Got them working with the local wireless providers to identify chunks of real estate that don't receive adequate cell coverage. Sounds like that will eliminate a great deal of the White Mountain National Forest. Course, most of the real estate in question is high altitude or deep country. Not exactly accessible for hiding hostages anyway."
"Process of elimination is still something. A no that helps lead to yes."
Forest rangers have been making progress too, visiting campgrounds and trailheads. At this rate, we may work ourselves down to a mere fifth of the state left to search by tomorrow.
"See? Smaller haystack. Well done."
Wyatt stopped scowling, grinned instead. "I like you," he said. "Hairdo aside, I'm going to ask you out one day, but not today. Today, we're going to focus on the Denby family."
"Not much time left," she murmured, taking the exit for Lexington as she followed her GPS's directions for Anita Bennett's house.
"Exactly," he agreed, fingers drumming against the middle console. "Exactly."
Anita Bennett opened her front door after the first ring. She took in Tessa, wearing black Ann Taylor slacks topped with a fitted white shirt, and frowned slightly. Then she spotted Wyatt, standing in full view of her neighbors in his dark brown sheriff's uniform, and positively scowled. "Come in," she said, less of an invitation, more of a demand. They did. Anita wore a long dark skirt with slim black boots, topped with a heather-colored cable-knit sweater. She matched the white-painted black-shuttered house, Tessa thought, a perfect advertisement for refined New England living. Currently, the woman was fidgeting with her long string of pearls and looking at Tessa and Wyatt as if she didn't know what to do with them. "We have some more questions," Tessa said by way of explanation. "I would have met you at the office. As it is, we've just returned from church. It will only take a minute." A last scowl, then Anita seemed to give up. Her shoulders came down slightly. She gestured for them to follow her. "Honey, who's here?" A man's voice from the end of the hallway. Anita didn't immediately answer, but kept walking, leading them past a massive kitchen with black granite countertops and cherrywood cabinets, then the formal dining room, until they finally arrived in a smaller sitting room, boasting a fireplace, a pair of silk-covered wingback chairs, and a vintage 1920s love seat. Tessa found this interesting. She would have described the COO's office as modern, while her home was clearly New England traditional. She wondered what other differences distinguished work Anita from home Anita. An older man in black slacks and a cranberry-colored sweater had been sitting in front of the lit fire. Now he rose, moving gingerly, and offered a hand. He had a full head of striking gray hair, topping a broad, friendly face with wire-rimmed glasses.
"Daniel Coakley," he said by way of introduction, "Anita's husband. And you are?"
"These are two of the investigators looking for Justin and his family," Anita said crisply. But Tessa noticed the woman's gaze softened when she looked at her husband. She moved closer, placing a hand on his arm in an almost protective gesture. "It's okay, Dan. They just need to ask me a few more questions. Do you mind?" Dan seemed to take that as his cue to depart. He nodded at both of them, then worked his way slowly down the hallway in the direction they had come. "Heart attack,"
Anita said, in answer to their unspoken question. Last year. He died twice on the way to the ER. You have no idea how much that puts your life in perspective. She gestured to the forest green wingback chairs. Tessa took one, Wyatt the other. Anita perched on the edge of the golden green-covered sofa, putting plenty of distance between her and the investigators, Tessa noticed, while sitting ramrod straight, hands clasped on her knees, body language radiating wariness. Given the woman's discomfort, Tessa took her time, letting the silence drag out while she took inventory of the room, seeking out family photos. She spotted 2 larger framed prints, one close-up shot of 3 school-age boys piled up on a hillside, bright faces beaming. Then, the classic family shot, a younger Anita seated in one of the wingback chairs, 3 now teenage boys kneeling around her, while a noticeably larger, healthier Daniel Coakley stood behind them all, hand on her shoulder. In this photo, Tessa could see that Anita's husband had had blonde hair, which complemented his fair complexion. Before going silver gray, Anita appeared to have been a strawberry blonde with equally pale skin, which left their youngest son with noticeably darker features than the rest of the family. She and Wyatt exchanged a look. He was seated comfortably in the other wingback chair, one leg crossed casually on the other, elbows resting at his side. He was going with his quietly accessible demeanor, not pressuring their interview subject, but letting her come to him. Effective approach, given how much Tessa herself had volunteered in just one car ride. "We have received a ransom demand," Tessa said. Clearly, this was not what Anita had been expecting. Immediately, the COO was on her feet, fingers once again working her pearls. How? When? What do they want? Are Justin and his family okay? Demand is $9 million. Justin evoked some special clause that allows an additional life insurance payment in situations of extreme danger. Oh my God. Anita's hand covering her mouth. Is he... all right, Ashlyn, Libby. Justin states they are currently safe, but we haven't received visual confirmation yet. Will the insurance company pay? Being worked out as we speak. Of course they'll pay, Anita said, no longer looking at them, but seeming to speak to herself. That's why one carries such policies, so that when the worst happens, the company will pay, and Justin and his family will be returned safe. When? Soon, we hope. Anita sat back down. Her earlier wariness was gone. She appeared intent now. So, what do you need from me? How can I help? Tessa and Wyatt exchanged another glance. If Anita had a vested interest in the Denby family's disappearance, she was doing a good job of hiding it. Or maybe none of this was news to her. The ransom had been part of the plan, and all was proceeding on schedule. Tessa decided to cut to the chase. Tell us about your youngest son. The COO froze. For one moment, Tessa thought the older woman might fight it, but then she conceded their point with a single, stiff nod. I see the rumor mill's been busy, as usual. Tessa and Wyatt just waited. You want to know why I didn't just tell you everything yesterday? Anita continued, unprompted. First second you arrived in my office, I should have aired my dirty laundry, dragged all the skeletons out of the closet, because, of course, Justin's disappearance must have something to do with my son. Families are like that. Again, Tessa and Wyatt said nothing. He doesn't even know, Anita said abruptly. Timothy, I mean. Daniel does. And yes, it was a very difficult time in our marriage, but we survived it. And Daniel loves Timmy, views him as just as much his son as our other 2 children. In the end, we decided to let it be. Daniel is happy, Timmy is happy. Why rip apart our family for no good reason? Does Justin know? Wyatt spoke up. Anita shrugged. People in the company have whispered about it for years, of course, but I've never directly stated that Timmy is Dale Denby's son. Frankly, the first 10 years I wasn't even sure myself. Of course, as Timmy's grown up, the family resemblance—
Does Justin know?
Wyatt pressed again. Anita seemed to be struggling. I'm sure he must suspect it, she finally allowed. But again, for Timmy's sake as much as anyone's, I've never gone there, and I never will. For Timmy's sake? Tessa repeated, allowing disbelief to color her voice. Because being in line for a $100 million family business can't possibly be in his best interest? Anita smiled faintly. Do you know what Tim is studying at college? They shook their heads. Animal husbandry. He wants to move to Vermont and start his own free-range, all-organic, all-environmentally correct dairy farm. Timmy isn't interested in building $200 million prisons or hospitals or colleges. He wants to be one with the earth. So he sells his share of the business and uses it to start his farm. What share? Anita said calmly. Dale didn't leave the firm to his surviving heirs. He left it to Justin, specifically, by name. Even if I wanted to subject my family to the strain of declaring Timmy's parentage, it wouldn't change anything. Besides, given the shape the firm's in, I'm not sure it could survive the drama. And again, for what? Justin is the right member of the Denby family to be heading the company. He loves it. My son has his own dreams. Nothing is broken. Nothing needs to be fixed. Tessa wasn't buying it. You're denying your son part of his family, let alone the choice of getting involved with the business. Excuse me. I am the business, and Timmy spent as much of his childhood at the Denby construction offices as my 2 other boys. At any point, if he was interested in construction, I could have gotten him involved with the firm, given my own position, let alone his possible gene pool. He's never been interested.
And Justin's really okay with this?
Wyatt again, sounding just as skeptical as Tessa. We've never spoken of it. Ever. Timmy was just a baby when Dale died. Then, by the time he hit 10 and started looking more and more like Justin and less like Daniel, what was the point? People suspected. Rumors swirled, but Justin has never asked me, and I've never volunteered.
But Timothy got a college scholarship. First one Denby ever paid.
Anita hesitated. Her gaze slid away. Justin offered, she murmured. Company had had a good year. Who was I to argue?
So he knows,
Wyatt pressed. We've never spoken of it, Anita repeated stubbornly. Apparently in her world, denial made it so. Daniel was back, standing in the doorway.
Justin knows, he said.
The words came out hoarsely. The man cleared his throat as if to speak again, but Anita was already moving to his side. Honey, it's okay, they're just leaving. Daniel stood his ground.
Justin knows, he said again, the words firmer this time. Those bonuses he gives you, they're profit sharing, for Timmy too, like the checks he sends to his mother.
Anita flushed, didn't say anything. Tessa and Wyatt regarded Daniel with fresh interest. Why do you say that? Tessa asked.
Dale, whatever else you wanted to say about him, always met his obligations. Justin's like that, too. Takes care of his mother, given her a share of the proceeds of the company, even though she hasn't spoken to him in years. He takes care of his half-brother, likewise, even if Timothy has never been acknowledged.
You don't know, Anita started.
You set the money aside, Dan interjected loudly. You dole out part of your year-end bonus to Timmy, but not to Jimmy and Richard. You think I don't know why?
You think some year Tim won't ask?
Anita flushed, didn't say anything.
Justin knows, Daniel repeated. But he doesn't pry. After all these years, it's just one of those things. The arrangement works, as long as no one questions it.
And Tim has never questioned it? Tessa asked.
No, ma'am. And Justin's never questioned it?
Wyatt pressed.
Not that I know of.
We're going to pull your financials, Tessa warned, glaring hard at Anita. Anything else you'd like to tell us now, before we read about it later? Anita flushed again. I have nothing to hide. Whatever happened to Justin, whoever is holding him for ransom, it has nothing to do with me or my family.
Any fresh ideas who might be behind it?
Wyatt again. Anita regarded him curiously. It doesn't have to be any of us, does it? I mean, if it's a ransom case, and he's been taken by professionals, well, I mean, anyone can tell Justin is a wealthy man. His homes, his cars, the company. Maybe he was targeted because of who he is, not who he works with. They knew the security code to his townhouse, Tessa rattled off. They knew the family's schedule, the home's layout, and exactly when and where to strike. This was an inside job, and you'd better believe Justin is as aware of that as we are. Meaning, the second he and his family are safe at home, you really think Justin's going to just let this whole incident slide? Anita had paled. She shook her head. It's going to be warfare, Tessa continued. Justin himself is going to go after each and every one of you, even if it means dismantling his own company brick by brick. The more you know him, the bigger your exposure is going to be. So speak now, Anita. We're willing to listen. Justin, on the other hand, after having watched his wife and daughter suffer? I don't know anything, Anita insisted. I wouldn't harm Justin, let alone his family. And I can't think of anyone else in the firm that might.
Not even someone who was unhappy with the direction things were moving? Wyatt pressed. Might think he or she could do better if they were in charge?
A slight hesitation. You should talk to Ruth Chan. The CFO? Tessa asked. The one on vacation? We finally spoke this morning. She was going to head straight for the airport, try to get on the first available flight out. But in the beginning, when I told her what had happened to Justin, she got real quiet. It's not that she said anything or confessed anything, just... Tessa and Wyatt waited. Anita finally looked up. She didn't seem shocked. I told her Justin and his family had gone missing, and it didn't seem to surprise her at all. Chapter 30. Z led Ashlyn and me through a maze of broad corridors. At first, I thought we must be heading to the kitchen for lunch duty, but after we bypassed those doors, I gave up guessing our destination and simply followed in his wake. He hadn't bothered to shackle our wrists, nor did he walk between us. Instead, he strode forward several paces, shoulders loose, body language relaxed, a man who might as well be on a Sunday stroll. Now that the ransom wheels were set in motion, did he figure he had little to fear regarding an attempted escape? Or when it came to him versus us, did he just figure he had little to fear? Ashlyn was moving slowly. She should be resting in bed, not roaming a vast, hard-floored building. When we got home, I'd take her directly to the doctor, as well as have a long overdue heart-to-heart chat. Z finally arrived at a heavy steel door. He opened it, and we entered a modest room with floor-to-ceiling wood paneling against one wall and a raised dais. A gold cross was mounted on the wood paneling. Chapel, I realized. We had reached the prison's sanctuary. Radar was already there. He had every light on and was walking around the space with his iPhone, either filming or snapping photos. He looked up when we entered, but his face was as expressionless as always. "We'll start them here," he said to Z, pointing to a spot on the dais. "Should give us enough light, with a neutral enough backdrop. I gotta go with a wider frame to include 2 people, so the viewers are going to see more, but wood paneling's pretty nondescript." "Their jumpsuits?" Z asked. Radar held up his phone, aimed it at Ashlyn and me. "Not gonna happen. Orange collar, clearly visible." Z nodded, apparently having expected this answer. He gestured toward the corner, where I saw a pile of clothing on the floor. Our clothing. From the first day. Was that yesterday, or the day before? Time grew murky when you spent 24/7 under the glow of fluorescent lighting. I didn't know how lifers learned to stand it. "Tops only," Z instructed us. "Just throw them on over your jumpsuits. Then we'll figure out the collars." I finally understood what they were trying to do. Disguise us and our location. Of course, the ransom demand had to be beamed to the authorities, who would scrutinize the video footage for any clues as to our whereabouts. For example, cinder block walls, orange prison jumpsuits, anything they could see in the frame. So we'd film against the one non-institutional wall in the entire facility while wearing our last known garments. As usual, Z had thought of everything. I handed Ashlyn her baby blue waffle knit shirt. Raising her arms over her head clearly pained her, so I helped drag the form-fitting sleep top over her oversized jumpsuit. The jumpsuit top bulged awkwardly, while the bright orange collar poked through the waffle shirt's crew neck like an out-of-place bird of paradise flower. Z took one look and shook his head. "Top of the jumpsuit. Off." Ashlyn and I looked around. The room was one open space. No alcove to tuck inside or half-wall to duck behind. "We need privacy," I stated primly. Z stared at us, cobra tattoo nearly hissing. "Why? Radar's already seen it all, and I could care less. Get it done." We remained standing there, staring at him. Myself, I could do it. But strip my daughter? Bear her to these 2 men who'd already taken so much from us? Ashlyn's shoulders had hunched, her body unconsciously rounding as if to make herself small. I couldn't take it. I positioned myself in front of her, crossed my arms over my chest, and faced off against Z. "We need privacy," I repeated. Z sighed. He spoke as if addressing 2 small children. "Let me explain how this is going to work. You will do exactly what I tell you to do. You will say exactly what I tell you to say. Or, if you misbehave," he leveled his gaze at me, "I'll let Mick beat the shit out of your daughter. Or, if you misbehave," his gaze switched to Ashlyn, "I'll let Mick beat the shit out of your mom. Now fix the wardrobe." "It's okay, Mom," Ashlyn whispered behind me. "Remember when I was little, at the beach? We can figure it out." When Ashlyn was little, it was often just her and me at the beach, given Justin's work schedule. Ashlyn hadn't the patience for the overcrowded changing room, let alone the long line, so I would hold a towel around her as a makeshift curtain while she wiggled her suit on or off. Later, I got to the point I could lay in the sand with a towel draped over the top of my body and make my own wardrobe adjustments, while my 4-year-old giggled uncontrollably. If I thought about it, it had been her and me against the world for a long time. And my daughter was right. Having come this far, no reason we couldn't figure things out. She reached her hands under her waffle shirt and worked the snaps. She got one arm out, then the other. With the waffle shirt hanging loose around her shoulders, she divested the short sleeves of the jumpsuit top, then got her arms back in the waffle top.
We left the top of the jumpsuit hanging down at her waist, where it would be out of the video frame. Next, my turn. I'd been wearing a champagne-colored wrap top, also form-fitting and never going to work layered on top of a baggy jumpsuit. I gave Z and Radar my back and got to it. Undressing wasn't so bad. Snap, snap, and the top of the jumpsuit dangled down, while I kept my arms crossed protectively over my chest. Ashlyn handed me my top. For a moment, I smelled oranges, and my eyes welled with longing before I realized it was simply the citrus notes of my perfume embedded in the silky fabric. Postcards from another life, one that I knew hadn't been that long ago. 1 day, 2 days, and yet already was completely alien to me. It felt wrong to pull such a delicate fabric over my sweat-encrusted skin, to surround myself in silken finery after days of wearing a stiff, oversized man's jumpsuit. My hair was too rank, my nails too dirty. A jail cell made the filth easier to take, but this, a visit to the past, a note of refinement amid the abyss.
Mom? Let me.
I'd been trying to fasten the complicated tie system at the waist of the wrap shirt, but my fingers were shaking too badly. Now, Ashlyn brushed my hands away and took over working the knots. I admired her dexterity as much as I admired her bravery. We had screwed up, obviously. A family of 3 absolute fuck-ups, and yet, each of us, in our own way, was holding up. My 15-year-old, highly privileged, officially sexually active daughter had not collapsed. She was not sobbing hysterically or shutting down or whining constantly. She was functioning. We were all functioning. We would get through this, I told myself. We'd survive. We'd return home and we would forge on. We'd forgive. We'd forget. That's what families did, right? Muddled through in full, imperfect glory. Ashlyn and I finished our preparations, her top in place, my top in place. We moved to the spot Radar indicated on the dais, then Z handed me a newspaper, the Sunday edition. I tucked it beneath my arm as he gave each of us a 1-page script. He had the piece of paper flipped over, blank side up. Now, he said, "On the count of 3, Radar will start filming. You will each start reading, alternating line by line. Ashlyn going first. Remember, no ad-libbing, no straying from the script, or the other one pays the price." My first tingle of apprehension. 1. Why wouldn't he let us preview the script? 2. Why the need to threaten us with Mick? 3. Radar nodded his head. We flipped over our pages, and once again, my heart sank in my chest.
My name is Ashlyn Denby,
my daughter whispered. In the background, Z scowled at her, cupping his hand around his ear. My name is Libby Denby, I filled in, my voice louder, as he'd indicated. Ashlyn cleared her throat.
Today is Sunday.
I provided the date, then, following the note from the script, hastily unfolded the newspaper and flashed the front page.
We are here with my father, Justin Denby,
my daughter intoned. To secure our freedom, I read, you must wire $9 million to the following account. I read off a long list of numbers. The script instructed me to repeat. I licked my lips and repeated.
Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will call you,
my daughter recited. On Justin Denby's iPhone, I read. The call will be in FaceTime. You'll be able to see us. We'll be able to see you.
You will verify that we are alive,
Ashlyn said. Her eyes flew up. She glanced at me almost eagerly. You will then have 10 minutes to wire the money.
Once the full payment is received, Ashlyn read, we will provide the address of the location where we can be retrieved unharmed. By 3:11 p.m., I said, if the full $9 million has not been successfully wired to the account provided, the first member of our family— Ashlyn paused, glanced up. Z stared at her hard, both willing the words from her mouth and reminding her sternly of the consequences if she failed to utter them. The first member of our family will be killed, Ashlyn whispered. To be selected at random, I intoned, my voice equally quiet. There will be no negotiation. No additional contact. The money will be received, Ashlyn murmured. Or one by one, we will die, I finished. Pay the money, Ashlyn read flatly. Keep us alive. Did my voice sound pleading? Jazz, Ashlyn said. I frowned, spotted the word on my own script. Jazz, I repeated. Then, just like that, Radar lowered his phone, and the show was over. Ashlyn and I didn't talk again. We retreated to the corner of the room, peeling off the clothes that were once ours and now felt as if they belonged to other people from another life. Radar had exited immediately, probably to deliver the short video. Email it? I wasn't a techie, but he seemed to know what he was doing. Z waited for us beside the door, hands in the front pockets of his black cargo pants. He didn't attempt to sneak glances as we changed, seeming immune to our presence. Of our captors, he was the one I could least figure out. Clearly, he was the leader of this operation, the brains, who was equally respected for his brawn. Former military. Current private mercenary? The kind of man who would do whatever, hurt whomever, as long as the money was good? Kidnap a family, beat a husband, terrify a wife and teenage daughter? As of this moment, was he double-dipping? Receiving payment from whoever had wanted us taken, while also attempting to earn an additional $9 million in ransom funds? Or would that be unethical, a break in some mercenary code? There was a thought there, a kernel of an idea I struggled to hold. Given what we knew thus far, the locked front door, the insider knowledge of our routine, we'd assumed someone we knew must have hired Z and his team to take us, except we'd never figured out who or why. Which brought up the logical question, would this same person who was willing to pay for us to disappear really want us returned home again, safe and sound? The ransom exchange made sense for Z, Radar, and Mick, each of whom stood to receive millions of dollars. But what about the mystery mastermind? What did he get out of all of this? Surely it had to be in his best interest for us to never be found alive. Which might explain the current take-it-or-leave-it approach to the ransom demands. Certainly the script that Ashlyn and I had just read hadn't allowed any room for negotiation, good faith exchanges, or counteroffers. Just pay $9 million by 3 p.m. tomorrow, or members of the Denby family will start turning up dead. It was as if Z was waiting for an excuse to kill us. Maybe because that was still his overarching charge, the terms of the first contract. And, as strange as it sounded, Z struck me as the ethical type. A man as good as his word, the kind of guy who made a promise, then kept it. I shivered, and once I started, it was hard to stop. 24 hours, I thought. 24 hours, and then either a miracle would occur, and we'd find ourselves safely back in our own home, or we were as good as dead. Chapter 31. Wyatt was not happy. His fellow investigators were not happy.
He and Tessa had returned to the Denbys' Boston townhouse upon receiving word of fresh contact. A short video of Libby and Ashlyn Denby had been emailed to the life insurance company approximately 30 minutes ago. Now they were all once more huddled in the back of the FBI's mobile command center, staring at the computer screen. The video had just ended. Special Agent Hawks hit replay. Again. Then again. None of the subsequent viewings improved any of their moods. No contact information for follow-up questions, no room for renegotiating the ransom terms or demanding a good-faith gesture, such as the release of the youngest family member. Just a flat-out exchange. Pay the money or pick up the bodies. How do we know they won't kill the Denbys the second after we wire the money? Nicole scowled. She was twirling a loose strand of blonde hair around her finger, a nervous habit Wyatt knew she hated, but couldn't break. We don't, her fellow FBI agent Hawks countered. Sounds like the whole exchange happens long distance. We pay, the Denbys provide an address, then we get to rescue them. Talk about a KISS approach to kidnapping, Wyatt drawled. Keep it simple, stupid. Which is exactly what they're doing. Insurance company won't go for it, Nicole warned. Denby Construction will threaten to sue if they don't, Tessa countered. She was standing next to Wyatt. Her hair smelled like strawberries, and he really did want to remove that plain black hair elastic just to see how it fell around her shoulders. Now was not the time or place to notice such things, of course, and yet he did. After all, the policy contains an imminent risk of death clause, and here's a video of the insurance stating they'll be killed if monies aren't delivered. Seems pretty slam dunk to me. We need more information, Nicole continued primly. That's the whole point of the negotiations. We should be demanding concessions, such as the release of the girl. Instead, we're being squeezed just as tightly as the insurance company, told nothing, ordered to deliver everything. We take all the risk, they gain all the reward. Wyatt held up his hand. Let's talk about that. Before we get too far into what this video doesn't tell us, let's discuss what it does. He ticked off one finger. Experienced captors. Professionals, we already knew that, Nicole still twirling her hair. We thought in terms of hired muscle, most likely former military. But what about prior kidnapping for ransom experience? You guys have databases. Got any lists of professionals, known offenders who've done this kind of thing before? That might tell us something. Nicole frowned, but nodded. She gestured to Hawks, who started typing. They're using an iPhone, Tessa continued brainstorming. Given that tomorrow's phone call will be in FaceTime, they'll dial Justin's number in the FaceTime mode, and once we pick up, it'll be like a video conference. We can see and hear them, and they can see and hear us. Given the quality of the video, Hawks spoke up, an iPhone would work. Now, FaceTime requires a Wi-Fi connection, but that's not really an issue in this day and age. Could be they have Wi-Fi available at their location, or they brought a MiFi, creating their own hotspot. Can we trace it? Wyatt, the non-techie, asked. The Wi-Fi signal? If the signal were unsecured and we were within distance to receive it, yes. There are some tools that could lead us to the source, but that means being able to pick up the Wi-Fi signal, identifying it's the one being used by the unsubs, and already being within a few hundred yards, or less, of the broadcast location. Wyatt took that to mean no. What about the iPhone? Don't have a phone number to trace. The call number was blocked when Justin dialed customer service. Best guess, given these guys are pros, is that the iPhone is either stolen or a knockoff. Big black market for consumer electronics, making it easy enough to pick up a couple of disposable phones for a job like this. At least, Hawks shrugged. That's what I would do. The girl was surprised, Tessa said quietly. Justin appeared to be talking off the cuff, but this video, the way they intoned the words...
It's almost like Ashlyn and Libby were following a pre-written script. The threat of death. You could tell that caught Ashlyn off guard.
She didn't freak out, Wyatt murmured, though the look on her face, the moment after reading that line, would haunt him.
They're unharmed, Nicole said. Not beaten, like Justin. Also, holding up well given the situation. Seems to indicate that thus far they've been treated better than he has.
They're not worth more if beaten to a pulp, Wyatt said bluntly. Justin is. But I agree. Whatever threats the kidnappers are using, it's enough to gain cooperation without rendering them hysterical.
Professionals, Tessa murmured. The obvious distinction.
Wyatt bent over, scrutinizing the video. Background looks like wood paneling, he said. Agreed, Hawks seconded. Consistent with many hiking lodges.
He turned this around in his mind, trying to think through the logistics.
The Denbys will provide the address of their location once the money is transferred, he muttered out loud. Meaning, the kidnappers have to wait around to ensure their demands have been met, most likely somewhere close enough that the family continues to play by the rules, even when on the phone with us. Then, the moment the payment has been wired to the designated account, two things will happen at once. Law enforcement will descend upon the provided address, and the newly wealthy kidnappers will flee the premises. If you ask me, proves once and for all they're definitely in northern New Hampshire.
3 pairs of eyes greeted him with open skepticism.
City cops, Wyatt informed them dryly. You're accustomed to dozens of uniformed officers who can be anywhere and everywhere in 5 minutes or less. Now, in my neck of the woods, closest backup is an easy 20, if not 40 minutes away. Plenty of time for experienced kidnappers to make their exit, before we can make our entrance. So, he straightened, warming to the subject, we should check out roads. The kidnappers would look for multiple byways. Otherwise, they risk driving directly past arriving officers. Their target hideout would include rural lodges, campsites that lie near multiple points of access. I need a map, and not one of your digital screens, but a real, impossible-to-fold-up paper map that we can mark up with highlighters and abuse with drippings from our lunch.
Got it, Nicole said, and headed for the rear of the mobile command center, where apparently even the FBI kept things as antiquated as real maps. While Nicole dug through a pile, Wyatt used the opportunity to ask,
Any luck interviewing Ashlyn Denby's friends?
Hawks took the liberty of answering.
Yes and no. According to Ashlyn's BFF, Lindsay Edmiston, Ashlyn didn't have a boyfriend and wasn't the type to sleep around. However,
Wyatt and Tessa eyed him expectantly.
Even Lindsay thought Ashlyn was keeping a secret. Friday night, when the parents were supposedly on their date night, Lindsay had invited Ashlyn over to her house, but Ashlyn had refused. According to Lindsay, that was unusual, Ashlyn not being the type who preferred staying home alone. Lindsay had begun to suspect there was a boy in the picture. In fact, Lindsay wondered if on Friday night, when the parents were out, Ashlyn had really been all alone in her bedroom.
She had the boyfriend over? Tessa asked sharply.
Hawks glanced up at them. Maybe. But Lindsay already swears not anyone from the local high school.
Nicole and Hawks had more interviews to conduct. They departed, leaving Tessa and Wyatt to work the map. Wyatt fixated on roads, towns, and wilderness areas in northern New Hampshire. He couldn't get Ashlyn Denby out of his head. The way she'd perked up, looking briefly excited at the promise of her and her family's safe return, only for her face to freeze over again as she and her mother continued to read down the script, getting to the part detailing what would happen if the kidnappers' demands were not met. The killing of the first member of the Denby family. Wyatt got on the phone with his deputy, Gina,
who'd apparently been working with the cellular providers to block out sections of the mountains that lacked cell service. Then he contacted Fish and Game, as well as the Wildlife Agency, updating their own tireless searches of dozens and dozens of campgrounds and trailheads with more X's, more O's. In the end, he marked up the map with multiple games of tic-tac-toe, while identifying a mere 250,000 more acres to search. Taking into consideration major thoroughfares, he homed in on his 3 most likely northern cities. Littleton, which had a major interstate, 93, running right through it, ready to bring the captors down to Boston or up into Vermont. Second choice, Colebrook, on the New Hampshire-Vermont border, with Route 3, as well as 26 and 145 all converging in one extremely isolated town. Finally, Berlin, on the eastern side of New Hampshire's narrow tip, bisected by Route 16, but also very close to Route 2 into Maine. Bigger than the first 2 options, and a rougher town given the boarded-up mills, but then again, probably a comfortable enough place for hired muscle. Wyatt drew 3 big O's, based solely on assumptions and guesses and gut feel. A lot of maybes, given an entire family was on the line. Ashlyn, Libby, Justin Denby. Wyatt set down his pen. He sighed heavily. Tessa, standing across from him, seconded the motion. "Tomorrow, 3 o'clock? It's not going to happen," she stated simply. "No," he agreed. "Even if the insurance company pays. No good reason for a bunch of professionals to let that family walk away." "We have to find them." "Yep." He glanced at his watch. 26 hours and counting. "I want to know the identity of Ashlyn's mysterious boyfriend," Tessa muttered. "Innocent bystander, or one more person with access to the security code for the house." "Good point." "Is it just me, or does every member of this family have a secret?" Wyatt shrugged. "Find me a family that doesn't." Good point. But her tone said she wasn't happy about it. For that matter, neither was he. Wyatt looked around. FBI's command center had emptied out, everyone pursuing various leads, their own insider information. Dividing and conquering, the best way to cover the most investigative ground in the shortest amount of time. Frustrating, though, when others were covering the questions you wanted answered most. "FBI is covering Ashlyn," he stated now, refocusing. "That puts us on Denby Construction, you know, interviewing all the various liars on the management team." Tessa brightened. "I wonder if Ruth Chan's plane has landed." "Excellent idea." They left the mobile command unit and went to find the CFO instead. Chapter 32. Mick escorted us to dinner. The moment he appeared at the cell door, Justin was tense. By unspoken agreement, Justin took up position on one side of Ashlyn, while I stood on the other. In contrast, Mick seemed relaxed, positively grinning as he gestured for all 3 of us to exit the cell. No hand restraints, no person-by-person procession. Like Z, he took the lead, allowing the 3 of us to walk unhindered behind him. He kept his right hand lightly caressing the taser holstered at his waist. Otherwise, Mick strolled along as if he hadn't a care in the world. The promise of $9 million making him giddy? Or simply the joy of the final countdown? In 24 hours or less, this would all be over. We'd be gone, one way or another, picked up by the police or killed by our captors. Maybe Mick wasn't as excited about the possible payout as he was the opportunity to finally exact his revenge. I couldn't picture radar shooting us down in cold blood, but Mick, he would do it with gusto. While Z would keep it quiet and quick, Nothing personal. All business. I missed Radar. For one thing, my nausea was returning, not to mention a general sense of gloom and doom. Withdrawal symptoms creeping up on me as insidiously as any black-clad commando. I needed a pill. Wanted a pill? My beautiful orange prescription bottle. 2, 3, 4 hydrocodone tablets. That lovely feeling of melting. The world slipping sideways till no hard edges existed anymore. Don't worry. Don't overthink. Just go with the flow. Fuck the methadone. I wanted real drugs. We arrived at the commercial-grade kitchen. Mick spread his arm expansively.
Like the cinnamon buns, he said. Now, go work some magic.
I walked through the refrigeration unit and dry storage, trying to muster some enthusiasm, but mostly thinking I'd like to poison the whole lot of them. Undercooked hamburger? Improperly handled chicken? People got sick off meals all the time. Surely I could think of something. Of course, we ate the same food, meaning what would I gain in the end? 6 people down with a GI bug? If our captors were incapacitated at all, most likely they'd leave us in our cell to rot. Maybe even postpone the ransom exchange. Earn us another night in this hellhole while they recovered. No. No food poisoning. Comfort food. An iron-rich, carbo-loading, strength-building meal to fortify my own family, so that tomorrow, come game time, we'd be as ready as we could be. I wanted hamburger, but couldn't find it in the refrigerator. Funny, because I could have sworn I'd seen some this morning when I'd grabbed the bacon for breakfast. Of course, they must have fed themselves lunch. Maybe they grilled up burgers? I settled for cans of stew meat from the dry storage, then returned for a block of cheese, only to discover it was also gone. Sliced up to toss on their burgers? My head ached. The stark overhead lights, bouncing off all the stainless steel, hurt my eyes. But I forced myself to contemplate both the walk-in pantry and the massive refrigeration unit. Both were definitely sparser. In fact, if I conjured up that very first meal of pasta and sauce, what I'd inventoried then versus now? Z and his team were either eating up a storm or cleaning out. Our captors were covering their tracks, preparing for the end.
Hello!
Mick called out, voice already threatening. I forced myself to return to work. I set up Ashlyn with 2 cans of spinach. She promptly wrinkled her nose. I added canned corn, a jar of onions, and canned carrots. Mick gazed at me doubtfully.
That ain't cinnamon rolls.
Quiche? I asked him.
Gesundheit,
he said. Shepherd's pie it is. I put Justin in charge of making mashed potatoes from a box mix, while I dumped the stew meat into a skillet with olive oil and the drained pearl onions. It looked like dog food and smelled about as good. I reminded myself of the cold Hormel raviolis my mother and I used to eat from cans all those years ago, of our elderly neighbor who did eat canned cat food because it was cheaper than tuna, and she had to save as much money as she could in order to buy more vodka. After Ashlyn had drained the vegetables, I had her add them to the stew meat. In the pantry, I found garlic powder and Worcestershire sauce. I added both liberally, while Ashlyn and Mick continued to wrinkle their noses. Next, I found a lasagna pan. Vegetables and stew meat on the bottom, instant mashed potatoes dotted with butter spread on top. The pan went into the oven, and I set about making rolls, while Justin did the dishes and Ashlyn set the table.
Seriously?
Mick asked me. Seriously what?
That food.
I shrugged. Fresh hamburger and potatoes would be better, but you work with what you got.
That's disgusting.
Don't eat it.
Hey, I've lived on MREs. I can eat that slop.
Then don't complain.
What is this? Housewife warfare?
Sure. Now be nice, or next time I'll dust you.
Mick laughed, which might have made me feel better, except his eyes were too bright and the laugh too long, and in the end, Ashlyn moved closer to her father while I switched to the other side of the prep table to roll out the dough. Compared with the morning's cinnamon roll fest, my makeshift shepherd's pie was greeted with considerably less enthusiasm. But as Mick had said, soldiers were used to low standards. Mick filled half his plate with a look that said he'd eat it all just to spite me. Z inspected the layers with a scientist's cool-eyed study, then shrugged and dug in. A plate was set aside for radar. Then my family had their turn. Justin took easily as much as Mick. Ashlyn sighed heavily and delicately scooped out just enough to feed a bird. "Spinach," she shuddered. "Iron," I corrected my daughter, who'd started her day with massive blood loss. "Spinach," she insisted. I ignored her, tended to myself for a change. It really wasn't too bad. 400 times our recommended daily allowance of sodium, not to mention the vegetables were mushy and tasteless, while the meat was stringy and gray, but other than that, I really could have used a pill, a glass of wine, something.
You entertain much?
Z asked abruptly. He was staring at Justin. Z had taken seconds, Mick as well.
What? In that townhouse of yours. You own a business that depends on landing big contracts. Probably doesn't hurt to have the right people over. Wine and dine.
On occasion, Justin allowed. My husband was sitting tightly, his beaten face wary.
She cook?
Z stabbed a fork in my direction. My wife is an excellent cook. You've had enough opportunities to evaluate that for yourself.
What's her favorite food?
Excuse me?
What's her favorite food? Bet she knows yours.
Z turned, stared at me. Beef Wellington, I provided quietly. Z turned back to Justin.
So?
My husband kept his gaze on Z. Fresh oranges, he said slowly. We had them on our honeymoon. Picked them ourselves, straight off the tree. You can't get anything like that from the grocery store. He was right. I had loved them then. Memories of a past life. The current taste of my pain. I found myself looking down at my plate, wishing both men would stop talking about me.
You plant an orange tree for her?
Z asked Justin. In Boston?
Build her a greenhouse. Or don't you know how?
Justin's jaw tightened. Clearly he was being baited, but even I didn't know why. Z suddenly swung toward me.
Gonna leave him?
I glanced up. All eyes were on me, including Ashlyn's.
When you return. Tomorrow night.
Z prodded.
Decision time.
I forced my chin up. None of your business, I said clearly.
Leopard never changes its spots.
Don't you have someone else to go kidnap? He smiled, but it wasn't warm. I swear the cobra tattoo was coiling and uncoiling restlessly around his head.
Don't know. You're going to be a tough family to top. Most people just cry a lot. You guys are much more eventful.
He contemplated Ashlyn next.
Boyfriend? Or are you just a slut?
She went with my approach. None of your business. Which was a shame, because Justin and I had really wanted to know her answer. Probably she had felt the same about us.
Pretty girl like you should have higher standards.
My daughter gave Z her best flat-eyed stare. Really? What's this, advice from a professional fuck-up? I mean, first you kidnap us, now you're a life coach? Z smiled. If Mick's laugh scared me, Z's smile terrified me. He leaned back,
placed his fork across his plate.
Family, he said at last, is a terrible thing to waste.
Then he looked at me, and in his eyes I saw it all: resolution and regret. We were dead. Tomorrow, 3 p.m., they would receive the payoff, and then they would kill us. Business. Plain and simple. Especially when dealing with a man with a fanged cobra tattooed around his head. No one spoke again. Z left. We cleaned up the kitchen. Radar arrived for his dinner, slipping 2 pills under his napkin, which I whisked away when bringing him fresh rolls. I returned the leftover shepherd's pie to the walk-in fridge, dry swallowing the tablets the second I was out of sight, and wishing bitterly they were hydrocodone instead. Finally, Mick escorted us back to our cells. Still no hand restraints, still the illusion of freedom. Dead family walking. When the cell door finally clanked shut behind us, I turned to find him grinning broadly. He winked, waggled his tongue, and mouthed, "Soon." Last glance at the ever-present camera, then he disappeared. Ashlyn was asleep inside a matter of minutes. She climbed up to the top bunk and collapsed. She needed the rest. Justin and I needed to talk. "They're not going to let us go," I said without preamble, perching restlessly on the lower bunk. "Tomorrow, 3 p.m., they're going to take the money, then kill us."
Nonsense.
Justin was lying on his back across from me, hands tucked behind his head, staring up.
"They're professionals. No way they're gonna mess up a chance at 9 mil.
None of this makes any sense. This huge sum of money is wired to their account, then they magically leave us alone? I mean, the second they have the money, what's to stop them from harming us? We're still in a prison. We're still at their mercy.
We'll be in the control room, safe from them. That's what I set up with Z. Tomorrow, come deadline, we'll use Radar's phone to call my cell. Some federal agent in Boston will most likely answer. We'll see him, he'll see us. Visual confirmation. Then you, me, and Ashlyn will move into the control room, locking it down and ensuring our own safety while the funds are being wired. The minute ransom has been received, Z and his team will exit stage right, while we await local law enforcement, who will return us to Boston and allow us to get on with our normal lives.
What if the authorities won't pay the ransom? There's no way to renegotiate or confirm
Z's terms. He wanted to keep things simple. And actually, I agreed. Better to make it all or none. Puts more pressure on the insurance company.
But if the company won't pay,
the company will pay, Libby. They have to. We delivered the proof they requested. The policy is up to date, and frankly, the feds will probably make them. It's in everyone's best interest for tomorrow to go as planned. Trust me. In another 24 hours, we'll be able to put all of this behind us.
I studied my husband, still not convinced. My hands were shaking. I'd taken the methadone, which was supposed to reduce my withdrawal symptoms, but my sense of doom and gloom still wouldn't go away. "We don't even know why they kidnapped us," I muttered next.
"Does it matter?"
"They beat you."
"I'm doing okay."
"They terrorized Ashlyn."
"She's a strong girl."
"How can you be so circumspect?" Justin sat up so abruptly he nearly hit his head on the upper bunk as he swung around to glare at me.
"Still don't trust me, Libby?"
I opened my mouth, but no words came out.
"We're going home. That's what matters here. One way or another, tomorrow, 3 p.m., you and Ashlyn will be on your way to Boston. My family will be safe."
Then I got it. The source of my unease. There was a set to my husband's shoulders I recognized, an edge to his voice. He'd made a decision, one that clearly put the safety of Ashlyn and me above his own. "You're not going to do anything stupid," I heard myself say.
We all need to go home, Justin. We're a family. He smiled, but it wasn't a nice twist of his lips.
Family? I cheated on my wife. Hell, I never even suspected what was going on with my teenage daughter. You tell me, Libby, how terrible would it be if I never made it back?
Don't even talk like that. Your daughter needs you.
And you, Libby? What do you need?
I wanted to tell him I needed us. I wanted to tell him if we could just get home, everything would be all right. But mostly, heaven help me, I saw in my future a lovely orange prescription bottle filled to the top with fresh white pills. Z had been right. Family was a terrible thing to waste, and that's exactly what we'd done. We'd battled one another, we'd betrayed one another, and in the end, for what? We'd return home, except instead of finding solace, we'd have to confront the wreckage of our lives. And still, my eyes welled up. I gazed at my husband, a man who'd hurt me, a man I'd lied to in return, and I found myself crying. For the home we used to have, for the marriage I'd thought we'd built together, for the future I'd always hoped to give my daughter. Justin got off his bunk. He put his arms around me, and though I was stinky and smelly and awful, he tucked me against his chest.
Shh, he murmured. I'm going to fix this, Libby. Trust me. Just trust me. Tomorrow, I'll make everything all right.
I let my husband hold me. I focused on the reassuring strength of his arms, the sound of his heartbeat. Then I pressed my head into the curve of his shoulder, because once upon a time I had loved this man so much, and I knew, one way or another, I'd never get to feel that way again. 3 p.m. Monday. Dead family walking. Chapter 33. Tessa and Wyatt found Ruth Chan in the baggage claim of Terminal E. The petite CFO sported large sunglasses, a dark tan, and a bad case of nerves. When she spotted Wyatt, approaching in his sheriff's uniform, she visibly flinched. Then, she squared her shoulders, adjusted her grip on her lone suitcase, and marched toward them. "Any word on Justin or his family?" she asked. Tessa pegged the woman at late 40s, early 50s, obviously Asian in descent, but something else as well. An exotic woman, beautiful even in simple black yoga pants and a cream-colored wrap top. Though oversized sunglasses covered half her face, it was obvious she'd been crying. Tear tracks stained her cheeks, while a hoarse rasp thickened her voice. "We have some questions," Tessa began. "I don't want to go to the office," the CFO stated immediately. "Someplace neutral, that would be best." Ruth had yet to eat. They settled on legal seafoods, even though it meant switching terminals, as the restaurant had booths suitable for a private place to talk. Wyatt offered to carry the woman's suitcase, but Ruth declined, marching resiliently forward, as if keeping moving was the secret to keeping composed. 15 minutes later, they were ensconced in a back booth of the dimly lit restaurant. Ruth had parked her suitcase after removing a slender laptop, which she was now firing to life. She had yet to speak to them, appearing to be on a mission. For now, Tessa and Wyatt were content to wait. They ordered clam chowder, Ruth ordered grilled salmon and a glass of white wine. Then, the CFO took a deep breath and finally faced them. She had removed her sunglasses. Up close, she was a wreck. Wan skin, bruised eyes, haggard expression. A woman who'd either had the world's worst vacation or was taking the news of her boss's disappearance very hard. Ruth spoke first. "Anita said they were taken Friday night." "Justin Denby and his family have been missing since Friday night," Tessa supplied. "Any word? Contact? Leads?" "We have received a ransom demand.
$9 million, due tomorrow, 3 p.m. Ruth flinched. Denby Construction doesn't have that kind of money. Justin contacted the life insurance company. He's invoking the risk of imminent death clause. Of course, Ruth murmured. Half the life insurance plus the kidnapping insurance. That makes sense. Will the company pay it? Not our call. They'll pay it, Ruth said, almost as if speaking to herself. They have to pay it. If something happened to Justin, the public fallout, let alone potential legal liability, they'll pay it. Tessa and Wyatt didn't say anything, just continued to study her. So, the CFO released a pent-up breath, her shoulders coming down. This is really a kidnapping for ransom case. Justin is an obviously wealthy man. Unfortunately, that made him and his family a target. Again, Tessa and Wyatt didn't say anything, just continued to study her. It's just, when I first heard the news, when Anita called, I thought for sure. Ruth took another deep breath, then, when that wasn't enough, a fortifying sip of wine. I was so scared something worse had happened, that maybe someone had felt a need to hurt him, and I worried it was my fault. The food arrived. A cup of chowder for Tessa, a bowl of chowder for Wyatt, the salmon for Ruth. Wyatt dug into his chowder. Ruth attempted her own meal, but when she picked up her knife and fork, her hands were shaking too badly. She returned to her glass of wine. Why don't you start at the beginning? Tessa suggested. Tell us everything. If you want to help Justin, that would be best. I wasn't in the Bahamas on vacation, Ruth stated. I was there on business. Justin sent me. Someone has been embezzling money from Denby Construction. I've been following the money trail. Tessa got out her phone, set up the record app, and they got down to business. In August, Ruth had noticed a minor billing mistake. Numbers on an invoice had been inverted, and instead of paying the vendor $21,000, accounts payable had cut a check for $12,000. Obviously, Denby Construction owed an additional $9,000. Unfortunately, by the time the mistake was discovered, there wasn't time to release the additional funds before payment deadline. Ruth had decided to call, personally apologize for the error, and assure the vendor that the appropriate check would be placed immediately in the mail. Except when she called the number, it was disconnected. She had then Googled the company's name for additional information, only to discover that no such company seemed to exist. To be sure, she'd followed up on the physical address of the listed company, a street address in New Jersey. Further investigation revealed the street address belonged to a UPS store, while the suite number corresponded to a P.O. box. Which had told her enough. The address was fake. The phone number, fake. The vendor, fake. Denby Construction was being scammed. Immediately, Ruth had dug deeper. She'd determined that the vendor, DDA LLC, had sent a total of 16 bills over the past 3 years for a total of nearly $400,000. The contractor was attached to a major senior care facility with a total build cost of $75 million. $400,000 spread out over 16 payments was relatively small potatoes. The invoices listed miscellaneous finish materials plus installation costs, nothing out of the ordinary for such a project. Meaning, at first glance, the invoices were logical enough, and the amounts due small enough not to attract notice or arouse suspicion. But where had DDA LLC come from? Given the number of ongoing construction projects, not to mention the widespread use of subcontractors, new vendors were regularly added into Denby's system. Authorized bills arrived with a code in the memo section that attached them to the appropriate build project. Generally, Chris Lopez, as head of the build team, or even Justin himself, provided the vendor with the code, a stamp of approval. DDA LLC's invoices all had the appropriate bill code in the memo section, meaning there was no reason for Ruth or her staff to question the bills.
Now, once a month, Ruth issued a report to both Chris and Justin, itemizing all income and expenses associated with the various projects for their review. On the one hand, this should have been an opportunity for one of them to spot the name DDA LLC and question it. Then again, the monthly reports often ran half an inch thick, an endless blur of vendor names and subcontractor expenses, starting with checks in the tens of millions of dollars and ending with personal reimbursement requests in the tens of dollars. Ruth could see where a relatively small check to a relatively minor vendor might get lost in the shuffle. In fact, she was guessing that was the theory behind the crime. Rather than defraud a $100 million company out of $400,000 at once, go after it in drips and drops. 20,000 here, 15 there. While it might sound like a lot of money to some people, for a company of Denby's size, those amounts weren't even rounding errors on most of their projects. A solid little scam that had slowly but surely been adding up. Ruth had checked with Denby Construction's bank to see if they could tell her anything more about the cleared checks. They could. Based on the information stamped on the back, each check had been deposited into an offshore bank account in the Bahamas. So the fake vendor billed to a post office box in New Jersey, then deposited Denby's checks into an account in the Bahamas, and had been for 3 years without anyone suspecting a thing. 4 weeks ago, Ruth had waited for Justin to stay late at work. Then, when no one else was around, she'd entered his office and made her case. As she'd expected, he'd been furious, then just plain insulted that someone had dared to steal from him. Ruth had proposed taking the case straight to the FBI. Offshore accounts were involved, and they would need major investigative guns to demand information from a bank in the Bahamas. Even then, she wasn't sure what level of cooperation they'd get. Banks were notoriously prickly about releasing a customer's private information, though rules were finally loosening, thanks to the war on terrorism. Justin, however, hadn't wanted to involve the police just yet. Instead, he wanted to bait the perpetrator. He asked me to go to the Bahamas. I have the bank account information for DDA LLC. I got it from our bank. So Friday, I was supposed to walk into the Bahamas bank and close DDA's account. Take the money and run, I suppose, except it's our money. Ruth gazed at them expectantly. How can you close out an account that's not yours? Tessa asked. Don't you have to have signing authority or something? I was going to wing it. Our assumption is that whoever's behind the fraud doesn't visit in person, right? So just do it. I'm a CFO, I can talk the talk, and Justin wanted the money transferred back to Denby, which I'm fully authorized to do. He wanted the person who stole from you to know you'd stolen back from them, Tessa filled in. Hence the transfer to Denby. Exactly. Did it work? Wyatt asked with a frown. Ruth shook her head. I was 1 day too late. The person, the thief, had transferred out all the funds on Thursday. But this is the crazy part. When I told the clerk that the transfer had been a mistake and I wanted to know who'd authorized the transaction, the clerk became very nervous and asked if that meant there was an issue with the other accounts as well. Turns out, whoever set up DDA didn't have just one account. He or she had 15 accounts at the bank, for a total of $11.2 million. That's a little bit more than 400,000, Tessa said blankly. Ruth had given up on dinner completely. She sat, twisting the stem of her wineglass. I called Justin Friday afternoon. I told him the account was closed, that I'd been too late. But I didn't tell him about the other accounts, the other money. I wasn't trying to lie or mislead him, it's just I already had a suspicion. And in these kinds of situations, you can't afford to be wrong. I told Justin I needed a couple more days. I'd call him again on Monday. How'd he take it? Wyatt asked. Ruth shrugged. He was frustrated that we'd missed out on reclaiming the money, but we'd known it was a long shot,
And while Justin wasn't happy that someone had possibly stolen $400,000 from his company, that kind of loss over 3 years, we could live with it. Except you're saying the perpetrator had actually accrued $11.2 million, Tessa pressed. Ruth sighed, dark eyes miserable. I stayed up all Friday night, all last night. I've been poring over contractor lists, project P&Ls, picking out small random vendors, then Googling them. I've found 6 more that don't exist. It will take a full forensic audit, easily a good 6 months of work, but I'm guessing, in the end, all $11.2 million came from Denby Construction. Was stolen from right underneath our noses. Tessa's eyes widened. She could tell Wyatt was equally startled. Someone scammed $11 million in the past 3 years? And you're just now noticing? That's the thing. The invoices, the fake vendors, the amounts are all so small, in some cases literally a couple $1,000s. The kind of payments designed to slip between the cracks. But you said 11 million. Exactly! Then Tessa got it. You're not talking about the past 3 years. No. You're talking 10? 15? Maybe longer. 20? Now Tessa was definitely caught off guard. Predates me, Ruth said, so it's hard to be sure. But some of those years were the company's biggest. Justin had just taken over landing 3 $200 million builds at once. The amount of billing and invoicing going on, with employees who were overstretched and a computer system that was relatively antiquated, to end up with over $11 million? The embezzler must have had at least a couple of big years, and those were the years when you could have gotten away with faking very large invoices and no one would be the wiser. 15 to 20 years, Tessa murmured. Predates Chris Lopez, Wyatt said. Predates most of us, Ruth commented. Except she wouldn't meet their eyes anymore. She picked up her glass, swallowed the last of her wine. Her hand was still trembling, the misery once more etched into her face. A long-time employee, one who would have access and authority. Also, by virtue of being one of the only females in a predominantly male business, possibly even a close personal friend of the CFO. Anita Bennett, Denby Construction's current COO and Dale Denby's former mistress. Chapter 34. I dozed off, dreaming of a long, hot shower. I stood in my own bathroom, custom glass doors steaming up as I let the hot spray cascade down my naked body. Then, lathering up with my favorite shampoo, watching thick white suds slide down my arm, chasing away the salt-encrusted itch of my own sweat and grime. In my dream, I could feel my skin sloughing away, like an exoskeleton to be shed. Prison bars, cinder block walls, hard concrete floors. I watched their remnants dissolve into a faint gray crumble, then wash down the drain. If I stopped, looked down the drain, I knew I would see Mick's face, Radar, Z. They were gone, melted like Dorothy's Wicked Witch, and now spiraling down the bowels of Boston's sewer system where they belonged. But I didn't stop, didn't want to look. To seek them out would be to resurrect evil. And this was my dream, my shower, where the soap smelled like fresh-picked oranges, and I was no longer in my Back Bay townhouse, but on a beach in Key West, where I would emerge from the bathroom to find my husband waiting in bed, wearing nothing but cool white sheets tangled around his long, lean body. Oranges. He would feed me oranges, the promise of pleasure. The taste of my pain. My shower changed. The water disappeared. Pills sprayed out instead, hundreds, thousands of long, oblong tablets. Hydrocodone. My precious painkillers returning to me, complete with orange-colored bottles, of course. The promise of pleasure. The taste of my pain. I fell to my knees on the hard tile and let the pills bury me. I jerked awake, my eyes momentarily blinded by the overhead lights. I blinked, feeling my heart race in my chest. Justin was standing in front of the cell door. I must have made a noise, for he was staring at me. "You okay?" he asked. Funny question, coming from a man whose face looked like a badly beaten side of beef, with one eye still completely swollen shut. "Ashlyn?" I asked. "Asleep. Top bunk." I gave him a look, and Justin double-checked. He nodded, confirming Ashlyn was definitely sleeping. Seemed like lately our daughter had become very good at faking it. I got up, crossed to the stainless steel sink, and attempted to get a sip of water. "Why is the water pressure so lousy?" I asked, if only to break the silence. "Big building, demanding many miles of pipes to bring the water from there to here. Installing a more efficient system would cost more money. Except for what?" Justin shrugged. "Inmates got nothing better to do than wait." He crossed to me, rubbing the back of my neck, like he used to do once upon a time. "I dreamed of a shower," I murmured. "A long, hot shower with unlimited soap." He smiled. "I smell that bad?" "No worse than me." "It'll be over soon, Libby. This time tomorrow you can be showering all you like." I wanted to believe him, could use the reassurance, and yet... "Shouldn't you be sleeping?" I asked. "You know, conserving your strength?" "Tried. Can't get used to the narrow bunk. Or maybe it's the tight walls." "You're not cut out for hard time?" "Nope. I just build 'em. Me? I'm all about wide-open spaces." He was. Cold, rainy, snowy, miserable, it never mattered to Justin. He was always happiest outdoors. "Has Ashlyn been sleeping?" I asked. "Like a baby," he said. Then, a second later, the irony of the comment hit him, and he grimaced, stepping back. I looked away. It was hard for a mother to realize that her teenage daughter was sexually active. It had to be excruciating for a father, especially for Justin, who'd placed her in an ivory tower from the first moment of birth. Daddy's little princess, his perfect girl. I wondered which was worse, his horror or his hurt. "Did you know?" he asked now, voice hushed. "I mean, even suspect?" I shook my head. "She hasn't mentioned a boy's name? Been spending more time out, buying new clothes? I don't know. Doing what teenage girls do when being stupid about a boy?" "What are you going to do, Justin? Load a shotgun?" "Maybe." I didn't know. But did you? I kept my voice even. "You're her father. Did you suspect anything?" He scowled, shifted uncomfortably. "Of course not. But I'm the dad. Fathers, we don't get these things. We can't look at our daughters that way." "What's the name of her best friend?" "Linda." "Lindsay." "Lindsay. I was close." "Are you?" I shrugged. Ashlyn's 15 years old. According to her, she spent the past 6 months spying on us, given that we've spent the past 6 months no longer speaking to her. She's lonely. She's vulnerable, and we checked out on her. And by we, I mean we, Justin. You're her parent, too." He didn't like that assessment, his displeasure showing in the tightening of his jaw. But he didn't immediately refute the argument. Instead, being Justin, he went on the offensive. "When did you start popping pills?" I kept my gaze as level as his own. "When did you first cheat on me?" "It's not the same. You're the primary caretaker and you know it. Meaning you've spent the past 6 months impaired on the job, versus you're spending your lunch breaks on booty calls? Do you really want to have a competition about which of us sinned worse? You confronted me, Libby. You demanded an explanation. I caught you once. Clearly there have been others. I feel I have the right to know. Do you have a dealer? Are you inviting criminals into our home? Maybe one of them took an interest in Ashlyn. Maybe one of them knows Mick or Z or Radar. My mouth hung open. I could feel my temper rise. My first instinct was to scream, no, how ridiculous of him. I got my drugs the honorable way, by lying to any medical professional who carried a prescription pad. Instead, I heard myself say, AIDS, herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea. Did you invite them into our home? Blackmail, drama, extortion? Maybe one of your lovers knows Mick or Z or Radar, Libby. Justin, it's not right. You betrayed my trust, and not once, but multiple times, and somehow that's okay? You said you were sorry, so now I'm supposed to just move on? I don't know how. I loved you, Justin. You weren't only my husband, you were my whole family. Except my father couldn't wear a helmet and my mother couldn't stop smoking, and you can't keep it in your pants. They failed, then you failed, and I don't know how to rebuild this time, so yes, I started taking pills. Because while you might be sorry, I still hurt. Justin's battered face set in stone. So it's my fault? You're an addict and it's my fault? I didn't say that. Do you think it's your fault I slept with that girl? I couldn't take it. My gaze slid down. I wanted out. Out of this conversation. Out of this damn cell. Out of this life, really, which explained the gratuitous use of painkillers. Do you think it's your fault I cheated? Justin continued relentlessly. That if you just looked different, or behaved different, or maybe were more adventurous in bed, I never would have strayed? I covered my ears with my hands. Please, stop. I love you, Libby. I never loved her. But you gave yourself to her. You took a piece of yourself away from me and gave it to her instead. Do you want to know why? No. Yes. Because she looked at me the way you used to. I went down to make a damn plane reservation and the way she looked at me, I felt important. I felt the way I used to feel when we first met, and all I had to do was show up on your doorstep and you would light up. It's been a long time since I've seen you smile like that. It's been a long time since I've felt like you saw me that way. So it is my fault you cheated. No more than it's my fault that you abuse painkillers. I don't even understand this anymore. Justin shrugged. He no longer appeared implacable, just tired. Of course not. We're married, Libby. We've spent 18 years with our lives all tangled together. To say I don't affect you or your actions don't affect me, how can that make any sense? A marriage is greater than the sum of its parts. At a certain point, that's what we forgot. We stopped doing the math, tending the whole. We became selfish. A pretty girl smiled, and I behaved selfishly. And you were hurt, in need of a quick pick-me-up, so you behaved selfishly too. We forgot each other, which is what selfish people tend to do. You'll cheat again, I whispered. It's what cheaters do. And you'll find a new source of painkillers, he said, just as quietly. That's what drug addicts do. I hung my head, feeling the shame that was 6 months overdue. I had been right before. It was easier to hate my husband, to avoid the obvious, that 18 years did take its toll, and both of us had stopped making the time, taking the energy out of our marriage, until one day. Why did you keep her texts on your phone? I asked suddenly. You must have known I might see them. My husband's turned to look away. You wanted to get caught, I murmured, understanding finally dawning. You wanted me to find out what you'd been doing. Haven't there been moments in the past few months when you swore to yourself you'd stop? Not take another pill? Clean up your act? Live the straight and narrow? Slowly, I nodded. Justin raised his head, met my eyes. Me too. I hated being a liar, Libby. I hated knowing I was hurting you. I don't know. I can't explain all of it. Maybe we all turn into our parents in the end. Or maybe I'm just weak. But I'd meet a girl, and one thing would lead to another. And immediately afterward I'd feel terrible, a liar, a cheat, a failure. I reached a point. I didn't want to feel that way again. So yes, I think some part of me wanted you to catch me. I hoped it would force me to get myself under control. I would take responsibility. You would finally forgive me, and then I wouldn't have to feel so lousy anymore. Justin, still gazing at me. Do you know what my mother did when my father died? I shook my head. She took a fifth of vodka and poured it on his grave. She hated him, Libby. Absolutely, positively hated him. I don't want you to hate me. I don't want to be the kind of guy who's not even missed by his own wife. I never wanted to be that man. Justin sighed heavily. He placed his hands on my shoulders and gazed at me so seriously, so somberly. Had I ever seen him look like this? 18 years of memories, and yet... I love you, Libby. I was stupid. I screwed up, and I failed. But I love you. Whatever happens next, I want you to know that. My first ping of alarm. Don't talk like that. Shh. I need you to tell me you're going to quit the pills. You must be already detoxing, yes? Yes. Then promise me when you get home you'll continue. You'll take care of yourself. You'll be there for Ashlyn. You're right. Our daughter needs us. My second ping of alarm. He sounded like a man who'd already made a decision. A man who was now simply preparing himself for the consequences. Us, Justin, I countered sharply. As in, we're all going home tomorrow. No doing anything rash. We need you, Justin. We need you. My husband still eyeing me intently. Are you going to quit? Myself, still thinking of oranges, the taste of my pain. Yes. He pulled me into his arms. Good girl, he whispered against the top of my hair. Don't worry about the rest. No matter what, tomorrow you and Ashlyn will be safe. I promise you, Libby. I swear it on my grave. Chapter 35. They brought Anita Bennett in for questioning at 10:15 p.m. They did it properly, 2 dark-clad FBI agents appearing on her doorstep and requesting her presence at the FBI field office. It was difficult to say no to FBI agents, and finally, shaking and uncertain, Anita had acquiesced, kissing her husband lightly on the cheek, telling him it was nothing. She'd be home shortly. The investigative team was already waiting in the Boston field office. Special Agent Adams, Special Agent Hawks, then Tessa and Wyatt. They were seated in the viewing room, another trick of the trade, forcing the suspect to confront a new set of interrogators, which would add to her confusion. The FBI had a dedicated fraud squad, a whole team of financial wizards who lived and breathed corporate embezzlement, money laundering, white-collar crime. It had been Special Agent Adams's idea to let them take the lead. They could ask more specific questions concerning Denby Construction's P&L. Also, if they could keep Anita on the defensive, switching up focus while retelling parts of her story to a fresh set of investigators, they increased the odds of her tripping up, muddling a minor detail that might open major floodgates to what really happened to Justin and his family. One thing they all agreed on: time was ticking. Ransom exchange was now a mere 17 hours away. The life insurance company had agreed to play ball, but the overall mood remained skeptical. The terms of the exchange were too broad, with not enough safeguards for the Denby family in place. And now, given this whole embezzlement angle, Wyatt had already expressed what most of them feared. The kidnapping was not a kidnapping case at all. Ransom was merely a smokescreen to cover the real motive. Anita Bennett had been stealing from Denby Construction for the past 2 decades. Justin had finally caught wind of the scam, perhaps even confided in his wife, Libby, meaning he and his family now had to disappear. Their untimely demise might invite undue attention from the police, hence a kidnapping for ransom. How many times had Anita herself tried to say Justin's disappearance might have nothing to do with the firm, that he was a target simply because he was wealthy? And, of course, in kidnapping for ransom cases, exchanges didn't always go as planned. Sometimes wealthy victims even wound up dead. Say, Justin, Libby, and Ashlyn Denby, tragically killed 3 p.m. tomorrow during a botched rescue attempt. The firm would soldier valiantly on, Anita Bennett now securely ensconced as CEO, where her first major decision would be to fire Ruth Chan. Then, the firm would be all hers, as well as her $11 million secret. A lot of motive for murder. Certainly, entire families had been killed for less. Anita Bennett was escorted to the interview room. The 2 agents, Bill Bixby and Mark Levesco, produced paperwork. Anita agreed to be interviewed on camera. She'd been informed of her rights, understood anything she said could and would be used against her in a court of law. She could end the interview any time and maintained the right to call an attorney. Anita signed the form. They were off and running. Bill was an older agent, Mark his younger counterpart in a pink and gray Brooks Brothers tie. Bill took the lead, striking a collegial tone. Sorry to interrupt Anita's evening. Thanks so much for her cooperation. Surely, she understood time was of the essence, and they were all working diligently toward the safe return of Justin, Libby, and Ashlyn Denby. Anita nodded. She'd changed out of her church clothes from the morning for a somber pair of gray knit slacks and a blush-colored turtleneck. She looked older to Tessa, as if the day had already worn her down. She also appeared wary, her face clearly guarded as she accepted Bill's statements but didn't immediately gush information. The FBI had had only 6 hours to prepare for this moment, but they'd done their homework well. The second Tessa and Wyatt had called Nicole Adams with news from their interview with Ruth Chan, the CFO had been whisked off to the Boston field office, where she'd spent the next few hours ensconced with the financial agents, going over the books and explaining what she'd found. Additional agents had immediately pulled Anita Bennett's records, compiling lists of bank assets, major purchases, and, of course, trips to the Bahamas. They were still only at the tip of the iceberg, according to Special Agent Adams, but given the time pressure, they decided it was better to ambush the COO sooner versus later. They weren't as interested in a confession of corporate embezzlement as they were an admission of a physical address for the safe return of the Denby family. And they still had a few tricks up their sleeves. Anita's initial responses were pretty much as Tessa had anticipated. Collegial cop Bill wrapped up his spiel, and young guy Mark started to smack down financial reports. What did Anita know of this transaction? Was she aware of this vendor? Had she heard of this company? Where was she on June 12, 2009? What about this project? What about this new automobile? What about this transaction? Had she really visited the Bahamas twice in 2012? On and on. Anita started with denial, transitioning to confusion, then appeared simply shell-shocked as Levesco rained down piece after piece of the embezzlement puzzle. 16 years of phony invoices from non-existent vendors, What? I would never. Over $11 million defrauded from Denby Construction, then funneled through offshore bank accounts. I don't even know how to do something like that. I'm in operations, not finances. I don't even know our billing systems anymore. During which time Anita purchased several cars and one house as cash transactions. My husband and I are debt-averse. If you look at my bonuses for each of those years, you'll see we paid for those items with legitimate income. 3 kids paid through college. I make a good living. Again, look at my tax returns. $600,000 in salary covers 3 kids in college. The scholarship for her youngest? She flushed. I've already spoken to 2 detectives about that. Justin offered the scholarship to my youngest son. His decision, not mine. Interesting, since Justin wasn't around to comment. Ask Ruth Chan. She issued the checks, signed by Justin. She'll vouch for the arrangement. It was hardly a secret. Everyone in the company knew. And 8 vacations in the Bahamas in the past 6 years? We like the warm weather. Besides, it was nice of Justin to offer his timeshare. A small hiccup. The Denbys had a timeshare in the Bahamas? News, but given all the ground they'd been racing to cover in just 48 hours, hardly surprising that they'd missed it. Last visit by Anita Bennett was for 14 days. My husband was still recuperating from open-heart surgery. The time away was good for him. Paid off $200,000 in hospital bills. And if you'll look at my savings account, you'll see the hit. Which was true. While it would have been nice to magically discover Anita had $11 million sitting in the bank, her finances were currently depleted. Then again, according to Ruth Chan, the embezzlement money had been sitting in a bunch of fake corporate accounts in the Bahamas until just 5 days ago. A defrauder who'd been smart and disciplined enough to keep the illicit gains at arm's length was hardly going to dump them into personal savings now. Most likely, the funds had been moved to a single new account under an alias, probably at another offshore bank. The FBI would work on tracking that next, but such things took time, not to mention a bit of luck. Poker or blackjack? What? Receipts. 10 years of receipts for the Mohegan Sun Resort and Casino. I was entertaining clients. I don't gamble. I work in construction. That's risky enough. Brand new 2008 black-on-black Lexus. Cash. My oldest son. His college graduation present. New 2011 Cadillac Escalade. For Dan. His other vehicle was 7 years old. Which brought them to a Florida condo in 2010, a Mazda Miata just 4 months ago. On and on Levesco went. Fake billings here, new purchases for Anita there. Tessa had thought the COO would grow more defensive, clam up. But instead, Anita picked up her own tempo until she was matching the younger FBI agent beat for beat. Which was impressive, really. Not just the amount of money that Denby Construction had paid out to fake vendors each year, but how unapologetically Anita spent her own income. She made a good living, as she informed her interrogators again and again. Salary, bonuses, lawfully declared on her taxes year after year, and yes, she spent her money on her family, houses, cars, vacations. She worked hard, they lived well. She had nothing to be ashamed of. Around and around they went. Consistent denials of embezzlement, full admissions of major purchases. Finally, Tessa glanced over at Special Agent Adams and nodded once. Nicole had been expecting the signal. She picked up the phone and buzzed the room next door. 2 agents appeared in the hallway. They had Daniel Coakley, picked up 15 minutes after his wife, between them. Now they led him past the interview room, just as the older FBI agent, Bill, opened the door, ostensibly to get something to drink. Anita looked up, spotted her frail husband walking past, and froze. What is he doing here? You didn't tell me. $11 million stolen, Mark stated crisply. A family of 3, vanished. Do you really think we're going to leave any stone unturned?
But Dan's health. You can't interview him. His heart. He gets tired. He needs to rest.
And we need answers, Anita. By 3 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to keep going till we get them.
In that instant, watching through the two-way glass, Tessa felt bad for Anita Bennett. She even felt guilty, as bringing in Dan had been her idea. But if she'd expected the older woman to cave, to magically confess all, she was mistaken. Instead, Anita Bennett simply shook her head. But I can't give you answers. I didn't steal from the company. I didn't even know funds were missing. And I don't know what happened to Justin. I didn't do this. Justin is like family to me, and I take care of my family. Just look at my financial record. That is what I do. Work hard and tend to the ones I love. You can't squeeze blood from a stone, Agent. You can't squeeze blood from a stone. She stared up at both FBI agents beseechingly. And in that moment, Tessa, who never trusted anyone, believed her. Damn, she murmured. Wyatt, who was seated beside her, seconded the motion. They kept Anita Bennett till midnight. Then, when her story and her husband's story never wavered, Nicole Adams personally escorted both back to their home. The task force remained at the conference room table, but no one had anything to say.
We'll keep digging,
Nicole's partner, Special Agent Hawks, offered at last.
Get an agent down to the Bahamas. See if we can get a description of the person who closed out all the shell accounts. It's a new lead. We just need more time to chase it.
No one stated the obvious. They didn't have more time.
Let's talk 3 p.m. phone call, Wyatt suggested.
Hawks obliged.
I'm thinking the call to Justin Denby's cell will come from a restricted number, probably from another iPhone, given the FaceTime feature. We have Justin's cellular company on standby to assist us with tracing the source of the call through triangulation of cell towers. That takes time, however, so we'll want to keep the caller on the phone as long as possible. Ask questions, maybe get confused about the wire transfer numbers, require clarification.
We have 10 minutes max, Tessa pointed out. Remember the instructions. By 3:11, the ransom funds must be transferred, or the first member of the Denby family.
You're thinking of taking the call in the Denby's townhouse?
Wyatt asked Hawks.
That's our current plan.
Wyatt was quiet for a moment.
Why?
Hawks frowned.
Why not? I'm thinking the action is up north. The jacket tossed in central New Hampshire. The requirements of the hideout location, given the logistics of housing that many people while remaining out of sight of cops, locals, etc. You take the call here, and odds are you're at least 3 hours away from the party. Or, say, you bring Justin Denby's iPhone to my offices. Still take the call, no problem, but now be closer to the heart of the matter.
Tessa perked up. She hadn't thought about that, but she liked it. Their instructions don't cover where we or the phone have to be, she pointed out. Nothing stopping us from heading north. Nicole Adams had returned, was standing in the doorway. I wouldn't want to spook them, she spoke up cautiously. This is the one contact we get. If we do something unexpected, even if not explicitly against their instructions. She let the rest of the warning go unsaid.
$9 million is a lot of reason not to spook too easily, Wyatt commented.
Or, we do what they've been doing, Tessa interjected with growing excitement. They're sending us video with tight focus, little background, right? We can do the same. We'll grab artwork from the Denby's townhouse, say, the big print of the red flower that hangs in the family room. Stick it on a wall in your office. She glanced at Wyatt. And take the call there. Just enough background to be familiar.
Might be interesting, actually, to have the kidnappers think the task force is safely tucked in Boston when really we're 3 hours north.
Steal a page from their book, Wyatt murmured. I like it.
Unless their demands involve activity down here in Boston, Hawks warned.
Wyatt shrugged.
You have a whole field office of agents, 5 minutes from the Denby's townhouse. What can't they handle? Well, when you put it that way.
They all looked at one another.
Makes me feel like we're finally doing something other than playing catch-up, Wyatt said at last. All along, the kidnappers have been calling the shots. They say jump, we say how high. Now, I don't know how much this will help us in the end, but it's something. I'd like to feel as though we're doing something.
They agreed. Tomorrow, 8 a.m., they'd reconvene at the Denby's townhouse, take the phones, borrow a painting, and stage their own video conference call at the North Country Sheriff's Department. Tessa liked it. Less than 15 hours now. Then the task force would take on the kidnappers. At stake, an entire family, including 15-year-old Ashlyn Denby, reading her own ransom instructions, the look on her face when she reached the death clause. They would do this. Wire the money, receive the Denby's location, then rescue the family safe and sound. Unless, of course, this whole thing was really about the embezzled $11.2 million. In which case, they would never see the Denbys alive again. Chapter 36. They didn't come for us first thing in the morning. The sky lightened through our narrow outer window. I woke up, tossed and turned, dozed back off only to dream of striking cobras and orange pill bottles. The second time I awoke, I forced myself to sit up, confront the cinder block reality of my jail cell. I could hear Ashlyn above me, also thrashing in her sleep, murmuring something low and agitated under her breath. Justin wasn't in his bunk, but sat on the floor, his back against the steel door, as if keeping guard. I wondered if he'd passed the whole night there. He was awake now, head up, arms resting on his hiked-up knees, but he appeared lost in thought, one finger tapping absently against his other hand, as if working out a problem. I played my morning game of guessing the hour. The day seemed fully underway. 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Maybe, if we survived this afternoon, I'd sign up for a survival course, become the world's oldest Girl Scout, learning how to pinpoint compass directions based on the moss growing on trees, or the hour of the day based upon the shadow that same tree cast upon the ground. I could learn some new skills. Certainly, my old ones weren't doing a whole lot for me. I crossed to the toilet. Justin gave me his back, the closest we could get to privacy. Afterward, when he remained preoccupied and Ashlyn continued to thrash on the top bunk, I scrubbed my face, using only my hands because we didn't have any soap or towels. Then, acting on impulse, I picked up our empty plastic jug and worked on filling it with water from the sink. I leaned my head over the tiny sink, pouring half the water jug over my hair, then worked at my scalp furiously with my fingertips. I could feel myself spraying water everywhere, but I didn't care. I just couldn't take one more second of the rank smell of my own hair, the constant itch of dirt and grime on my skin. I scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed. Maybe I was trying to slough off my own skin, shed my miserable existence. Or maybe, a year from now, this would become the DNA evidence that would be used to convict Z and his team on all charges. The cast-off cells of my dead skin, sprayed over this tiny sink in this tiny cell in this much too big prison. I missed soap, the soft feel of lather, the reassuring scent of cleanliness. But I continued scrubbing, pouring the second half of the jug slowly over my head, down the fine strands of my shoulder-length hair. Finally, I splashed more water onto my neck,
then shoved up the jumpsuit sleeves and scoured at my arms. By the time I finished, I was soaked. My jumpsuit was soaked, and the cinder block wall was thoroughly sprayed with water. And I felt better, prepared for the day, as ready as I was going to get.
Can I have a turn?
Ashlyn, now awake and watching me from the top bunk. Wordlessly, I began to refill the jug. Beautifying yourselves for your rescuers? Justin drawled from the floor. We are women. I handed my daughter the water jug. Now hear us roar. The morning wore on, slowly and surely eroding our nerves. My hair dried as I took up pacing between the bunk beds, my jumpsuit too. I still wouldn't call myself clean, just less dirty. Justin gave his swollen face and short hair a quick douse. Then, when the vast common room remained quiet, just the never-ending hum of fluorescent lights, he started a light regimen of push-ups, followed by sit-ups, then, finally, pull-ups, using the top bunk. Ashlyn watched us both as if we were insane. She had assumed the fetal position, curled up in the corner of the top bunk where she could see everything while remaining carefully tucked away. She reminded me of a feline, not at all relaxed, just waiting for the first excuse to spook or pounce. I forced her to drink water, given that she was still recovering from yesterday's miscarriage. I wished I had food for her as well. I finally had my own appetite back, my stomach actually growling as I prowled around the narrow cell. It seemed fitting that I would finally be ready to eat the day our kidnappers stopped feeding us. Did they want us weak, fatigued, uncertain? All part of Z's campaign of psychological warfare. By the time 3 p.m. rolled around, we'd do whatever he wanted just as long as he tossed us a breadcrumb. Or had something else happened? Our kidnappers had become sick or were otherwise impaired. They wouldn't just leave us, would they? Drive off? Disappear? No one knew we were here. We would rot, literally die like forgotten animals trapped in a cage. Sure, the water would keep us going for the first week, but after 14, 15 days of no food? A new sound. A snap. Then a flicker of the lights as the hum died out, taking the overhead lights with it. Our cell went from over-bright white to shades of gray, illuminated only by a sliver of window, while the common area went to immediate shadow, a stage suddenly devoid of spotlights. Powering down, Justin murmured. And I got it. What our captors were doing. Preparing to leave the prison. Preparing to end the game, make their getaway. What was the time? I couldn't figure it out based on the angle of the sun. But it was coming. 3 p.m., the hour of reckoning. I stopped pacing, climbed up to the top bunk, and held my daughter's hand. After another moment, Justin joined us. We sat together, arm in arm, and waited for whatever was going to happen next. Tessa woke up at 5:30. Her room was still dark. She'd been asleep 3-4 hours tops and couldn't figure out what had woken her. Then, she watched her door soundlessly open, Sophie's pale form appearing. Her daughter drifted into the room, moving so quietly Tessa wasn't even sure she was awake. Sometimes Sophie sleepwalked. Sometimes she also talked in her sleep, or, more like, sleep-screamed. Now, Sophie materialized at the edge of Tessa's bed, her eyes round and alert in her face.
Mommy?
Yes?
Did you find the family?
Not yet. Tessa drew back her covers. Sophie climbed aboard.
You checked the cold, dark places?
Some of them.
What about the mountains? Did you try all the cabins in the mountains?
Tomorrow. Today, actually. I'm going to head north. We'll check more.
Bring cookies.
Absolutely.
Sophie, tucking against her.
That girl needs you.
Tessa, hesitating. Her daughter was identifying with the victim, and given how things might turn out, she should hedge her bets, better manage her daughter's expectations, and yet, in a case like this, was such a thing even possible? She found herself saying, "Losing you was the worst thing that ever happened to me, Sophie. Returning home, discovering that you weren't there, it hurt, like someone had punched me in the stomach."
I didn't want to go. They made me.
Of course. I knew you never would have willingly left me. I hope you know I never would have willingly let you go.
I knew, Mommy. Just like I knew you were coming, and I knew you'd make them pay.
Tessa, wrapping her arms around her daughter's bony shoulders. We were lucky, Sophie. It sounds funny, but we got each other back. That makes us lucky.
And Mrs. Ennis.
And Mrs. Ennis.
And Gertrude.
Sophie's doll, with the eye they had carefully sewn back on. I want this family to be lucky too, Sophie. I'm going to try very hard to help them. There's a whole bunch of detectives, in fact, who are working hard to help them. But sometimes it also takes a bit of luck.
Cold, dark places.
Got it.
Bring cookies.
Yep.
Carry your gun.
Yes.
Then, please come home. I miss you, Mommy. I miss you.
Wyatt didn't sleep. He worked his phone, clearing messages, catching up with the rest of his department. His deputies had some news. A break-in at a methadone clinic in Littleton sometime Saturday night. Could be related to their case. Or then again, maybe not. Gas station attendant had called in about filling up a white van on Saturday morning, driven by two tough guys. Made him nervous, he said. Figured they were running drugs, given the plain white van, the dead man's stares. They'd headed north on 93. All he could offer. One had 3 tears tattooed under his left eye. Definitely the dude had served time. Fish and Game had found another van parked off-road by Crawford Notch. Older model, painted dark blue. Abandoned when they found it, the back littered with empty beer cans and smelling strongly of marijuana. Sounded like it belonged to some people up to no good, but probably not trained professionals up to no good. And so it went. A string of a dozen or so possible sightings or maybe leads, if only they knew what they were citing or leading. At 2 a.m., Wyatt gave up on calls, stared at their map instead. He fell asleep with his head upon it, dreaming of X's and O's and Ashlyn Denby telling him to hurry up. There wasn't much time left. 6 a.m., he was up, showered and back in yesterday's uniform. He met Kevin downstairs, both of them checking out, grabbing coffee, then heading for the Denby's townhouse. They arrived 30 minutes early and were still the last ones to arrive. Special Agent Hawks already had the Denby family's cell phone. Nicole already had the picture. Nothing new to report. Agents were still working the financials, while a pair of uniformed officers now sat outside Bennett's house. Feds were in place at the insurance company headquarters in Chicago. Cellular company still awaiting final go-ahead for the 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time call. They knew what they knew. They had what they had. It was what it was. They headed north, reaching the county sheriff's department by 11 a.m. By noon, the Denby's picture was on the wall, and they'd run through half a dozen ransom scripts. Nicole would handle the call, with the rest of them providing backup. 12:30, they ordered lunch. 1 o'clock, Wyatt finished debriefing local PDs as well as the state police. They'd set up a designated channel through dispatch, ready to broadcast information the second they had any. He once again reviewed the map. 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:30. What did they miss? What did they miss? Always something.
You planned, you prepared, and yet, in the end, it was always something. Wyatt, back to staring at his map. 2:40, 2:48, 2:52, 2:55. What if the suspects never called? What if this was how the case ended, not with a blaze of glory, but in total radio silence? The family was already dead, an embezzler covering his or her tracks. There wouldn't be any rescue, just a sad, drawn-out search that would consume days, weeks, months, maybe even years. 3 p.m. 3:01. 3:02. Justin Denby's phone rang to life. Chapter 37. Z materialized outside our cell door. For the first time since this ordeal started, he appeared tense, and his wired alertness immediately put our own nerves on edge. He was bearing a black plastic garbage bag that turned out to be filled with our original clothing. Now he fed each item through the wrist slot in the door with terse orders for us to change. Our first step back into the real world, I wondered? Our Boston garb? But I already doubted it. Ashlyn and I had also been commanded to change for our segment of the ransom demands, not because Z had wanted us to look our best on video, but because he hadn't wanted to give away any information on our whereabouts, such as prison jumpsuits. I had a feeling the same logic applied here. If the ransom demand was met, the police would learn of our location soon enough. But it wasn't Z's style to give away any advantage before he had to. Once we were changed, it was time to exit the cell. "Denby first," a barking command. Z indicated to the slot in the door. Justin presented his wrists, which were immediately bound with zip ties. I went next, then Ashlyn. When we were all secured, Z made a motion with his hand, and with a buzzing snap, our steel door swung open. Z kept his gaze on Justin, who walked out with his shoulders back and chin up, his bruised face clearly defiant. Immediately, the tension ratcheted up another notch. "Don't do anything stupid," I found myself thinking. "Please don't do anything stupid." Except I wasn't sure what that was anymore. Here we were, once again, bound and helpless. Stupid only applied if our captors really were going to let us go. They had other options, of course. For example, placing a bullet through each of our heads the second the ransom funds appeared in their account. Not like we could stop them. Not like the police were standing by to help us the moment the money was delivered. One way or another, we were still on our own, and I could feel the tight restrictions of the plastic zip tie digging into my wrists. Z took Justin by the elbow. He indicated for the ladies to walk first. Once Ashlyn and I ventured uncertainly forward into the shadowed day room, he and Justin fell in step behind us. Clearly, Z had pegged Justin as the primary threat, to be monitored at all times. I wish I could disagree, chortle gleefully to myself that if only he knew. Instead, I felt a rising sense of hysteria and had to suppress the ridiculous urge to tug on my freshly washed hair. At the Sally port, we had to pause. I wondered who was in the control room, Mick or Radar. Z gestured to the security camera, and the first set of doors rolled open. We stepped inside. Another pause. The clang of steel slamming shut behind us, plunging us into a deep dark, broken up only by the dim glow of green emergency lights, illuminating faint puddles of floor. I could feel Ashlyn shudder beside me and move closer. Then, more slowly than I would have liked, the next set of heavy steel doors slowly opened. A broad hallway loomed before us, also lit by emergency lights. We must have come this way before, but everything looked different without the bright wash of overhead lights. The The prison had taken on the spooky feel of a haunted house, and while I knew it was daylight outside, already I felt isolated, my shoulders hunching, my chin tucking down as if the ceiling were lower, the walls closing in.
"Walk,"
Z ordered, and very tentatively, Ashlyn and I shuffled forward. We followed the puddles of green glow to another set of doors. Turned out to be a second sally port, more clanging as steel doors slammed shut behind us, a sound that got under the skin, a sound I never wanted to hear again. The closing doors once more plunged us into darkness. We waited, Ashlyn bouncing on her toes beside me, until the forward set of doors slowly rolled open. Was it just me, or had this set of doors taken much longer? Had to be Mick in the control room, having a little fun at our expense. I willed my face to be impassive. I would not give him the satisfaction of showing my fear. Z urged us forward. We walked, losing our sense of direction in the shadowy green maze of prison corridors. Suddenly, the hallway lightened. We came to a stretch with large exterior windows awash with daylight. Then, across from that, an enclosed chamber lined with windows that had been heavily fortified with horizontal bars. The control room. Had to be. I could see monitors and panels and all sorts of crazy computer equipment that meant nothing to me but probably everything to my husband. They were going to do it. Exchange us for ransom. We would go home. They would get $9 million. We would go home. I stared at the now empty room, door open, our ticket to safety. I took one more step. Then, from behind, Z grabbed my arm and drew me up short. He said, "Not so fast." And I shuddered, feeling my heart stop in my chest.
"Here's the deal," Z continued shortly. "It's 2:55 p.m. I'm going to let you into the control room. I'm going to hand you a phone. I'm going to remove your wrist constraints."
Z stopped looking at Ashlyn and me, staring at Justin instead.
"At which point, you have the power to lock down this prison. You could even attempt to trap me inside. But you should know, Radar and Mick are already out. They're armed with a full arsenal of weapons, which they are exceptionally well trained at using. I'm guessing that between them, they could pick off at least 36 to 48 first responders without even breaking into a sweat. I know you might not care about that."
His gaze went hard, his fanged cobra tattoo moving restlessly as he frowned.
"But I'm counting on the ladies to be your conscience."
His gaze flickered to us.
"Play it smart. Everyone goes home safe and sound. Try something stupid, and there'll be a lot of funerals on Friday, including your own. I'm not a man who forgives, Denby, and I know where you live."
Justin said nothing. I stepped forward, inserting myself into the space between them. "Tell us what you want us to do." Z switched his attention to me.
"The rest is easy. Call your husband's cell phone using FaceTime. Wave to the nice FBI agent who plans on building her career around your safe return. Reiterate the wire transfer instructions. Radar is monitoring the account. The second we have confirmation the funds have been received, we're gone. By 3:11, on the other hand, if no money has been received, we start with Plan B."
Z's gaze back on Justin.
"Want to know Radar's real expertise? He's a demolitions expert. Sure, your control room has ballistic-rated glass, but trust me, Radar can take out an armored tank. Your reinforced fish tank? Not a problem. Better hope the FBI has their act together. Better hope they're also going for smart today, and not planning anything stupid.
I hadn't even thought of that. And now I felt my nervousness ramp up double time. Wait a minute, but we don't control them. We have no way of knowing. What if they don't wire the money? It's not our fault. Z merely shrugged his massive shoulders as he dragged us toward the open control room. I wanted to dig in my heels. All of a sudden, this didn't seem like such a great idea. I'd been worried about my husband's rash actions. Now I had to worry about an entire law enforcement team as well.
By 3:11, if we don't have the money, you'll get to hear a very large boom. You might want to duck for cover, just to give yourselves a sporting chance.
Then, we were in the control room, and Z was wielding a knife. No time to panic, no time to scream, slash, slash, slash. Our wrists were free. A phone was shoved into Justin's hands. Then, Z was gone, the heavy control room door booming shut in his wake. We were alone, unshackled, and for the first time ever in charge of our prison. I stood stock still, my first taste of quasi-freedom leaving me completely immobilized. Not my husband.
All right,
Justin declared briskly.
This is what we're going to do.
The iPhone continued to chime. After a split second, Nicole kicked into gear. She waved a hand, indicating for everyone to take position. Then, she stood in front of the Denby's family room painting, now hanging in a sheriff's office 3 hours north, and answered the phone, activating FaceTime. Hawks had wired the phone to a larger TV screen so the rest of them could watch the show. Justin Denby's face appeared, his swollen eye and misshapen nose a pulpy mess, but there was no mistaking the determination on his face.
This is Justin Denby. I'm here with my wife Libby and daughter Ashlyn.
A quick sweep of the phone screen. Libby Denby appeared briefly, seemingly frozen in place, nearly petrified with fear. Their 15-year-old daughter, Ashlyn, however, was literally bouncing up and down in agitation.
We are safe and secure. Please wire the money by 3:11, or they will blow us up.
Hawks made a rolling motion with his finger to drag out the call. Nicole tapped her foot once to indicate she got it. This is Nicole Adams, Special Agent FBI. We are happy to be in contact with you, Justin, and to receive confirmation that you and your family are alive and well.
You have 8 minutes,
Justin replied crisply. We understand. And the account number for the wire instructions is... Nicole rattled off the long string, repeating it twice. At the computer, Hawks continued to tap the keyboard frantically, exchanging messages with Denby's cellular provider, who would now be working to trace the incoming call. Tessa stood at Hawks's shoulder, Wyatt beside her. She found herself holding her breath. The insurance company has instructed us to wire $1 million as a good-faith deposit, Nicole continued. They won't release the remaining $8 million without further assurances of your safety.
In 6 minutes, Justin replied tersely. That account either receives $9 million or they blow us up.
Are they there, Justin? Nicole continued evenly. Can I speak to the person in charge?
No.
No, I can't speak?
No. They aren't here. We're alone in the control room. We can keep them locked out, meaning we are safe from immediate physical assault. Explosives, on the other hand.
Justin's tone was droll. He didn't seem nervous to Tessa, just grim, a man who knew the score. Beside her, Wyatt mouthed the words control room. Wyatt studied her. Tessa shrugged. Libby and Ashlyn are with you, but not your captors? You are alone, Nicole continued. While her face remained impassive, one leg trembled beneath her. High-stakes poker, with other people's lives at stake.
5 minutes,
Justin said. Then, for the first time, his tone broke.
Look, I know you're trying to trace this call. They know you're trying to trace this call. I'm telling you, you don't have time. For the next 5 minutes, my family and I are safe. That's as good as it's going to get.
Now you get that fucking money in that fucking account, or your next visual will be myself, my wife, and my daughter being blown to shit.
I understand. Your safety is our #1 concern. Of course, we have to work with the insurance company.
Listen to me. This is not a negotiation. I am not in touch with our captors. They are not on this line. They are standing very far away, holding a detonator. They are monitoring the account. Either the money appears by 3:11 or they'll flip the kill switch. Those are the options.
Control room, Wyatt muttered again beside Tessa. He was nudging her with his arm, as if that term should mean something to her.
The pile of personal possessions on the kitchen counter. Wallet, jewelry.
Justin, Nicole was saying, I understand your concerns. Trust me, we're on your side. But if they have wired your room with explosives, how do we know they won't activate them either way?
Because rich men have an incentive to get away. Poor men don't.
Then Tessa got it. She turned toward Wyatt, keeping her voice low, even as her eyes widened. Prison. Prisons have control rooms. But how could you smuggle a family into a prison unless... Wyatt was already one step ahead.
The new state facility, he supplied grimly. Completed last year. Never been open. Locals still furious over the lost job opportunities. The waste of taxpayer funds. How much you want to bet?
It was built by Denby Construction.
Meaning, Justin knows exactly where he is. And if he's still not providing his location...
He's scared.
Suspects must really have access to explosives.
Wyatt grabbed a yellow legal pad, wrote in giant black marker, "Wire money now," and held it up for Nicole. The special agent never blinked, simply stated into the phone, "Good news, Justin. The insurance company has approved the full $9 million. The money is being transferred as we speak. Couple of minutes more, Justin, then you and your family will be safe." Tessa and Wyatt didn't wait for the rest. They were already bolting from the room, Wyatt on the radio, sending out the request for backup over the preset emergency channel. Then they were in the parking lot, piling into his cruiser.
30 miles north, Wyatt declared. We should be there in 20.
He hit the sirens and roared onto the road. Chapter 38. Justin was on the phone. Talking. Beside him, Ashlyn was bobbing up and down, looking more like herself, in her old pajamas, and yet not at all like herself, with her tightly drawn features and the anxiety radiating from every taut line of her body. And myself, facing the possible final 10 minutes of my own life? I didn't know what to do. I wandered around the room, which was bigger than I would have thought, with a broad, horseshoe-shaped control desk plopped in the middle of a larger area lined by charging walkie-talkies and several doors I assumed led to supply closets. I found the infamous key drop, an open metal tube that, in case of emergency, a corrections officer would drop all keys down, rendering them inaccessible to attacking inmates, and thus keeping all ammunition and firearms closets secured. I turned my attention to the massive control desk, gliding my hands over the plain white Formica desktop, the various flat-screen monitors inlaid at an angled rise, then the half a dozen microphones that sprouted up like weeds. The corrections officers were locked in here, I thought, isolated by their very powerfulness. A mini set of Wizards of Oz, seeing all, commanding all, but forever trapped behind the barred curtain. Above me, mounted from the ceiling, hung a line of 4 flat-screen TVs. They were off now, but I bet this was how our captors had monitored us, reviewing various images from the dozens, if not hundreds, of security cameras. They had watched us cry, watched us fight, watched us slowly but surely break down into lesser beings, the total deconstruction of a family. It made me suddenly furious that they'd violated our privacy like that, sat here in this locked room, maybe even took bets on our misery.
$10 says the woman cries first. $5 says the girl can't pee with an audience. I hated them. Intensely, virulently, which, perversely, made me want to see them. Turnabout is fair play. If they'd once been able to study us like animals in a zoo, well, we had the control now, and there was nothing in Z's terms that said we couldn't monitor them. I bent over, and while my husband cursed out some FBI agent for not having magically done exactly what he'd told her to do exactly when he'd demanded that she do it, I started powering up control screens and exploring the surveillance options. "Mom?" Ashlyn appeared beside me. "Just kicking the tires, honey. Now, if we wanted to see the view from the cameras outside the prison, which buttons would you hit?" Ashlyn leaned around me, tapped the control screen where a white button indicated security, and we both studied the menu that came up next. The screen had a clock in the lower right-hand corner. It read 3:09. 2 minutes till our captors gave up and launched a counterattack, possibly even blew us up, as Justin was alleging. I didn't think Z would take out the room. He struck me as the kind of man who'd neatly eliminate the door. That way he could march through the smoking rubble, pull out a Glock 10, and tend to the rest of his business up close and personal. Waste less ammo. On the monitor, a white van suddenly came into view, growing larger and larger until it nearly filled the screen. I found myself staring at Radar, sitting behind the wheel. He was not looking up at the camera, no doubt mounted above the prison's intake door, but was looking toward the passenger's side, as if expecting someone. Picking up. He was picking up Z and Mick, his co-captors. But he was supposed to be on the roof, armed to the teeth and ready to fire upon first responders. Unless the money had been paid, wired straight into the account. Justin had been right. Rich men had 9 million more reasons to make a quick getaway than poor men. The clock on the bottom of the screen hit 3:10. Radar, holding up his phone, saying something I couldn't hear to a person I couldn't see. My gaze, flying up to find Justin. Did they pay? Is it okay? Did the insurance company pay? Justin, into the phone. Have the funds been received? It's 3:11. Tell me the funds have been received? The FBI agent, her voice as crisp and authoritative as ever. Justin, I have word that the money is being transferred right now. Radar, still studying his phone, hitting some buttons, talking to the person I couldn't see. Justin, the funds have been delivered. Can you please advise us as to your location? We have officers standing by for the safe recovery of your family. Mom! Ashlyn cried, clutching my arm, bouncing even higher at the news. We were safe. Funds received. We were safe. The police would be on their way. Justin, sounding abruptly tired, as if the good news had taken more out of him than our impending deaths. We are currently at the New State Prison, located— Boom! I turned toward the control room door, breath already catching, expecting to spot Z striding through the smoke and rubble like the Terminator, ready to mow down all the officers in the police station, or, in our case, a helpless family stuck in a control room. The locked door was intact. The bank of barred windows intact. No Z. No smoking rubble. Mom! My daughter, yanking on my arm as she screamed hysterically. I turned back, just in time to see Mick come barreling out of the door I'd assumed was a supply closet. He was grinning madly, and, true to Z's words, was armed to the teeth. "Miss me?" he called out. Then he leveled his semi-auto, and while we stood there, the proverbial fish in a barrel, he opened fire. While Wyatt drove, Tessa worked the phone. She got Chris Lopez on the line, demanding to know anything and everything he could tell them about the state prison Denby Construction had built in the wilds of New Hampshire. Surrounded by 600 acres of mountains, marshes, and deep wilderness. Closest town, 20 miles away. Nearest PD, even slightly beyond that. A facility so remote it was set up to house its own security team, except given that the prison was never funded, those barracks remained empty. Help wasn't anywhere close. Looking at 15 to 20-minute ETA for first responders. While the police radio crackled to life with fresh reports. Sound of shots fired coming over Justin Denby's cell phone. Sound of female screaming. Call now dropped, unable to reconnect with the Denby family. "Drive faster," Tessa ordered Wyatt. "Now, see, this is why you should hang out with sheriffs. We not only know how to drive faster, but we can also drive smarter." Abruptly, Wyatt swung the vehicle left. They careened onto a dirt path Tessa would have sworn was a deer trail. She grabbed the oh shit handle just as he hit the gas. The cruiser launched, then settled into a bone-crunching gallop. "In the state of New Hampshire, the shortest distance between 2 points is rarely paved, but if you know where to look, you can almost find a dirt road. 10 minutes, he announced. 10 more minutes, then we'll have the prison in our sight." "The door!" Justin was yelling. "The door! The door! The door!" At first, I didn't understand what he meant. Justin had gone down, the first shot from Mick's gun dropping him like a rock, red blooming across his shoulder. Ashlyn had screamed, then instinctively dove behind me, leaving me standing alone, on one side of the vast control desk, Mick still grinning madly on the other. He turned his gun toward me. I ducked, then heard a grunt and watched him rock to the side. Justin, down but not out, had kicked him in the side of the kneecap. "Door!" my husband yelled again. Then I got it. We were trapped. In a space this small, Mick would mow us down in a matter of seconds. Escape back into the prison, where we could get out, or at least spread out, was our only chance at survival. I bobbed up, ducking my head as I frantically stabbed at the touchscreen, willing myself to stumble upon the door controls. We'd been in the security menu. I'd seen a door lock override. Where? Another shot. 2, 3, 4. My shoulders hunched reflexively, and I practically felt the whistle of the last bullet as it whizzed by my ear. Then, my daughter was suddenly standing, her eyes wild, her long hair a tangled mass, as she heaved up a rolling desk chair and threw it at Mick with all her strength. "I hate you!" she screamed. "I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! I fucking hate you!" A second desk chair went flying, and now Mick was ducking for cover, swearing as he tangled briefly in one set of rolling chair legs, went down, tried to recover, got nailed by Justin again in the kneecaps, and landed hard. "There! Override!" I jabbed at the bright red button. "Are you sure?" A dialogue box squawked at me. "Override releases all inner and outer doors." "Override! Override! Override! Yes! 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 Yes!" Ashlyn had found the walkie-talkies. A dozen had sat in a neat row of charging stations around the outer perimeter. Now she turned them into missiles, humming them one after another at the top of Mick's head. He cursed again, pinned behind the control desk by her relentless assault. The control room door swung open just as Ashlyn hurled the last walkie-talkie. I couldn't see Justin, but I heard his voice, commanding clearly, "Run, goddammit! Get her out of here!" I didn't need to be told twice. We had our deal, parent to parent. Either one of us was expendable. It was Ashlyn who mattered. I grabbed my daughter's hand and pulled her from the control room, while behind us, Mick once again opened fire. Wyatt hit the crest of the hill hard. Briefly, the cruiser was airborne, and in that moment, Tessa spotted it. A vast compound at least 10 miles away, perched up on a knoll, dominated by a large, obviously institutional building, and surrounded by miles and miles of razor wire fencing. The cruiser landed. They both grunted on impact. Then Wyatt was fishtailing back down the dirt road, hurtling them out of the woods, onto pavement. A hard right, and they were headed north, flying up a newly paved road as trees blurred into a long green tunnel around them. "That's huge!" Tessa exclaimed. "How will we find them?" Follow the sound of gunshots. You wearing a vest?
Yes. The whole team had donned them at 2:30, expecting that the call might lead to action, and while you hoped for the best, a good cop always planned for the worst. Tessa couldn't help but think of Sophie, her daughter, who'd already lost a parent, and then her daughter's own prophecy, look for them in a cold, dark place. What could be colder and darker than a mothballed prison? As Sophie had said, Ashlyn needed her. The whole family needed her. "I want the shotgun," Tessa said. Wyatt flattened the accelerator to the floor, and once again they shot forward. We cleared the control room into the main corridor. "Dad!" Ashlyn gasped, her hand still clasped in mine. "Out! Out! We need out! Dad!" My daughter actually dug in her heels, tried to halt our progress. I whirled on her, my expression so fierce, or maybe just so insane, my daughter gasped. "You forget him, Ashlyn Denby. You forget me, too, if it comes to that. You get out of here. This is your last order, the one instruction I want you to remember. You survive. Your parents demand it of you." "Mom!" "Shut up, child. He's coming. Now run!" She did, straight down the hall toward the outer doors. I'd like to say Ashlyn was motivated by my speech, but far more likely she was spooked by Mick's inhuman roar as he finally cleared the control room, staggered into the hallway, and turned toward us. I had a brief image. A huge, pumped-up bear of a man with blood streaming down one half of his face, where some of Ashlyn's missiles had found their mark. He was clad all in black, covered in some kind of vest that virtually sprouted guns and ammo. And a knife, strapped to his outer thigh. A huge, gleaming hunting knife that I could already tell he'd love nothing better than to use to gut me. He leveled the gun first, aimed it straight at me, while I stood, still rooted in place. He pulled the trigger. 40 feet back, an easy distance for a man of his training and marksmanship. The gun clicked empty. I couldn't help myself. I smiled at the irony. Then, Mick threw the gun to the side and charged. I ran, following my daughter's lead to the front doors. If we could just get outside, so many places for cover, and the police had to know. They'd been on the phone. They had to have seen something, heard everything. They'd be coming. If we could just get outside. Ashlyn hit the double-glass doors first. She was running so hard the doors parted like water before a diver. I spotted a thin seam of brighter daylight. Then she was through. Mick's heavy-booted footsteps growing louder and louder behind me. I tried to pour on the speed. A 45-year-old woman suffering from withdrawal, nearly completely broken down, trying to reclaim some of her lost youth. I wasn't going to make it. Mick was fit and well-trained, and I was just me, a middle-aged woman whose heart was already pounding too hard in her chest. I felt simultaneously lightheaded and nauseated, trying to find that inner gear, realizing there was nothing left. This is your body on drugs, I thought inanely. Apparently, a 4-month diet of prescription painkillers did not do a body good. The glass doors, so close, if I could just get through. Then, daylight magically appeared before me, the door opening all on its own. Z stood directly in front of me, face impassive as I raced straight for him. He had Ashlyn's arm in a tight grip, twisting it behind her back as she grimaced in pain. Beyond him, Radar waited in the idling van, side door open. Of course, I'd seen them pull up. How stupid of me. We'd run right toward them, straight into the waiting arms of our captors. I couldn't help myself. I screamed, in rage, frustration, and sheer exhaustion. Then, because I had nothing left to lose, I hurled myself at Z, the man who held my daughter, and went for his eyeballs. "Where is it? Where is it?" Tessa demanded to know.
They had hit the first sign advising motorists not to stop for hitchhikers, then a sign notifying them they were on state property. Next should come the perimeter fencing, topped with rolls of razor wire, to be followed finally by a guardhouse marking the turn into the 600-acre compound. But so far, nothing. Sky remained quiet overhead, no sign of the FBI chopper, which had probably launched from Concord. No roar of other sirens, though the local PD had to also be en route, not to mention the activation of the state's SWAT team. Then, up ahead, the first glimmer of the 16-foot-tall, razor-wire-topped, fully electrified, double-lined fence. "Rifle," Wyatt ordered. She went to work, removing it from its rack, as he shot past the fence, made a squealing right-hand turn, and finally entered the prison grounds. Z went down. I'm not sure what he'd expected, that I'd surrender, give up, fall apart, but certainly not that I'd attack. Ashlyn stumbled to the side. Then I was on him, raking my ragged nails across his face, trying to dig my thumbs into his eye sockets. The fanged cobra around his left eye hissed at me, but I ignored it, intent on my mission. Maim, hurt, make him bleed. Then I was unceremoniously plucked from Z's body. Mick had me in his massive arms, lifting me up. I heard the fragile fabric of my fine wrap top tear. So much for Boston clothes. Then Mick tossed me through the air. I landed hard on the asphalt drive, gasping as the breath was knocked from my body. Z leapt to his feet, clutching his left eye with one hand, while Mick yanked his knife from his leg holster and squared off against me and my daughter. I'd been right, earlier. The blade was huge and serrated, and Mick was looking forward to using it. Very much. He wiped the last of the blood from the gash on his forehead and grinned at us. My daughter was still on the ground beside me. She hiccuped slightly, and I could see the fear on her face as she scrambled to her feet. Mick tossed his knife from his right hand to his left, then back again, putting on a little show. Z, on the other hand, walked slowly backward to the waiting van, hand still covering his eye. Clearly, he thought Mick could handle us. "When I tell you to go," I murmured to my daughter, "I want you to head back into the prison. Disappear. Hide anywhere you can. The police are coming. You just need to buy time." Ashlyn didn't speak. I could tell she understood the decision I'd made, and maybe she would have protested or hedged, but that knife, that giant stainless steel blade flashing from hand to hand. I wish Mick hadn't run out of ammo. I would have much rather faced a bullet, but a knife attack was up close and personal. He was going to have to approach, then assault, and the ensuing struggle would buy the time for Ashlyn to escape. Justin had done his part in the control room. Now, I would do mine. But I wondered, just for a second, if Mick had any other guns tucked into that vest. If I could just put my hands on a trigger, a single, up-close shot. I'd just started to take inventory when Mick charged. No roar this time, just a swift, silent lunge that caught me flat-footed and completely unprepared. I saw the knife arc out, heard Ashlyn's startled scream. Then, suddenly, my vision was filled with 200 pounds of snarling menace. Was my daughter running? I hoped she was running. I did the only thing I thought I might get away with, a brief memory of some article I'd read on a website, or maybe a story once relayed at Justin's gun club. But when facing a larger opponent in hand-to-hand combat, close the gap between you. Actually move inside the kill zone, where your opponent can no longer hit you with the full force of his wind-up. In this case, I stumbled toward Mick. He was forced to stop short, his forward momentum and wildly swinging arc twisting him off balance. In that split second, I was beneath his arm, up close and personal against his chest. It must have looked like I was locking him in a lover's embrace,
But really, I was frantically running my hands down his weapons vest, searching out anything that might help me. I was an experienced shooter. If I could just get my hands on a firearm, anything at this point-blank range. Mick grabbed my shoulders and savagely ripped me away from him. I stumbled, tried to counter with my own body weight, but at a mere 110 pounds. He threw me across the covered causeway, and I felt the instant burn of 100 tiny rocks ripping the skin from the palms of my hands. I was still trying to climb to my feet when Mick once more assumed the position, legs crouched, blade flashing brightly as he tossed it expertly to his right hand. I didn't have any more tricks up my sleeve. I simply raised my head and watched death come for me. The glass doors of the prison burst open. Justin lurched into the open space, bright red blood drenching his favorite blue dress shirt, his lips peeled back into an inhuman grimace, twisting right, spotting me, twisting left, spotting Mick, then lunging head-on at the knife-wielding brute who'd attacked his family. No! Justin's scream. My own. 18 years of our lives so entangled, including this one final moment. Mick brought up his blade, half surprise, half defense. Justin continued charging, and Mick stabbed my husband straight into his chest. A gasp, a fresh scream. Ashlyn's this time, from the doorway of the prison, where she'd reappeared, a 15-year-old girl still certain her father could slay monsters. Then, a new sound, faint but closing the gap. Sirens! The cavalry, arriving at last. Too late for Justin. But maybe. I glanced up sharply, saw it clearly in Z's eyes from where he was crouched in the waiting van. Regret. Not for killing my husband, I was certain, but because they had run out of time to kill us, too. Justin had collapsed on top of Mick, one arm entangled in the other man's vest, his body large enough to pin both of them in place. Now, Z leapt out of the van. Given the approaching sirens, he seemed to reach some sort of internal decision. Rather than take the time to untangle Justin from Mick's vest, he helped Mick heave Justin's flopping corpse into the vehicle, Mick rolling in after him. Then, Z resumed his position. The van door slid shut. Radar gunned the engine. And they roared away. Just like that. $9 million richer. Cold-blooded murderers of my husband, making their getaway. My daughter wasn't screaming anymore, or crying. She just stood there, completely shell-shocked. After another moment, I crossed to her and put my arms around her trembling shoulders. We stood together, listening to the sirens come closer, and wondering if we'd ever again feel safe. Chapter 39. Tessa spotted Libby and Ashlyn Denby first. They stood under a covered carport outside the main prison entrance. Libby's clothing appeared torn to shreds and streaked with blood. In comparison, Ashlyn appeared in relatively better shape, but with a blank expression on her face. Shock, trauma, stress. Wyatt braked hard, 20 feet back, and they threw open the doors, hands on their weapons. "Libby and Ashlyn!" Wyatt called out, still tucked behind the protective cover formed by his open door. The woman answered first, her voice hoarse but surprisingly steady. "Yes." "How many remaining on the property?" "They're gone. It's just us. The commandos. All gone. My husband. Gone." Libby's voice broke. She folded her arms around her daughter's still frozen form, but whether she was seeking comfort or giving comfort remained unclear. Wyatt and Tessa exchanged glances. In a crisis situation, first order of business was to secure the scene. Next, tend to the victims, then give pursuit. They got to work.
In Tessa's days as a state trooper, she'd carried enough supplies to outfit a small village. Wyatt clearly thought the same. From his trunk, he produced blankets, water, and energy bars. Without a word, Tessa went straight to the women, while Wyatt, weapon drawn, conducted a rapid inventory of the building. "My name is Tessa Leone," she introduced herself as she approached, voice calm, movements brisk. "I was hired by Denby Construction to assist with finding you." Libby and Ashlyn both stared at her. Up close, Tessa could see that the girl was unnaturally pale. She was also starting to shake. Small shivers now, but her condition would grow to full-on tremors if not dealt with quickly. Tessa threw 2 dark wool blankets around the girl's shoulders, handed her a bottle of water, and instructed her to drink. Libby Denby was already rubbing her daughter's shoulders. Her hands appeared lacerated, and there were already bruises forming around her face and neck, and yet she still seemed in better shape than her daughter. "Ashlyn?" Tessa prodded more gently. "Ashlyn, honey, I need you to look at me. You're going into shock. If we don't do something about that, you're going to feel a lot worse in a very short amount of time. I need you to drink some water, maybe have a bite to eat." The girl simply stared at her. Libby, rubbing her daughter's bundled-up form. Tessa made a second attempt. "Ashlyn, can you tell me how old you are?" The girl slowly blinked. Bit by bit, her 2 large hazel eyes came into narrow focus, a small frown forming on her brow. 15? She whispered at last, more of a question than an answer. "I'm with law enforcement, Ashlyn. See that uniformed officer over there? He's with the county sheriff's department. Soon, you're going to hear even more sirens. We're all here for you, Ashlyn. You and your family. We're here to make you safe." "My father," Ashlyn whispered. She glanced abruptly at her mother, and Tessa could see tears now sliding down Libby's face. "He saved us," Libby provided hoarsely. "Mick was hidden inside the control room. He had a gun, knives, so many weapons. He shot Justin. We'd just got out. Then he was chasing us with this huge blade, and he was so much bigger than me, so much stronger. I told Ashlyn to run and hide. I didn't want her to see, but she found Justin in the hallway. Even shot in the shoulder. He'd sworn to me he'd keep us safe, no matter what, no matter how. He wouldn't let us down." "Mick stabbed him," Ashlyn erupted suddenly. "He took his knife, and he... I hate him! I hate him! We tased him, we hit him, we fought him! Why can't a man like him just die?" The dam broke. Ashlyn burst into tears, falling into her mother's embrace. Libby grabbed her daughter tightly, and they clung to each other, a family of 3, now forever a family of 2. Tessa didn't say a word. That snowy night years ago, she and Sophie had done the same. In fact, they still did. Because some kinds of pain didn't magically fade away, while knowing they at least had each other helped make the bad days easier to take. Wyatt returned, murmuring low in her ear. "Tire tracks, headed down the hill. Must be on open road by now." Tessa got the message. "Libby, Ashlyn, I know you are hurt. I promise we're here to help, but first, we need your assistance. The men who did this, they're getting away. Wouldn't you like to do something about that?" Her words got their attention. In a matter of minutes, she had them ensconced in Wyatt's cruiser, more blankets, more water, Ashlyn now tearing into one of the energy bars, while Libby did most of the talking. Plain white van. Neither of the women remembered any identifying marks, had not really seen it much from the outside anyway. Their captors, on the other hand, they could describe in great detail. 3 men, a huge guy with a cobra tattoo, a second big guy with crazy blue eyes and checkerboard hair, then, finally, the smaller, born-again nerd. Libby and Ashlyn talked, Wyatt worked the radio, getting the descriptions circulating immediately to all available law enforcement officers. More vehicles arrived, state police cruisers, unmarked detectives' vehicles, not to mention the feds, tearing up the long, snaking drive. Not much longer now, Tessa knew. The feds would take over, and with at least 2 members of the Denby family safe, her assignment would wrap up, with even Wyatt finding himself relegated to cleanup. Except the kidnappers were still out there. Men so brutal that even after being paid $9 million, they'd been willing to slaughter an entire family. The feds' black sedan making the final climbing turn. Tessa studied Libby Denby, and she made her decision. Tessa squatted down, taking Libby's hands in her own. You are strong. Your daughter is strong. Trust me when I say you are both doing remarkably well. Now, I just need a couple more things from you. You understand, right, that whoever did this knew you, knew your family? Libby got it immediately. Inside job, she murmured. They overrode our security, knew everything about us, even mentioned having done research. Do you think they were professionals? Yes. Former military. Justin thought the same. Did you know them? No. I think they were mercenaries, hired to do the job. Tessa nodded, not surprised but troubled, because if someone had hired professionals to take the Denbys away, would that person really be happy to have them reappear in Boston? I know, Libby said quietly, as if Tessa had spoken out loud. I think that's why Mick tried to kill us, because while they didn't want to say no to all that money and ransom, the fact remained their assignment was to kill us. Sitting beside Libby, Ashlyn didn't even flinch, which said something about her past 3 days. Behind Tessa, the sedan had come to a stop, the sound of car doors opening. No more time to beat around the bush. What about your drug problem? Libby flushed, replied steadily. The younger one, Radar, had experience as a medic. He took care of me, including providing methadone. Tessa frowned. Something about that niggling in the back of her mind. Car doors slamming shut. Her voice lower, more urgent. Did you cheat on your husband? I need a name. No. Why would you even... We were working on our marriage. Then who's pregnant? Libby's eyes widened. She glanced almost involuntarily at her daughter. Tessa's turn to be surprised. Not the mother, but the daughter. The teenage daughter. Meaning... Ashlyn. Libby Denby? Ashlyn Denby? I'm Special Agent Nicole Adams. This is Special Agent Ed Hawks with the FBI. Nicole had appeared, standing stiffly at Tessa's side, voice impressively commanding. Tessa took that as her cue to leave. She rose, giving Libby and Ashlyn one last reassuring smile. Then, with Nicole Adams pointedly stepping forward, asking about immediate medical needs. Tessa checked in with Wyatt, who was still working the radio. Any luck? She asked, meaning with capture of the kidnappers. Negative. But good news is, there's only one access road coming in and out of this prison. Given that we got cops pouring in from all directions, as well as choppers en route, one white cargo van shouldn't be so hard to find. Tessa nodded, waited a beat. You sure about that? No, he declared flatly. They watched more cop cars pour into the property and start climbing the knoll, vehicles that, by definition, should have already come across any and all white cargo vans traveling a lone access road. They knew this place, Tessa murmured. According to Libby, the kidnappers were professionals. Not only knew all about the family, but mentioned doing research, meaning they probably picked this location deliberately, having run across it while researching Justin Denby. Or being informed of its availability from someone else inside Denby Construction, Wyatt filled in. Someone who could provide them with access, show them how to run the place, probably even identify an old back road, maybe used during construction, for getting heavy machinery on site. Tessa sighed heavily. They didn't have to say the words out loud to know the truth. The plain white van wouldn't be discovered any time soon. Once again, the kidnappers were one step ahead. "Justin Denby is dead?" Wyatt asked, having only gotten to hear bits and pieces of her conversation with Libby and Ashlyn. "Died protecting his family from one of the guys. Mick? His body? Took it with them. Covering their tracks, maybe? I don't know all the details yet. I ran out of time to ask questions." Wyatt smiled faintly, understanding her dilemma perfectly. Then, his expression grew more serious. "The family was attacked, even after the ransom was paid. Libby believes the kidnappers' primary assignment was to kill them. The ransom money was just a nice perk." "Kill them?" Wyatt pressed. "Or kill Justin? Assuming it's Anita Bennett, wanting to take over the company, Justin's death alone would be enough." Or, Tessa followed his train of thought, ditto with a mystery embezzler who feared Justin's tracking efforts were growing too close. The thought that had bothered her earlier clicked into place. One of the kidnappers has medical training. He assisted Libby with detox, even provided methadone. Now, if the mercenaries were just going to kill her in a matter of days, would they really go to that much trouble? Meaning, Justin was probably the intended target, Wyatt supplied. The kidnapping was a nice way of framing the incident so it wouldn't be immediately traced back to, say, the company. Justin died in a ransom exchange gone bad, not an accident that might lead to undue police questioning. Tessa frowned, still not liking it. All very elaborate. No more so than embezzling $11 million over nearly 2 decades. True. So we're looking for someone patient, who has inside knowledge of the Denby family, the firm's finances, and the prison project, who would also have the connections to hire some ex-military mercenaries, who would instruct those mercenaries that it was okay to kill Justin, but supply Libby with medical attention should she need it. Tessa stopped. Is it just me? Or is it too obvious? Wyatt looked equally disturbed. He wasn't even around when the embezzling began, he warned. And yet... Chris Lopez, Wyatt sighed. Chris Lopez, she agreed. Monday afternoon, 3:22, plain white cargo van heading west. Not toward the main entrance of the prison compound, but toward the side of the property, where the hard-packed ground showed traces of the access route once used by scores of construction vehicles during the first phase of the building project. Earlier in the day, after shutting off the power, Mick had spent quality time clipping away at the perimeter fencing until he could roll aside a section just large enough to form a van-size hole. Now, Radar drove slowly through the opening, braking long enough for Mick to jump out and unroll the fencing back into approximate position. Nothing that would hold upon closer inspection, of course, but they didn't care about eventualities. They cared about the next 30 minutes. All they needed, more or less. 30 minutes for law enforcement to interrogate the woman and the girl, compare notes, activate additional resources, and churn, churn, churn. At which time, the chase would begin in earnest. Not that it would matter, as the men would already be gone. White cargo van, through the perimeter fencing, heading due west, deeper into the woods. Earth movers had once traveled this way. Excavators, ripping off the top of the knoll to make it flatter and more suitable for a massive building. Then, dirt haulers, bringing in new, better dirt for fill. Topsoil, whatever the plans required. The access road was broad, the kind of hard-packed earth that couldn't yield any tire tracks, as it had nothing left to give. The sparse vegetation that had managed to grow in during the ensuing 2 years bowed under the weight of the relatively light van before springing back again. Their base camp was 6 miles in, at the base of a hill that Radar had studied for weeks before finally deciding it would do. a rocky hill. Not huge, but comprised mostly of boulders, New Hampshire being the granite state and all. He pulled forward, then carefully backed his way in between two rocky outcroppings, the mountain version of parallel parking. Satisfied he was as close as possible to the target, ensconced on three sides with stone, he killed the engine, and they began the next phase of operations. All necessary supplies were in the van. Z had a bag of tricks. Mick had a bag of tricks. Radar had a small bundle, being the most nondescript of them to begin with. Z started with his tattoo. Solvent to sponge, sponge to shaved skull, and inch by inch, the green cobra disappeared, scrubbed away as if it had never existed. Next, he exchanged his black commando gear for a pair of broken-in men's jeans, comfortable t-shirt, oversized gray hoodie bearing the Red Sox logo, and even larger LL Bean barn coat. Since a tinge of green remained on his skin, he donned a Red Sox cap. Add a pair of scuffed-up hiking boots, and he could be any white guy who lived in New England. Just a dude, hanging out in the mountains until the right plane could take him to a better location, say, a beach in Brazil. For Mick, the transformation was even easier. Pop, pop, and two bright blue contact lenses were out, leaving behind warm brown eyes framed by surprisingly thick lashes. Quick buzz of the electric razor, and the checkerboard hair was gone, leaving a smooth, round skull. If Z was a mountain dude, then Mick went for Euro chic. Straight-legged black jeans, a fine-knit cranberry-colored sweater covered by a slightly rumpled dark sports jacket. A tourist, probably visiting from Canada, which, as a native French speaker, worked for him. Over his shoulder he slung a black leather attaché case, carrying fresh ID, not to mention paperwork on his new bank account, now flush with $1.5 million. His cut. Radar had received the same, while Z, being the brains of the operation, had pocketed $2 million. As for the remaining $4 million, there were brains and there were masterminds. Masterminds, it turned out, were very expensive. Not that Mick was complaining. Any operation was only as good as the planning behind it, and given how smoothly this operation had gone, it would be the easiest $1.5 million Mick had ever made. Last person to swap out his disguise? Radar. He changed clothes. That was it. From jeans, flannel, and baseball cap to Dockers, white button-up dress shirt, and designer wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like any young professional in Boston. Maybe a recent MIT grad, now killing it at a software firm. A job he probably could have excelled at, had he been inclined to do things such as real work. Now Radar placed his old gear in the van. So did the others. A pile of incriminating evidence, not to mention the bloody knife, as well as additional gore. They stepped away, putting some distance between themselves and the vehicle. Z hadn't been lying. Radar's true expertise was demolition. And given that forensic techs were so good that even blowing up a van couldn't completely destroy all the evidence, they were going for one step better. Disappearing. Burying the van in a small avalanche of boulders, the kind that occurred naturally all the time in the granite state. Just ask the old man of the mountain. With any luck, the van, the remnants of their operation, and all traces of evidence would never be seen again. They donned protective eye gear, as taking a rock fragment to the cornea at this stage of operations would be just plain stupid. Z gave the signal. Radar pushed the button. A small rumble. Not terribly loud. Explosives are as much about placement as power, and Radar had worked hard to identify the hillside's natural weaknesses. Then, with almost a groan, the top half of the rocky terrain gave way, and the ensuing slide whomped down upon the white van. The shatter of glass, the squeal of crumpling metal. Then, the van was gone. Random boulders continued to rain down for a few minutes afterward. The men waited patiently, for again, to rush at this stage of the operation would be stupid. When the dust settled, They made their final inspection. The van, every square inch of it, was gone. A fresh pile of rocks forming the perfect tomb. Z made the call.
"Men,"
he declared.
"Vamos."
Mission complete. Each helped himself to one of the waiting four-wheelers. They would not race through the woods together, but set out alone, each heading to his own vehicle, waiting for him at a spot he'd chosen 10 days prior and discussed with no one. Life would be resumed under a new name, known by no one and probably never shared. These men could work together, but they survived alone. Radar was still considering tropical beaches and large-breasted women. As for the others, he could care less. He pulled away first. One by one, so did the others. Monday afternoon, 4:05, the whine of four-wheelers scattering north and northwest, staying off major roads and away from clearings where one might be spotted by, say, a police chopper flying overhead. North, northwest, as if approaching Vermont, or even Canada. Except for one driver, who 30 minutes later arrived at his vehicle and promptly headed due south. Back to Boston, and some unfinished business there. Chapter 40. The FBI agents took Ashlyn from me. I wanted to protest, wanted to grab her hand and hold my daughter close, but the EMTs needed to check her out, they said, and as I'd been the one requesting a doctor, I had to let her go. Not to mention the last of the adrenaline was leaving my bloodstream, and I could feel myself crashing. Each word became harder and harder to find. Each question took longer and longer to answer. A tunnel formed in my vision, with the light very far away. The EMTs came for me, too. They sat me in the back of an ambulance, taking my vitals, fussing over my low blood pressure, the abrasions on the palms of my hands. But I wasn't seriously hurt. That was the irony. I was detoxing and shocky and traumatized, but strictly speaking, I didn't suffer from a single incapacitating injury. The last look on my husband's face, the grim determination bracketing his mouth as Justin went at Mick head-on, the blade, that huge serrated blade sinking into my husband's chest. He'd said he would keep Ashlyn and me safe, and in so many ways Justin had always been a man of his word. My modern-day caveman, incapable of being faithful to me, but willing to die for me instead. The EMTs cut me loose with instructions to follow up with my doctor for a full detox regimen. One of the medics already appeared skeptical, as if he'd met too many others like me and already doubted my success. I missed Radar. I didn't have to explain myself to him. He knew all my deepest, darkest secrets, and none of them had shocked him. Ashlyn finally emerged from the back of the ambulance. A medic was offering his hand, but she climbed down on her own. I watched my daughter cross the parking lot toward me. 15 years old, chin up, shoulders back. She hurt. I could feel her pain radiating from her. But she walked, step by resolute step, her father's daughter. And that made me ache all over again. She arrived, and the feds pounced. We were ushered into the back of a black sedan, and with an impressive line of law enforcement vehicles in tow, we sped away. Our destination was the County Sheriff's Department conference room, where we met a whole group of county, state, and federal officers who needed to ask us some questions, because our kidnappers were still out there, a blonde FBI agent explained, and time was of the essence, and surely we wanted to help catch these terrible men, let alone recover our loved one's body. Justin's body. I wondered if even now Z and Mick were tossing him into a ditch. The sheriff's detective was there, the one who'd first arrived at the prison and brought us blankets. I focused on him,
because even though the crisp-talking blonde FBI agent, Adams, was the one who seemed to be running the show, Officer Wyatt had a steady demeanor I needed right now. I noticed the investigator, Tessa Leone, was beside him, both of their expressions carefully neutral. I thought she stood closer to him than strictly necessary, and I thought they both held themselves slightly apart from the rest of the room, as if they wanted it understood up front that they were only part of the circus, not the ones running the show. Ashlyn wanted food. A deputy disappeared, returning shortly with a stack of takeout menus. She shook her head, asked if they had a vending machine. 2 Snickers bars, 2 bags of potato chips, and 1 can of Diet Coke later, my teenager was happy. I went with coffee, and water, and a trip to the bathroom, where I washed my hands and rinsed my face over and over again. When I stood up and confronted the face in the mirror, I had to pause, touch my own reflection with a trembling hand, because truly a woman who appeared that gaunt, that exhausted, that old, couldn't be me. The hollows beneath my cheeks, the bruises beneath my eyes, the sheer fatigue etched into each line of my face. I had failed that woman. I had not taken care of her, and here I was, maybe exactly where I deserved to be. When I opened the bathroom door, Tessa was standing in the hall, obviously waiting for me. She smiled faintly, as if she knew exactly what I'd just done, the thoughts that had gone through my head. "It gets better," she murmured. "Even if it doesn't feel that way right now, eventually you will feel like something more than a shadow of your former self." "How do you know?" "My husband was killed 2 years ago. I almost lost my daughter as well. Her name is Sophie, and she's been very worried about your family. She told me to look for you in cold, dark places and bring you hot chocolate and chocolate chip cookies." I smiled faintly. I could use some hot chocolate. "Does Ashlyn have a boyfriend?" I shook my head, no longer surprised by any question. "Not that Justin and I knew." "The pregnancy was a surprise?" "We only figured it out when she miscarried in prison." "My family, we haven't been doing so well, even before this happened." She seemed to accept that. "The medic person helped her?" "Yes." "You like him. You speak of him with respect." I shrugged, feeling, ironically, as if I was betraying Radar's trust. "He took care of us when we needed him. I respect that." "Did you like the other 2 as well?" Immediately I shuddered. Not when I thought of Z. Even with the cobra tattoo, there was something commanding about him, an admirable quality of extreme self-control. On the other hand, Mick, the one with the checkerboard hair, I don't think he's sane. He promised to hurt me, but only after hurting Ashlyn first. "So, if he was in the military," Tessa spoke out loud, "maybe not honorably discharged." I nodded, understanding now where she was going with this. "And Chris Lopez?" she asked abruptly. Now I was surprised. "What about him?" "He likes you." I shook my head, already dismissive. "He works for my husband. He's one of the guys. They're like a gaggle of boys. I don't even look at them individually. They're just Justin's sidekicks. Very talented, each and every one of them, but not entirely sane." "Did you know Lopez is Catherine Chapman's uncle?" "What? And he's the one who sent you those texts 6 months ago?" I gaped at her. Couldn't help myself. In turn, the investigator nodded slightly, as if that had been half the point, to see my reaction and gauge it for herself. Down the hall, the conference room door opened, a reminder of the rest of the task force, still awaiting our return. Tessa produced a card. She handed it to me.
If you think of anything, of course, please call. But also, if you ever need to talk, just talk. I can't promise to understand everything, but I think, given my own experience, my own family, I will understand enough. She offered me one last bolstering smile, then led me back to the conference room. I took a seat, and the blonde FBI agent announced that, per protocol, they would be separating Ashlyn and me. Of course, if I wanted to call a lawyer, a family member for support. But again, time was of the essence, and they really needed to get started. I gazed at my daughter. She had chocolate smudging the corner of her mouth, and absurdly, that reminded me of when she was 4 years old and had smeared brownie batter all over her face, even on the tip of her nose, which she then tried to reach with her tongue again and again. I'd laughed till I cried, while Justin had grabbed the camera, and we'd been happy then. I swear we had been so happy. I must have made a sound, maybe distress, because my daughter reached across the table and squeezed my hand. It's okay, Mom. We've made it this far, right? I can do this. She got up and followed 2 agents out the door, while I fisted my hands on my lap in order to let my baby go. The second the door closed behind her, Special Agent Adams got down to business. She started with the basics: how we'd been taken, where we'd been taken, how much did our captors know about us, what had we managed to learn about them. I relayed Radar's medical expertise, several of his comments that led me to believe he was former military, Justin's initial belief that they didn't mean us harm, as they carried tasers, not guns. Also, when Mick attacked me, Z had tased his own man to get him to back down. Except then they'd pulled Justin from the cell and beaten him to a pulp without any explanation. The investigators had exchanged several glances at this. You mean, the blonde, Special Agent Adams reiterated, the kidnappers did not start by talking of ransom? No, that was our idea. After the beating, it occurred to Justin that he could evoke the imminent death clause of his life insurance policy, making us worth $9 million, and that kind of money might be what it would take for them to let us live. In the days leading up to the kidnapping, did you feel any threat, such as someone watching you, notice people loitering around your neighborhood, perhaps contractors across the street, feel any sense of danger? I shook my head. Did they know about Justin's affair? I recoiled, wondering how this would be relevant, but then again, actually, Z seemed to know about Justin's extracurriculars. I wanted to keep the bitterness out of my voice. I didn't. How would you describe the state of your marriage? I shrugged tiredly. Strained, awkward, but we were trying. Date night. This whole thing. Date night. The taste of oranges mixing with champagne upon my lips. Did you ever contact a divorce lawyer after discovering that Justin was cheating on you? I shook my head. Why not? The question confused me. We have a daughter. We have a life. Maybe some people throw that away after one mistake, but I wasn't going to. Are you aware of the terms of your prenup? The second FBI agent asked me. Special Agent Hawks. I nodded, uncomfortably, still not understanding this line of questioning. Yes, I renounced all claim to Justin's company in return for 50% of our personal assets. The company was from Justin's father and predated me. The concession seemed fair enough. The blonde agent studied me. Are you aware that you have no personal assets? That, in fact, Justin ran your entire life, your homes, your cars, your furniture, everything, through the company? I shook my head, feeling dazed. The interview wasn't going the way I'd thought it would. I'd hoped it would be about the men who'd just murdered my husband and assaulted my family, not about me. Justin paid the bills. I never thought to question. But it wouldn't have mattered. I hadn't asked for a divorce. Not to mention, in prison, Justin offered to rip up the prenup, give me anything I asked for. He was sorry.
So you were going to divorce him?
The second FBI agent again. I didn't say that. Justin also said he'd miss me. He'd miss our family. Well, it's all a moot point now. Special Agent Adams, not sounding harsh, just matter of fact. He swore he would keep us safe, I whispered. Justin knew he wasn't the perfect husband, the perfect father. He worked too much, was absent too often, let alone the whole matter of faithfulness, but he swore he would keep us safe. We were his family, and he would not fail us. And he didn't. I stared them in the eye, dared these investigators to besmirch my dead husband, dared them to question a marriage and life that had already cost me so much. They didn't. Instead, another investigator, with wire-rimmed glasses, spoke up for the first time.
So, what can you tell us about the missing $11 million?
I stared at him blankly and felt the ground open up beneath my feet yet again. By the time Ashlyn returned to the room, I was done. I couldn't answer one more question. I couldn't absorb one more truth about me, my husband, or the family business. Someone had embezzled money from the firm. A lot of it. For a long time. And apparently, in the past few weeks, Justin had stumbled across the theft and taken some countermeasures. Except he'd never related anything to me. Maybe because for the past few weeks he'd still been sleeping downstairs in the basement, a husband kicked out of his own marital bed. The firm's financial future was rocky. Not insurmountable, I was told, but rocky. Which, given that the firm owned my homes, my car, and my furniture, was probably something I should care about, if not for my own sake, then at least for Ashlyn's. Except I wasn't sure I could absorb one more shock. My husband was dead. Someone close to us had been stealing from us for over a decade. And most likely, that same person had hired Z and his team, probably not because of ransom at all, but to remove Justin from the picture before he uncovered the full extent of the embezzlement scheme. Which must have had Z and his team laughing on the inside. Here they were, already paid to kidnap and torment us, probably with instructions to buy time, maybe even to kill Justin but have it look like part of a separate crime. Then we'd gone and offered them an additional $9 million. Win Z over? Manipulate him into doing our bidding? Please. Talk about double-dipping. First he got paid by some shadowy client, then got even more money from his own victims. The man was an evil genius, and I almost wished I could return to our incarceration just so I could poison him this time, while starting a kitchen fire and burning the whole damn place down around their ears. I hated him. Every time he'd looked at me with respect. The background report hadn't indicated you'd be a problem. He'd lied to me. My husband had lied to me. Except my husband had also died for me. My thoughts were such a tumultuous mess. My head hurt and I was tired. So unbelievably tired. The feds wanted to put us in a hotel, safe house, something of that nature. Our kidnappers were still on the loose. No sign of the white cargo van, just a hole in the perimeter fencing where they'd made their getaway. Until they had more information, Special Agent Adams felt it was best to keep us safe. But I saw the expression on my daughter's face, felt its match on my own. After all we'd been through, the days, the nights, the look on Justin's face. The knife, the knife, the knife, the knife sinking into his chest. We wanted to go home. Safe or sorry, we needed to be home again. More consultation, a phone call with the Boston PD, further discussions. Finally, it was agreed. The agents would graciously permit us to return to our own residence, but given that Z and his team also knew where we lived and might have incentive to finish what they'd started, basic precautions needed to be taken. I would immediately change our security passwords the second I stepped foot into my house. In addition, the Boston PD would assign a uniformed officer to keep watch from the street, as well as beef up patrols in the area. Special Agent Adams also suggested that I not immediately invite over any family or friends. In fact, if there were people we wanted to see, she recommended that we meet them in full daylight, at public places. You know, because someone we trusted had clearly betrayed us, and that person hadn't escaped with $11 million just yet. It was okay, I said. We didn't just want to go home. We wanted to be alone. No more eyes watching, no more audience judging. It was time to just be. Once a family of 3, now a family of 2, battered, shaky, grief-stricken, but still hanging in there. Shortly after 10, the cops finally let us go. The feds provided the escort, a black sedan heading 3 hours south to Boston. Ashlyn fell asleep in the back. I think I dozed off a time or two. Then, we were there. Our home, which would never completely feel like our home again. The crime scene tape, subtle but present on the doorway. Evidence placards, still marking random places in the foyer. My wedding ring, buried in a pile on the kitchen island. I took it out. I slipped it on, and felt the first wave of grief hit me like a wall. But I would not succumb. Not yet. Not now. Off to the security system's control panel. Running through the instructions Justin had given me time and time again. I needed a code, a string of numbers no one would know, but I could easily remember. I went with a date, the day I'd moved out of the tenement housing, the first step toward building a better life. If only I'd known then what I knew now. I told the agents we were all set. I let them graciously out the front door, then promptly activated our security system, listening to various deadbolts fire home. Ashlyn was still standing in the foyer, looking at the spot where I had vomited. Just 3 days, but already a lifetime ago. "Can I sleep in your room?" my 15-year-old daughter asked. "Yes." "I want a gun." "Me too." "I want it loaded, underneath my pillow." Everything we learned not to do in firearms safety, I observed. Exactly. Loaded clip next to the unloaded firearm in the top drawer of the bedside table, I countered. Okay. Ashlyn, I'm proud of you. My daughter didn't look at me, but stared at the vomit stain. She said, "I've been sleeping with Chris Lopez. He likes you. He's always liked you. But he can't have you, so he settled for me instead. And I knew it was wrong, but I didn't care. You and Dad, you just seemed so far away, and I wanted someone to make me feel special again." I opened my mouth. I closed my mouth. "Oh, honey. I just want it to go away now, okay? Don't tell anyone. Don't do anything. Just make it all go away." "Did you tell the police?" "Of course not. I just want it to be over. Please, can't it all be over? I can't stop seeing his face, Mom. Dad and the blood and that knife. He died for us. He died because of me." Ashlyn collapsed, hunched over on the bottom step, her arms over her head, as if that would block the terrible images. And I understood what she meant, because I had the same visions stuck in my own head, as well as way too many unwanted revelations. Chris Lopez, Justin's most trusted second-in-command, sleeping with our teenage daughter. Is this why Tessa Leone had asked about him specifically? Because she already suspected him in my family's kidnapping? After all, he'd meddled in my marriage, then seduced my 15-year-old daughter. Why, if Justin were still alive... Then, all of a sudden, so many things finally made sense, including why my husband, my modern-day caveman, had to die. I went to my daughter. It's okay, Ashlyn. We've come this far. We're going to get through this. I was unconsciously repeating her words from the sheriff's office. I gave her a bolstering hug. Then, I got on the phone and dialed Tessa Leone. Chapter 41. Chris Lopez woke up to the barrel of a gun dug into his right temple. If I were you, I wouldn't move, Tessa said. She sat beside him on the edge of his mattress. She hadn't bothered with any lights, using the glow of a penlight to jimmy his rear window, then creep through his house, up the main stairs. She'd found the elderly lab, Zeus, sleeping in the hallway. He'd lifted his head once, seen it was her, then gone back to sleep with a sigh. All in all, she was feeling very comfortable with her nighttime adventure, which was good, as she was extremely pissed off. Now she offered up conversationally, "When did Ashlyn first tell you she was pregnant?" "What?" Lopez tried to sit up. She used her left fist to whomp him hard in the middle of his sternum. Lopez collapsed back down against the mattress, gasping for air. 15-year-old girl? The daughter of your boss? A child you swore you thought of like your own daughter? You fucking pervert. Lopez, moaning now. I know, I'm a total douchebag. Just pull the goddamn trigger. I deserve it. His self-pity made her angrier. She hit him again. Hey, I'll do the threatening around here. I don't know. I never should have. I am a pervert. What the hell was I thinking? Lopez sounded as if he was crying. Jesus Christ. Tessa reached over and snapped on the bedside lamp. Yep, Lopez had worked himself into quite a state. Start at the beginning, she instructed sternly. Tell me everything. Maybe I won't shoot you. There was no beginning. I mean, it's not like I planned it. Lopez seemed to pull himself together. He dragged himself up to sitting. This time, she didn't try to stop him. At least he was partially clothed in a threadbare white t-shirt and gray boxers. The ruckus had awoken the dog again. Zeus padded in, then went to Tessa's side and whined softly. She patted his head and he settled, curling up at her feet. Look. Ashlyn found out about Justin's affair. I'm not sure how. Probably eavesdropped on her parents fighting, hell if I know. But she also figured out the other woman was my niece, Kate. I heard a story she even confronted Kate in the lobby and Anita had to run her off. All I know is my niece called me one night to say the crazy girl was back, standing outside her house, and wouldn't go away. What was I supposed to do? I headed on over to handle things best I could. Best you could? Tessa's tone was dry. Lopez flushed. I took Ashlyn to a nearby coffee shop and tried to talk some sense into her. I gave her my whole spiel. Katie was just a stupid girl. I knew for a fact Justin had ended things, and her parents really were trying to work things out. She needed to just give everyone some space and time. Ashlyn seemed to finally calm down. I drove her home, figured that would be that. But? He shrugged, appearing once again self-conscious.
She started calling me. Said she needed someone to talk to. Her parents were both shut down. It's not like her friends understood, and given that I already knew everything that had happened, I don't know. She'd talk, I'd listen. She was just so angry. I mean, she'd really idolized her parents, both of them. To have them do something so human, it messed with her. It's like, if they weren't perfect, then the whole world must not be perfect. She was kind of freaking out.
Tessa simply stared at him. He flushed again.
So, yeah. She came over one day, after school. Bad day, had gotten in a fight with her best friend, started to cry. So of course I put my arms around her. Next thing I knew, she was kissing me.
He stopped talking, dropping his gaze to the bed covers.
I didn't seduce her, if that's what you're thinking. I don't expect you to believe me, but as strange as it sounds, she was the one using me. She was really pissed at Justin, remember? And what better way to get back at her father who'd slept with a younger woman than to be the daughter sleeping with an older man?
This is what you tell yourself? Tessa stated flatly. This is how you sleep through the night? Lopez's head shot up.
I've been regrouting the bath, remember? Who the fuck says I've been sleeping?
So when did she tell you she was pregnant?
What pregnancy?
I'm not kidding. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. She miscarried, you know, while your goons had her locked up in prison. Interesting, too, because I would have thought a gentleman such as yourself would have requested no harm come to ladies. Justin, on the other hand, not my goons, not my instructions. And what do you mean she miscarried while in prison? What the hell is going on? Tessa paused. She eyed him thoughtfully. Wyatt had been right in the beginning. The Denby construction management team was full of liars. Anita Bennett, Chris Lopez, and yet they were both incredible actors as well. Or they truly didn't know everything. Ransom, she stated. I heard there'd been contact. No one has told us anything else. The insurance company paid the money. She continued to watch him. He sat up straighter. So they've been released? Are they home? Christ! Lopez ran a hand through his hair, appearing to be simultaneously agitated and relieved. How is Libby? Seriously? You're sleeping with the daughter, but you're still in love with the mom?
Told you I was a douchebag.
Tessa played one last card. Well, you'd better be a douchebag with a valid passport, because Justin knows you're the one who got his baby girl pregnant. She might have miscarried, but that doesn't mean he won't be gunning for your head. Lopez paled. Abruptly, his shoulders came down, his chin up.
I'll see him myself. First thing in the morning. Head right over. My fault. I did the crime. I'll serve the time.
God damn it! Tessa shot off the bed. She twirled violently, disrupting the sleeping dog and causing Lopez to gape at her. She jammed her pistol back into her shoulder holster. If she'd been extremely angry before, she was extraordinarily frustrated and furious now. Justin Denby's dead.
What?
Kidnappers planned a double-cross after the ransom had been paid. He died, saving Libby and Ashlyn. Lopez, completely slack-jawed now.
But you said...
I lied. Mostly to test if you were a liar. But you honestly have no idea what happened shortly after 3 p.m. yesterday, do you?
Lady, I'm so confused right now. The only thing I have is a headache. Are Libby and Ashlyn all right?
Relative scale, yes. But Ashlyn did miscarry, and Libby knows you were the father. If the threat of Justin's rage scared him, then to judge by Lopez's face, The thought of Libby's hurt shamed him. "Oh," Lopez said, then seemed to lose all further words. Tessa perched on a nearby chair. The old lab whined nervously again. She stroked one of his ears in comfort as her mind whirled around and around. "I don't get it," she said at last. Lopez still wasn't talking. Whoever did this knew Justin, Libby, and Ashlyn. He or she also had the kind of contacts necessary to hire 3 mercenaries. Most likely, the same person has been embezzling funds from Denby Construction for the past 15 to 20 years.
"I haven't even worked there that long,"
Lopez interjected with a frown, "which is why we started by suspecting Anita Bennett.
She wouldn't steal from the company. It's her one true love. Besides, she wouldn't hurt Justin like that. He's nearly a 4th son to her. The fact that her youngest may or may not be his half-brother seems to actually make her feel closer to the family. I'm not saying that's logical, but that's the way things are."
Then who? We're talking an employee who's been around for nearly 2 decades, knows the Denby's home inside and out, is familiar with the company's financials as well as understands the inner workings of a recently built New Hampshire prison. Who would know? Have that kind of access? Tessa's voice trailed off. And just like that, she knew. A suspect so obvious they'd never even considered him. And yet... Lopez was still regarding her blankly. She sprang to her feet, stopping just long enough to give Zeus a quick kiss on top of the head. Definitely, she and Sophie should get a dog. But for now... Entry code for the Denby Construction offices. I need it. Now. Wyatt wanted to go home. He understood Libby Denby's instinct perfectly. Hell, he'd only been working the past 48 hours, not held captive against his will, and already he wanted nothing more than to return to the sanctuary of his personal space for a hot shower, a home-cooked meal, fine, a microwaved freezer meal, and a good night's sleep. But here was the part of policing no one told you about until it was too late. The doing was the smallest piece of the job. Writing up reports detailing what you'd just done, on the other hand. He was filling out paperwork. Lots of it. So was Kevin, but Kevin actually liked paperwork. He was annoying that way. 2 a.m., his cell phone rang. Nicole Adams. Didn't surprise him. And not just because Nicole was an upwardly mobile FBI agent, but because she genuinely cared about her work. If a case didn't have a resolution, and this one certainly lacked many key answers, she'd stay nose to the grindstone till it did. Out of professional respect, not to mention for old time's sake, he took the call. "Found the white van?" she asked immediately. His department was handling the APB on the white cargo van, not to mention Justin Denby's corpse. "No van, no band of merry men, and no dead body." "Seriously? With all the officers in the area?" "I'm getting the impression the hired muscle involved a brain or 2. Deep sigh. "The body bothers me," Nicole muttered. "They're not going to keep something that incriminating, let alone smelly, in the back of their vehicle." "Oh, I doubt they're driving the van anymore. Best guess, given their complete disappearance off the radar screen, is that they had another vehicle waiting. Tomorrow morning, we'll start sending divers into nearby lakes and ponds. Most likely, we'll find the van completely submerged with Denby's body in the back. That would explain the whole now you see 'em, now you don't act." His turn to ask a question. "Any trace of the missing funds?" "No, and I'm told the financial gurus have turned Anita Bennett's personal finances inside and out. It's possible she has the monies stashed under an alias in yet another offshore account, of course. But as of this moment, we're mostly chasing our tails." Wyatt grunted. Nicole's frustration on the subject mirroring his own. "Libby and Ashlyn?" he asked. "Returned to their townhome, where they could magically pick up the pieces of their lives." Nicole didn't say the words out loud, but they were implied. "Are you going to see her?" Nicole asked abruptly. Who?
Tessa Leone. She stands next to you, you know. With everyone else, she maintains a good 3 to 5 foot barrier, but not you. Wyatt thought he might be blushing. He covered his face with his hand while hedging carefully.
Why are you asking?
It's late. I'm tired. I'm curious.
Tessa is an interesting woman.
You're going to ask her out. Nicole supplied the words not as a question, but as a statement. She didn't sound angry about it, though. More like satisfied.
What's his name?
Wyatt asked. Nicole's turned to blush. At least that's what he told himself. Well, now that you mention it, turned out she'd met a financial planner 6 months ago. They were very happy together, which made Wyatt feel surprisingly better about things. Not that they owed each other anything, but still. Always nice to know the other person was happy, and all's well that ends well. You'll call me when you find the van, Nicole requested now. Or, better yet, when you've located our 3 suspects.
Sure. Likewise.
Likewise.
Now go get some sleep. One of us has to.
Wyatt hung up the phone. Then he laced his fingers behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and frowned. Personal life aside, Nicole's update on the missing funds bothered him. A van with 3 commandos and a body vanishing into thin air made some sense. The right pond, forest gully, overgrown pile of bramble. Plenty of places in the wilds of New Hampshire convenient for disappearing a vehicle. But the embezzled funds? $11 million that had been sitting around in a variety of fake bank accounts for the past 15 or so years, suddenly gone without a trace? Kevin, he called out. Across the task force room, where they'd spread out to do their paperwork, Kevin's head popped up.
What? You're a smart man. If you had $11 million, what would you do with it?
Stuff my mattress, the resident brainiac replied promptly.
Betting doesn't require any paperwork. Better yet, it can't testify against you in a court of law.
But the funds were in the Bahamas just a week ago, Wyatt countered. In real bank accounts. That's what Ruth Chan said. She went to steal the money back, so to speak, only to discover there were even more accounts than she'd suspected. Which sparked another thought.
What's harder to believe, Kevin? Getting away with embezzling from a major corporation for 16 years? Or stealing the money but not touching a penny of it during all that time?
Kevin was intrigued. He pulled himself away from his own pile of paperwork and walked on over.
Implies the person didn't need the money yet. Not a drug addict or a gambler skimming money to feed a habit. More like a disgruntled employee building a rainy day fund.
Kevin raised an interesting point. Most embezzlement cases still went back to motive. Addiction issues, pressing medical bills, perhaps alimony and/or child support that was squeezing the person's bank account. But embezzlement was generally carried out by an employee with a high degree of financial knowledge and authority in the company, meaning these were people who were intelligent, respected, and trusted. Most didn't go to the dark side without some kind of underlying justification. So we're talking a patient person. No immediate pressing financial issues. He or she created the first fake company approximately 16 years ago, Wyatt reviewed out loud. Then, maybe when that didn't trigger any consequences, simply kept going along. 1 year into 2, then 5, then 10, 15, skimming money, always small amounts, nothing that would make the radar screen. So disciplined. Almost gamesmanship. Wyatt tried the word on for size, liked it. We're talking someone who most likely, at a certain point, embezzled for the sake of embezzling. A personal little secret that enabled her or him to giggle on the inside during all management meetings, whatever. The classic,
If only you knew. Of course, all good things must come to an end, which, in this case, is August, when, purely by accident, Ruth Chan discovered the first fake vendor. She does a little more digging, gets her ducks in a row, then discloses the fraud to Justin 4 weeks ago. Kevin frowned at him. Justin knew about the missing money for a whole 4 weeks. Yes and no. Wyatt found himself correcting. At the time, Chan thought the total amount skimmed was only $400,000, an amount more annoying than horrifying for a $100 million company. In fact, Justin decided the amount was so low that instead of involving the police, he devised a strategy for stealing his own money back. He sent Ruth Chan to the Bahamas to close out the fake account, except the money was literally transferred out the day before. So, when does Justin know the full extent of the damage? Kevin asked. He didn't, Wyatt murmured, thoughts hitting overdrive. Huh? He didn't. Chan called him Friday afternoon, told him the one account had been closed already but didn't mention anything else. She asked for more time to investigate instead. Then, just hours later, Justin and his family were abducted from their own home. Kevin was staring at him. To cover up the embezzlement, the brainiac stated, as if this should be obvious. So Justin would never know about the full $11 million that had been stolen from his family firm. Maybe. When he walked through the timeline out loud, what Kevin said made sense. Ruth Chan discovered the embezzlement was actually 20 times worse than they'd suspected, and within hours, Justin had been kidnapped. No such thing as coincidence in policing, meaning the two events had to be connected. And yet... Ruth Chan, Kevin declared abruptly. She was the embezzler, and she arranged Justin's kidnapping to cover up her own crime. Better yet, she's not even in the country, meaning she has the perfect alibi. Wyatt frowned at him. Without Ruth Chan, we wouldn't even know there had been 16 years of fake billing. Since when does the thief report the theft? To evade suspicion? Kevin suggested. Wyatt rolled his eyes, shook his head. Who knew? He asked abruptly. That's the question we need to answer. Who knew Ruth Chan had discovered the fake vendors? Who knew Ruth Chan would be in the Bahamas Friday morning to close out the first account? Who had enough inside information to transfer out all the money 1 day prior to get his or her ducks in a row? Wyatt's eyes suddenly widening. Ruth Chan told someone, Kevin was saying. Or Justin did. Someone they trusted, but shouldn't have, obviously. Or she didn't tell anyone at all. She didn't even want to talk to Justin about it, right? Not until she'd done all her homework first. That's the kind of person Ruth Chan is, meticulous, discreet. We didn't understand that. We didn't pay enough attention to that. If anyone talked, it wasn't Ruth Chan. It was Justin. Shit. I gotta make a phone call. Chapter 42. Ashlyn never made it to the bedroom. After the past few days spent desperately anticipating sleeping in her own bed, she barely made it out of the shower before crashing with wet hair and a t-shirt on the family room sofa. I'd been on the phone while she showered, talking to Tessa Leone, who was kinder and gentler than I would have expected. She assured me she would personally handle the situation with Chris, with discretion, of course, as well as the appropriate use of force. Her tone told me enough and only made me like her more. I wanted to feel satisfied, vindicated as an appalled mother, a betrayed friend. All those times I'd had him over to my house. And yes, somewhere along the way it had become clear he harbored a schoolboy's crush on me, Certainly, right after I learned of Justin's affair, Chris started hanging around the house more, clearly willing to be a shoulder to cry on. But I hadn't leaned on him. I'd turned to painkillers instead. I showered my way through my outrage, washing my hair again and again and again, lathering up, rinsing down, repeat, repeat, repeat. It was late, after 2 a.m. I should finish up, go to bed. I applied deep conditioner, then scoured my skin with the same ruthless diligence I'd just spent on my hair. I wanted to think the worst of our experience was behind us, but I already understood from this evening's ordeal that the grillings from various law enforcement agencies had only just begun. In the morning, they'd be back. More questions, maybe even a request for a formal statement regarding Ashlyn's relationship with Chris. Maybe they'd require a medical exam. Maybe I should think about hiring a lawyer. What were your rights when you were a victim of a kidnapping and other violent crimes? What kind of counsel was involved in prosecuting a grown man for sleeping with your teenage daughter? What if Ashlyn wouldn't press charges or answer questions? Should I demand it of her, or would it only traumatize her further? Then, in the middle of the shower, rinsing the conditioner from my hair, it hit me. My husband was dead. I was alone. For now, for always, there would be no partner to ask these kinds of questions. Ashlyn's best interests sat solely on my shoulders. My husband was dead. I was now a single parent. Justin, the knife protruding from his bloody chest. I went down, dropped to my hands and knees on the tiled floor, the water beating at my back while I panted, gasping for breath. Moments in a marriage. All those times when I know I saw my husband, all those times I wanted to believe he saw me. The first time we made love, the priest declaring us man and wife, him holding a squalling newborn in his arms, and Justin dying before my eyes. He'd looked at me. He'd known, maybe even felt the serrated blade already sliding between his ribs. He'd known he was dying. And he had not looked at me with anger and blame, only regret. I would miss us, he'd said. He would grant me a divorce if I wanted it, but he would miss our family. Was I crying? It was hard to be sure, with the shower spray pouring down my neck around my face. I would have to plan a funeral, I thought. But how did you plan a funeral with no body? Wait for the police to find it, I guess. Wait for that sheriff's detective and his deputies to return my husband to me. And Ashlyn. She would want to say goodbye to her father. She would need closure, just as I had needed it 30 years ago. And that thought stung me all over again. That for all my planning and sacrifice, in the end, I hadn't spared my child my deepest pain. She'd lost her father just as I'd lost mine. Now I would play the role of my mother, trying to hold it all together, meaning wading through finances that sounded like they were already strained. What if we lost the house? What if we moved into tenement housing? What if Ashlyn never got to go to college but became collateral damage of her father's poor planning, just like I had been? I couldn't breathe. I was gasping, and yet no air would come into my lungs. I had survived 3 days in an abandoned prison, only to succumb in my own shower. Then, in the back of my mind, hydrocodone. My orange-bottled pills. Maybe still downstairs in my purse in the center island. But if not, I had other stashes. A woman who knew how to keep her secrets. 6 pills tucked in the back of the silverware drawer, 10 more in my jewelry travel bag, 4 or 5 in the bottom of a crystal vase in the china closet. Close to 24 emergency pills. I stood up. I tasted oranges, and I didn't care. I was going to get out of this shower. I was going to head downstairs, raid the first hidden supply. Just this once, of course. After the past few days, I'd earned this. I rinsed my hair. I shouldn't do it. I'd promised Justin I'd be strong for our daughter. He'd pressed me in the cell, probably already suspecting something would go wrong with the ransom exchange, needing the reassurance that I could raise our child without him. Just 2 pills, I thought. Enough to take the edge off. My whole body ached, and I needed the rest. I would be a better parent if I got some rest. I wondered if this was how my mother had felt. The look on her face every time she'd gazed at a pack of cigarettes. Knowing she shouldn't, but feeling the weight of the world upon her shoulders, the burden of single parenthood. She worked so hard. She deserved at least a little treat. Justin had died for me. Shouldn't I be able to give up Vicodin for him? I turned off the water. 1 pill. Just 1. To help manage my own withdrawal. The sensible thing to do. I should. I shouldn't. I would. I wouldn't. I opened the shower door, reaching for a towel, and found a man standing in my bathroom instead. It took me a moment, maybe a full minute, while I stood in the glass enclosure, water dripping from my naked body. Then he leered at me, and that did it. The eyes were the wrong color, deep brown instead of crazy blue, and the checkerboard hair had been shaved, replaced by a smooth skull. Finally, his clothes, from commando black to European upscale. But his face, his mean, merciless face hadn't changed one bit, not to mention the fresh bruise over his left eye where my daughter had nailed him with a walkie-talkie only hours earlier. I grabbed the towel, held it in front of me. Not nearly a good enough defense, as I stood, trapped in my own bathroom by the man who'd murdered my husband.
"Miss me?"
Mick drawled. He leaned against the door jamb, his massive shoulders effectively blocking my exit. He knew there was no place I could go, nothing I could do. He seemed content to savor the moment. How? I had to lick my lips to get the words out. My throat was dry, my thoughts racing. Ashlyn, asleep downstairs on the sofa. Please let her still be asleep. Then she'd asked for a gun. Why hadn't I made it to the basement gun safe yet? Why hadn't I retrieved firearms first, then climbed into the shower? But I changed the security codes.
"We got our own override code. You'd have to know about it to deprogram it, and you didn't know about it. My intel is better than your intel."
He smirked at some joke only he understood.
"It's called irony, babe."
The police are watching the house. I tried.
"Yep. 2 patrols, 1 front, 1 back. Alternating intervals. And not a problem, since I only required 60 seconds to punch in my access code, open your rear garage door, then close it again. Police return to a secure-looking residence and everybody's happy."
You're wrong. 2 detectives are coming over any moment. There's already been a new development in the case. That's why I was showering, so I'd be ready to answer their questions. He stilled, cocking his head to one side while studying me. 1 second passed, then another.
"You're bluffing,"
he declared.
"Nice try, though. I like to think I'm worth the effort."
He lunged. So quick, I didn't even have time to gasp. I wanted to leap back into the glass-enclosed shower, but that would only trap me, and I didn't think for a second hard shower tiles would keep him from doing what he planned on doing next. I snapped out with my towel, was rewarded by his sharp cry as I caught him in the side of the face, hopefully on his bruise. I whipped the towel again, except this time he grabbed the end, yanking me toward him. I let go, and the sudden loss of counterweight made him stagger back. I bolted, heading for the door, jabbing out with my elbows, trying to catch him in the head again as I passed. He grabbed at my waist, but my damp skin slipped through his fingers. Then I was free, flying through the master bedroom, hurling things behind me. I didn't know where to go, what to do. Instinct propelled me down the stairs toward the lower foyer. The police were outside. I didn't care that I was buck naked. If I could just reach the front door, bolt out into the street. Ashlyn, asleep in the family room. I couldn't leave her behind. I heard the thunder of pounding footsteps, my own muffled sob as I tried to pick up steam. Faster, faster, faster. Hadn't I already run this race today? Hadn't I already lost it? I rounded the corner onto the bottom landing, looked up, caught a brief glimpse of Justin's face, set, grim, determined. Wait, not Justin. Ashlyn. My daughter, Ashlyn. Duck, she said firmly. I did, as she swung her father's golf club with both arms straight at Mick's descending form. He roared, twisting at the last second, taking the hit in his shoulder. Then he was bellowing with pain as he wrenched the club from my daughter's trembling hands and heaved it over his own head. I threw myself back at him, catching him around the knees as he stood on the second step. Off balance, he stumbled, releasing the golf club to grab at the railing instead. Ashlyn and I were off again. Front door wasn't going to work. Too many locks, not enough time. We headed for the kitchen, driven by some primitive instinct toward the room best stocked with makeshift weapons. I'd read somewhere that women should never grab knives. We were too easily overpowered, then the knife was used against us. Better the proverbial cast-iron frying pan, which required little skill to bash over your opponent's skull. I had my mother's frying pan. I was already flinging open the lower cabinet, scrabbling for it, when Ashlyn yelped. She'd halted by the center island, grabbing my purse and throwing it back, but Mick had dodged effortlessly and now had the hem of her oversized t-shirt fisted in his hand. My daughter wasn't going down without a fight. She was throwing back her elbows, stomping down with her bare feet, screaming at the top of her lungs. And I could tell, from 8 feet away, that Mick was enjoying every second of it. Inside the cabinet, my groping hand found its target. I closed my fingers around the handle of the heavy pan and withdrew it, straightening slowly and confronting a man I loathed. In return, he let his gaze wander up and down my still naked form. Then, like a man tossing garbage, he threw my daughter against the center island and advanced.
"How'd you know?" he drawled. "I've always liked it rough."
Ashlyn hit the island hard, her head colliding with the granite. Now, out of the corner of my eye, I watched as her body slid bonelessly to the floor. Don't look. Don't be distracted. One opponent. One chance to get this right. Mick charged. Too soon. Too fast, I thought, and instead of swinging my pan, I dashed right, just in time for Mick to feint left. I darted out of the kitchen, moving away from my unconscious daughter, toward the living room. If I could topple a lamp, make a disturbance visible through the front windows, maybe the passing patrol car would see it. The uniformed officer would stop to check it out. Mick was moving, sidestepping right, then left, then ducking, then lunging. The sliding, shifting rush confused me. Up, down, right, left. I had my frying pan up, trying to be prepared for anything, for everything, as he suddenly dove low, caught me around the waist, and crashed us both to the floor. I went down hard, fingers still locked around the handle of my pan. I brought it down onto his head, hammering, hammering, hammering. Except Mick had used my own trick against me. He was in too close. I couldn't get enough momentum in the swing to really hurt him. His face was buried between my naked breasts, and now, as I beat against him ineffectually, I could hear him laughing into my chest.
"That's right. Fight! Fight! Fight!
I wasn't going to win. He was too strong, too big, too well-trained. My best efforts, he found funny. He suddenly reached up, caught my right wrist in a bone-crushing grip. I cried out. My cast-iron skillet fell to the floor. And that was that. He rose to his feet, grabbing my shoulders and dragging me to standing. This close, I could see that his brown eyes were just as crazy as his blue eyes had been. He was enjoying this, relishing every second as his face lit up with the possibilities. Behind him, the door to the basement stairs suddenly opened. A shadowy maw that revealed a second impressively large male stepping soundlessly into my kitchen while pressing a single finger to his lips. Z. Sans the green cobra tattoo and black commando gear. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I stood there, totally bewildered, my wrist aching, my shoulders bruising, as Z walked smoothly forward, leveled a .22 caliber pistol, and shot Mick at point-blank range through the side of the head. Mick collapsed sideways. Z stood over his man and fired twice more. Then, at long last, my house fell quiet. Z handed me the gun, wrapping my right hand around the grip.
Neighbors will call in gunfire, he announced crisply. Police will arrive momentarily.
He reached behind me, dragging a throw off the sofa and draping it around my bare shoulders.
I was never here. You fought him off. Well done.
You killed him.
He accepted the terms of the assignment. You and Ashlyn were off limits. He broke the rules, twice. In our line of work, failure has consequences.
You knew he'd come back?
I suspected.
I don't understand. It was okay to kill Justin, but not Ashlyn and me?
The terms of the assignment,
Z repeated. He had a crumpled piece of paper. Now he pressed it into my hand.
Radar asked me to give you this. You won't want to share it with anyone, and it's probably only good for the next 12 hours.
He turned, heading for the basement door. Wait! He didn't break stride. I want to know the override code, I blurted out. The code you're all using to get into my house. He didn't break stride. He was leaving. Just like that. Arrive, survey, conquer. My frustration bubbled up, as well as my loathing at always feeling so powerless. At the last second, it occurred to me that I wasn't in the prison anymore, and that I was hardly helpless. I raised the .22, the pistol Z himself had handed to me, and leveled it at the back of his head. Wait! I said wait! Z finally paused, turning slightly.
Your daughter probably requires medical attention,
he commented. I'm tired of being a pawn. His voice, as calm as ever.
Then pull the trigger.
My arms were shaking, my whole body now that I noticed. And all of a sudden, I wasn't exhausted anymore. I was enraged at this man for violating my home, my family, at myself, because heaven help me, I was already going to pop that first pill. But also, mostly, perversely, at Justin, because he'd gone and gotten himself killed, and I still loved him, and I still hated him, and what in the world was I going to do with all those conflicting emotions? How would I ever get closure? Z, staring at me patiently, his expression almost testing. I wasn't the one who would give him any trouble. His research said so. I pulled the trigger, and the chamber clicked hollowly. Of course, Z, the omnipotent, always one step ahead. He'd loaded his pistol with exactly 3 bullets, discharged all 3 rounds into Mick's head, then handed me a useless weapon. I expected him to smile mockingly. Instead, He said simply,
"Good for you. Welcome to the first step of taking your life back."
Then he was gone. I checked my daughter first, who was slowly regaining consciousness. Next, I found the phone, calling 911 and requesting the police as well as an ambulance. Finally, I went upstairs and retrieved a bathrobe, still gripping the gun with my right hand, as I slipped the piece of paper from radar beneath my pillow, and prepared for whatever was going to happen next. Chapter 43. It took Wyatt 3 tries to reach Tessa Leone. By then, it was 4 a.m., but it hardly mattered. Buzzed on adrenaline and the knowledge of who, what, when, where, why, and how, he was already in his cruiser, over state lines, heading for Boston.
"Chris Lopez didn't do it,"
he stated without preamble when Tessa finally answered her cell. "No shit. I put a gun to the man's head. Hang on. You never heard that from me. And he still pled innocent."
"I never heard anything, and he didn't do it."
"He was sleeping with Ashlyn," Tessa supplied, "though he wants the record to show she was using him."
"Is this the part where you don't tell me that you shot him?"
"Please, bullets are much too expensive to waste on the likes of him."
"Good point."
However, we had an interesting conversation on who would have enough access to Justin Denby to plot against him and his family.
Funny, Kevin and I just had the same conversation.
For the record, while you and Kevin and me and Lopez were all conversing, someone else was doing. One of the kidnappers returned, broke into the Denby's home and attacked Libby and Ashlyn, apparently intent on finishing some unfinished business. Wyatt was just taking the exit onto 93 southbound. He pulled his steering wheel sharply right.
"What?"
"Exactly. Libby identified him as Mick. The Boston PD are running his prints now to get his real identity. Apparently he'd taken a special interest in her during incarceration, but had been held off by the ringleader, Z. Well, assignment over, Z gone, Mick decided to make good on some earlier promises. He used a special override code to access the home, having timed the Boston patrol cars, FYI, then surprised Libby in the master bath. She took evasive maneuvers, Ashlyn entered the fray, and the 2 women managed to lead him on a pretty good chase through the home until Libby finally grabbed a loaded .22 she'd left next to the sofa.
She had a loaded gun in her family room?
Wyatt wasn't sure whether to be surprised or impressed. He remembered the accounts of the Denbys' shooting prowess. Still, to leave a loaded gun lying around a family home was a fairly aggressive act. Considering what they had been through, Tessa supplied, not to mention Special Agent Adams's multiple lectures on how the 3 men were still out there.
Fair enough.
Libby shot Mick dead. 3 times, left temple, up close and personal. Professional-grade work. The way Tessa said it struck Wyatt as odd.
Meaning?
Meaning her fingerprints are all over the gun, but interestingly enough, no GSR is on her fingers.
She fired a gun 3 times without getting any gunshot residue on her hands?
She claims she washed her hands before calling the police.
You can't remove all traces that easily.
You're singing to the choir, but she's not budging from her story.
Did they check Ashlyn's hands? Maybe she's covering for her daughter.
Her daughter was slammed into a granite countertop and is still recovering from a concussion. But yes, Boston PD swabbed Ashlyn's hands. Nada.
There were just the 2 women in the house?
Wyatt asked. Exactly. The tone of Tessa's voice said it all. Odds were Libby had not shot Commando Mick, but she felt a need to cover for whoever did, which, if it wasn't her daughter... Wyatt took a deep breath and declared,
I think Justin Denby might have been embezzling from his own company.
An in-case of divorce fund, except 16 years later, he also started talking about it. I think he told his lover, Catherine Chapman, who saw Ruth Chan's travel itinerary. She took the steps to wire out the funds before Chan ever landed in the Bahamas, then ordered Justin and his family kidnapped in order to keep the $11 million for herself.
I think you're part right, Tessa Leone said. I think Justin Denby definitely embezzled from his own firm. I think he's also very much alive. Who else had enough access? Tessa quizzed shortly. We're looking for someone who worked for Denby Construction for at least 16 years, who knew intimate details of the Denby's home life, including security code, interior layout, family schedule, a person who might know former special forces, current guns for hire, which we've established are part and parcel of the construction trades, not to mention someone brilliant enough to devise such a scheme and ballsy enough to pull it off. I say, Justin Denby, Justin Denby, Justin Denby.
Wyatt wasn't arguing with her. Hearing the words out loud only fit the light bulb already going off in his head. The kidnappers weren't supposed to harm Libby and Ashlyn, he muttered by phone. Hence, Mick was tased for attacking Libby. Most likely, instructions from Justin himself. He had nothing against traumatizing his wife and daughter. He just didn't want them hurt.
But he needed them, Tessa countered. If he just faked his own kidnapping, his own death, it would be suspicious. Hence, for his embark on a new life plan, he needed them all abducted from their home and held against their will. Libby and Ashlyn became his witnesses, two people who could swear under oath they saw him die before their very eyes.
Knife to the chest. Not so hard to fake with a blood packet. And we still haven't found the body.
Exactly.
I think he cheated on her, Wyatt said abruptly. Pure conjecture, but the money skimming started 16 years ago. I think it was triggered by the first time Justin was unfaithful to Libby. She would have been pregnant with Ashlyn right about then. A stressful time in any marriage. He fell off the wagon, followed in his father's footsteps, whatever. But at that moment, Justin realized he was his father's son, fidelity challenged, and he started to worry, because Libby wasn't necessarily his mother, the kind of woman who would turn a blind eye. If she left him, divorced him.
50% of all personal assets, Tessa supplied.
So he stopped taking money out of the business, bought the townhouse in the company's name, except that meant he didn't really have cash, so he created an offshore slush fund. Why not? From his perspective, it was his money after all. But as any corporation is subject to audit, of course he couldn't just have the accountant write him a check. He had to create a fake vendor, bill his own firm, then pocket the cash. Amounts small enough not to be noticed, large enough to give him peace of mind. Ingenious, really.
Except Libby didn't find out. Tessa picked it up. He got away with that affair, she gave birth. Maybe they were going to live happily ever after. Except then, he met another girl,
leading to another fake billing cycle. And continued with a crazy dual life as a loving husband, cheating husband, great boss, embezzling boss. It happens, Wyatt said. Which was true. When it came to crime, innocent people hemmed and hawed all the time. How could he? How could she? Why, I never suspected a thing. That was because innocent people had consciences, and guilty people, such as Justin Denby, didn't.
16 years, Tessa murmured. Then, finally, the shit hit the fan. Libby found out about the latest woman, and Justin started devising an exit plan. Ironic, really, given that Libby still wasn't planning on leaving him.
I don't think that mattered, Wyatt said curtly. Where are you?
Denby Construction Offices, looking for Justin.
He's not there.
Given that I'm here, walking the offices, I already know that. So here's a question. How do you, by phone, also know that?
Because Libby wasn't leaving Justin. You heard her. They were working on their marriage. Meaning,
he paused a beat. Tessa finally got the rest of the story. He was leaving her.
And why does any husband leave his family of 18 years? Wyatt asked.
Fuck. He thinks he's in love with Catherine Chapman.
Meaning?
He's hiding at Catherine Chapman's house, most likely getting everything in order before they hop a flight to some exotic locale first thing in the morning.
Wyatt said, "Last one there buys dinner."
Please, I'm already in the city.
Yup. But at this point, so am I.
Catherine Chapman lived in Mattapan, her mother's house, a white-painted triple-decker. Tessa had the address because she'd gotten it off Chris Lopez. Wyatt, on the other hand, had police dispatch, an in-vehicle computer system, not to mention GPS, which explained how he managed to pull up just seconds before her. She literally veered around him as he parallel parked 4 blocks over, where his sheriff's cruiser wouldn't spook Catherine Chapman or Justin Denby. He gave her a cheery wave. Tessa rolled her eyes and drove around yet another city block in search of parking. Always fun in Boston. She found parking 2 blocks over and trotted back to Wyatt's vehicle, where he was leaning against his cruiser, waiting for her. She thought he looked particularly good in his dark brown sheriff's uniform, which was just as well.
"Dinner," he declared. "Your treat."
Do I get to pick the restaurant?
Fair is fair.
I want to wear heels. Maybe a skirt.
Hell, I'll pay for that.
No, my dinner. But I expect a jacket from you. Maybe even a tie.
And you're in heels? He pressed.
Yes.
Done.
They turned their attention to Catherine's darkened duplex, a couple of blocks down. 5 a.m. Sun would be rising soon. Already, lights were appearing in homes with early morning commuters. Not the best time of day for stealth. How do you want to play it? She asked.
We don't have a warrant.
Tessa shrugged. More your problem than mine, and you don't even have jurisdiction in Massachusetts.
You're right. We should call for backup.
She gave him a look.
Or, he countered, I could close my eyes, and if the front door happened to open, giving me cause to worry about the safety of the individuals inside the residence,
then, as a conscientious representative of law enforcement, naturally you'd have to check it out.
Naturally.
3 minutes, Tessa said, and walked away. She could feel his eyes on her back as she departed, and it wasn't a bad thing. More like a warm, giddy feeling that promised good times to come. Tessa reconned the house. Front door had a bolt lock and a chain, too time-consuming. She turned her attention to a back garden door. Older, only the key-in, key-out lock, which 5 minutes later finally gave way to her steadily improving lock-picking skills. She took her first step into the rear-facing kitchen, already breathing hard. Sky was lightening. Shadows disappearing. Full daylight dangerously close. She got halfway across the peeling vinyl floor. Then heard a floorboard creak above her head. If that was Kate Chapman's bedroom, she definitely wasn't asleep anymore. Most likely, neither was Justin, a man experienced with firearms and with at least $11 million on the line. Moving carefully now, feeling out each old creaky floorboard. She made it to the front door, located at the base of the main staircase. Above her, a toilet flushing. Footsteps padding along the hall. Don't come down, don't come down, don't come down. Easing out the chain lock, carefully twisting the bolt lock. Then, the final twist of the knob. The front door groaned open, noticeably, audibly. Then, above her, silence. Total silence. And not the good kind of silence, the aware kind of silence. Justin, Catherine, or all of the above knew someone had arrived. Wyatt appeared in the open doorway. He was moving cautiously, his body turned sideways, approaching from an angle to be less of a target. Tessa held up a single finger to her lips, then pointed to the ceiling. He seemed to take the hint, easing silently through the door, to join her at the base of the staircase.
I think they know, she murmured low. Other egresses? Fire escape, Wyatt whispered back. First and second floor. I might have greased the rungs, but you didn't hear that from me. Tessa was impressed. Good trick for future reference. We gotta move fast, she murmured. Isn't Chris Lopez alive because of your previous restraint? She nodded. Then, I say, he owes you one. Catherine is his niece, after all. Tessa got the message. Lopez did owe her one. She made the call, then, 60 seconds later, was holding out her cell at the base of the stairs while Lopez boomed through speakerphone. Kate, I know you're awake. Now stop fucking around and get your ass down here. I just heard what happened to Justin. Cops are gonna be here any second and we gotta get our stories in order. Come on, I've already been waiting. Total silence. Kate, I'm not joking around. You either talk to me or that's it. I'm washing my hands of this. Police come around, I'm gonna tell them all about it. Yep, my niece was sleeping with my boss. Yep, she wanted his family to go away. In fact, I actually heard her say on several occasions if only they'd drop dead. A woman's voice, suddenly, from the top of the staircase. Uncle Chris? Duh. You sound funny. I'm screaming up a goddamn staircase. Throw on some clothes and get down here. Tessa could hear floorboards now, as well as low, indistinct murmuring. She was holding her breath. Slowly, she forced herself to release it, keep a light grip on her firearm. Then, the first floorboard creaking. Uncle Chris? Tessa moved her phone slightly, cued Lopez. In the kitchen, he called over speakerphone. Another stair groaning. Tessa and Wyatt easing back into the shadows of the landing. Catherine Chapman appeared moments later. She wasn't in pajamas, but already clad in jeans and a tailored navy blue top. The kind of clothes, Tessa thought, you might wear to board a plane. Kate turned toward the kitchen, and just like that, Wyatt stepped forward, slapped his palm around her mouth, and dragged her back. Catherine's face paled, her blue eyes widening into saucers. She spotted Tessa, and far from being reassured, struggled even more. Which told Tessa a couple of things, such as Catherine clearly viewed her as the opposition, and as such, during their first conversation, had most likely lied through her teeth. He's up there, isn't he? Tessa murmured now. Catherine attempted to shake her head, though Wyatt's thick arm held her in place. He's told you he's taking you away. Got some money set aside. Catherine didn't try to respond, just flushed. Forget for an instant that the man has betrayed his own wife. He also betrayed his only child. This is the guy you want to run away with? Catherine's gaze turned mutinous, which Tessa took to mean yes. Clearly no help from this woman, so Tessa went with Plan B. She opened her mouth and screamed at the top of her lungs, No! Mick! Don't hurt me! I don't know where he is, Mick! No! Mick! Footsteps hard and fast, Justin Denby responding to the evil mercenary's name and springing into action, hammering down the stairs, careening into the foyer, pistol at his side, already in a crouched position in the open doorway. Tessa watched his gaze ping-pong from the open door to Catherine's restrained form, to herself, who already had her firearm leveled at his head. Justin Denby, she declared, drop your weapon. You are under arrest. Justin didn't immediately drop his gun. Figured, a man like him. He remained crouched, appraising the situation, gaze darting to the open door. We know what you did, Tessa said, aim perfectly level. This close, she had all the time in the world. She continued, conversationally. And I wasn't making that up. Mick did return last night. He attacked your wife and daughter. Justin straightened, finally giving her his full attention. What? Is Ashlyn okay? Is Libby okay? I told them, the terms of the agreement.
No hurting your wife and child, Tessa filled in. Beside her, Wyatt was on the move, cuffing Catherine's arms behind her back. That was the deal, right? You hired the men with the explicit instructions not to hurt your wife and child, but they could hurt you. Had to, for the $9 million in ransom. That's how you paid them, right? They received at least part of the ransom funds, as promised. That way, you still didn't have to share your $11 million. Justin Denby, clad in dress jeans, button-up shirt, leather shoes, more clothes suitable for a plane.
Are Ashlyn and Libby all right?
Other than terrified? Traumatized? I mean, seriously, who the hell are you to be so concerned about them now? After all you put them through?
They were not to be harmed, he reiterated stubbornly.
Wyatt shoved Catherine's cuffed form to the side.
16 years, he stated. You embezzled from your own company for 16 years. Don't be ridiculous.
But he wasn't looking at them anymore, his gaze once more darting to the open doorway.
Can't steal from yourself.
Oh, you can, Tessa corrected, grip tightening on her gun. Because anything you put in your personal accounts, you risked owing to your wife, who was bound to figure out about your affairs and demand a divorce. Or you could siphon money into slush funds no one ever knew about. Until 16 years had passed, and you found yourself with $11 million, a dying business, and a jilted wife. Must not have been too hard to make your decision after that. Time to get out, while the getting was good. Justin still didn't say anything. He wasn't even making eye contact with Catherine Chapman. Instead, skittishly, he continued to lean toward the open door. "What time's your flight?" Tessa asked. He flinched. "We got your girlfriend. Gonna travel without her?" Belatedly, he glanced at Catherine. Wyatt no longer had his hand over her mouth. She gave an involuntary moan. "Yep. This is your boyfriend," Tessa told her. "A man who hired his own kidnappers, faked his own death, and abandoned his own family. But hey, he's all yours." Beside her, Wyatt said, "Mick's dead. Your wife shot him." Justin's eyes widened. He appeared startled. "But your daughter has a serious concussion," Tessa pressed. "She needs you. In fact, your miraculous return from beyond the grave might be exactly the kind of thing that would enable her speedy recovery." It was interesting, really, to watch the agonized look that overcame Justin Denby's face. The clear internal struggle. Be there for the daughter he adored, but also return to the life of responsibility. Or go. Just go. No commitments, no obligations, a free man with $11 million in his pocket. He looked at Tessa. He looked at Catherine, not even speaking, just making pleading sounds in the base of her throat. And then? He ran for the doorway, leapt through it, got as far as the deck. Tessa yelled his name, gun coming up, but holding fire as she couldn't very well shoot a man in the back. Wyatt thrust Catherine aside, preparing to give chase, as somewhere in the distance, a rifle cracked. Tessa registered the sound, then dropped instinctively to the floor, Wyatt joining her, as together they watched Justin Denby's head explode on the front porch. Now you see him, now you don't. Justin's body collapsed. Catherine started to scream. There wasn't a second shot, or a third. The first round had gotten it done. After an eternity had passed, Tessa climbed shakily to her feet. Wyatt rose to stand beside her. They took in Justin's lifeless form. Wyatt said, "Told you, the hired muscle involved a brain or two." They phoned Special Agent Adams. Let the federal agent flex her muscle, as neither one of them had legal standing. Plus, it meant she'd inherit the paperwork. Catherine was led away, still screaming. Most likely would be taken to a local emergency room and treated for shock. In the meantime, uniformed officers patrolled the neighborhood.
Rooftop deck, 2 houses down and across the street, they recovered a rifle and a single brass cartridge. Serial number filed off the rifle. Fingerprints wiped off the cartridge. "Professional-grade work," Nicole said, stating the obvious. "Dead men tell no tales," Wyatt intoned. "One of the kidnappers?" "You take Justin into custody. He's bound to talk," Tessa supplied with a shrug. "Most professional arrangements involve signed confidentiality agreements. Let's just say Justin appeared at risk for violating his." "You see anything?" she asked. "No," they replied honestly. Nicole sighed, returned to her vehicle to update the APB. Not needed for anything else, Wyatt and Tessa finally departed, Wyatt walking her to her car. "Think Libby and Ashlyn are now safe?" "Well, think about it. If Justin was here when Mick attacked his family—" Wyatt nodded. "Kind of thinking the same thing. One of the hired guns, maybe the leader, took out his own guy." "Interesting profession. Very strict rules of employment. But said guy also left Libby and Ashlyn alone afterward. So, yeah, hopefully dust will now settle and they can start rebuilding their lives." "Is that what you're doing?" he asked. She answered him, as honestly as she could. "Some days better than others." They'd arrived at her Lexus. "So," he said. "So," she answered. "This is the awkward part, 'cause technically you're buying dinner and yet I'm dying to ask you out." "Can't meet my daughter," she warned seriously. "Not for a bit." "Wouldn't expect it." "I got space issues." "Noticed that. I got a thing for wood. Sometimes I have to build things. Just do." She nodded. "I look really good in heels," she said at last. "Really? Because I'm told I'm damn hot in a jacket and tie." "No tie. Just the jacket." His gaze warmed. "Still the heels?" "Still the heels." "Friday night?" "Next Friday. I need to spend some time with Sophie." "Fair enough." Wyatt leaned forward, caught her off guard with a low whisper to her ear. "And wear your hair down." Then he turned, already sauntering down the street. Tessa remained standing there a moment longer, a slow smile spreading across her face. She thought of families, old and new, and survivors, then and now. Then she got into her Lexus and drove home to her daughter. Chapter 44. This is what I know. My husband started siphoning funds from his own company 16 years ago. Not just a slush fund, but an exit-in-case-of-emergency fund. The federal financial wizards believe he accrued a little over $13 million by setting up dozens of fake vendors in his own company books, then vouching for their authenticity. According to emails recovered from his computer, he began to make his exit plans back in June, approximately 5 days after I discovered his affair. By the time Ruth Chan caught wind of the embezzlement in August, it hardly mattered. Justin's escape strategy was well underway. No doubt he sent her to the Bahamas simply to get her out of town for the big event. Certainly he'd already purchased a forged passport, later found on his body, for the name Tristan Johnson. He'd also used that name to purchase a plane ticket for the Dominican Republic, as well as open a new bank account, where he most likely planned on transferring the bulk of his illicit gains. Those funds have yet to be tracked down, maybe still sitting in another bank under a different alias. The forensic accountants are working on it. Finally, the great escape. My husband hired 3 professionals to kidnap his own family. He gave them a security code to enter our home, the date I'd discovered Catherine Chapman's texts on Justin's cell phone. Polly, Justin's top security guru, discovered it when auditing the system.
Justin then prepped the men with all the information they would need to successfully ambush us in our own home, while also providing a secure location for our incarceration. He gave them guidelines. They could not harm his wife or his daughter, and apparently he granted them permission to tase and beat the shit out of him. After all, the kidnapping needed to appear genuine in order for his death to appear genuine, not to mention he needed the insurance company to cough up $9 million in ransom. It's not like Denby Construction had that kind of money, and heaven forbid Justin should dip into his own cash reserves. Z and his team performed their job admirably. But I think, in hindsight, Z became increasingly disgruntled about working for a man whose master plan involved, at the very least, terrorizing his unsuspecting wife and daughter. Hence the expressions of frank hatred I caught so many times on his face. Was that why Z and/or Radar assassinated my husband? I doubt it. I think if Z had truly wanted Justin dead, he would have taken care of it up close and personal during those final moments at the prison. Plus, Z always struck me as a professional, the kind of guy to get the job done whether he approved of his client or not. I think Radar was probably assigned the job of tailing Justin to make sure he got safely out of town, just as Z took on the job of tracking Mick, tying up loose ends, so to speak. When Mick attacked me, Z took the necessary steps to eliminate an untrustworthy associate. And when Justin was collared by the police, Radar took the necessary steps to eliminate an untrustworthy client. As Justin had said, they had 9 million reasons to make a clean getaway, which they did. Mick's fingerprints ID'd him as Michael Beardsley, a former Marine, dishonorably discharged 5 years ago, and with a reputation for working the private sector. For a while, the FBI visited Ashlyn and me nearly daily with photos of Mick's known associates, hoping we could pick out Z or Radar from the photo array. So far, we haven't recognized any of the men in the pictures, and so far, the police haven't been able to find any trace of emails or other means of contact between Justin and Z. No doubt Z took many precautions on that front. Given that, in the end, he saved my life, I haven't gone out of my way to provide information that could aid with his capture. Ashlyn knows what happened that night and shares my opinion. So, we do our thing and let the cops do theirs. I doubt they'll ever catch Z or Radar, but I also doubt they'll ever bother us again. Job over. They've moved on. Maybe someday we will, too. I miss my husband. Maybe that's perverse of me, but you don't love a man for nearly 20 years and not feel his absence. Yes, I had signed a prenup forfeiting all claims to Denby Construction in return for half of all our personal assets, and yes, Justin ran all our personal possessions through the business, so that had I decided to divorce him, I would have been entitled to nothing at all. He cheated on me. Physically, emotionally, even financially. And in that regard, I still can't feel special because it turned out he cheated on everyone. Stole from his own company, denied assets to his own employees. In his own way, he tried to compensate by giving out generous bonuses during the boom years, but still. He drained $13 million from the company coffers, denied even his closest and most loyal employees the chance to buy into the firm, all while presenting himself as a great guy and considerate boss. In the end, I think there were 2 Justins. The one I cherished as my husband, the one Ashlyn loved as her father, the one his guys respected as their leader. Then there was the one who stole from all of us while constructing an elaborate ruse in order to leave us forever. Because $13 million apparently mattered more to him than the love of his family and the admiration of his firm. I don't understand that, Justin. I can't picture what would make someone already so successful value money over his family and friends.
All I can guess is that he really wanted his freedom. No more responsibility, no more decisions, no more obligations. Though, ironically enough, we would have helped him with that, too. He could have sold the firm to his management team. He could have run away to Bora Bora with Ashlyn and me. We would have gone. We loved him that much. Or thought we did. This is the part both Ashlyn and I struggle with. The Justin we knew had strong values, rigidly upheld expectations of himself and others, whereas the kind of man who betrays his whole family, going to the extreme length of kidnapping and terrorizing his own wife and daughter just so he can make a clever getaway. Would he have ever looked back? Missed us? Mourned us at all? Because we mourn him. We can't help ourselves. We mourn the man we thought we knew, the father who taught Ashlyn how to use a cordless drill, the man who used to hold me at night, the man we thought we watched die for us. Because we'd believed in that man, and we miss him still. The DA brought charges against Chris Lopez. He pleaded guilty to all counts, sparing my daughter the trauma of a trial. I wonder if that makes him feel noble. He seduced a vulnerable 15-year-old girl, but this one act somehow makes it right. I haven't spoken to him. Frankly, I have nothing to say. I am working on myself these days. Whether my husband was a liar or not, I'm trying to make good on the promise I made, to quit prescription painkillers and be there for my daughter. I am working with a detox specialist now, having gone from hydrocodone to methadone, and now weaning off the methadone. I made Ashlyn go with me through the entire house. I showed her all my little hidey holes, and one by one we emptied out the pills, then handed them over to my doctor. I can't say it's been easy. I dream of oranges all the time. I wake up tasting birthday cake, and I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. I had wanted to save my family. Even after discovering Justin's affair, even after popping that first pill, I still thought we'd somehow make it. We'd get our acts together, forgive, forget, carry on, Justin, Ashlyn, and me against the world. I work with an excellent therapist now, who likes to ask me questions, such as why? Why should our family have survived intact? Because we were so happy, so loving, so nurturing of one another? Justin wasn't the only one with problems. I'd become an addict, and my 15-year-old daughter was sleeping with a 40-year-old man. Maybe, just maybe, the three of us together wasn't working out so well. And maybe now, the two of us surviving can do better. Ashlyn and I are talking again, sharing our pain, but also our fledgling hopes and dreams. My daughter is officially a wealthy young woman. In keeping with the tradition of his father, Justin left the entire company to her, by name, meaning she now owns one of the largest construction firms in the country, not to mention 2 homes and a nice collection of cars. She doesn't want them. We are working with Anita Bennett and Ruth Chan to put together a deal for the employees of Denby Construction to purchase 51% of the firm. As for our Boston brownstone, Ashlyn would like to part with that as well. We both agree it's too big and filled with too much regret. We like the idea of leaving Boston, maybe heading west to Seattle or Portland. We'll buy a charming craftsman-style bungalow, maybe something with a detached garage we can turn into an art studio. I can work on my jewelry. Ashlyn would like to take up pottery. We can nest for a bit. Have less. Do less. Find more. I like the idea, and, being a wealthy older woman, can afford, for the first time in my life, to do as I please. That piece of paper Z delivered on Radar's behalf? It bore the number of an offshore bank account held in Justin's name. Justin had 3 go-to passwords. In this case, It took me only 2 tries to guess the right one, at which point I electronically transferred all $12.8 million to a new fund under a corporate name I invented on the spot. A few more transfers here and there, and Justin's exit in case of emergency fund became my sole surviving spouse fund. Imagine, after all the lengths Justin went to in order to make sure I would never be entitled to a single penny of his money, I got it all. I wonder if he's rolling over in his grave. And I confess, some days, that thought makes me smile. This is what I know. Pain has a flavor. But hope does, too. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Touch and Go, a novel, by Lisa Gardner. Copyright 2013 by Lisa Gardner, Inc. Performed by Elizabeth Rogers. Directed by Lisa Kahn. Performance copyright 2012 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.